The morning horn's blast jolted Austin from his slumber in the military encampment. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him, yet his rank demanded he fulfill his obligations without fail. Nearby, Nate struggled frantically to dislodge something mysterious from inside his footwear that blocked him from getting dressed. His efforts culminated in terrified shrieks when the obstruction revealed itself to be a crawling creature. Any lingering hopes for additional moments of slumber vanished completely. The tent's remaining occupants stirred to consciousness one after another. Austin found himself thrust into this collection of unmotivated fools. He had been assigned leadership of the Failure Brigade. The young man appeared to command zero respect from these individuals whatsoever. Their overnight stay in the wilderness served a greater purpose. These warriors belonged to forces destined for brutal combat. Enemy combatants engaged one another in violent confrontation. Austin stood among them. His trial proved especially challenging since he possessed no supernatural abilities. Every advancement in warfare came through his relentless personal dedication and training. The current conflict presented overwhelming difficulties for him. Eventually, the unit leader came to believe his existence would likely conclude here. Fortune alone spared him from perishing. In his darkest hours, Austin always recalled the aspirations that remained unachieved. This memory somehow provided comfort to his troubled spirit. Above all else, maintaining alertness was absolutely critical. The unit leader's aspiration involved achieving knighthood. However, within moments, an enemy blade struck his torso, ending everything abruptly. The strike came so rapidly and without warning that Austin failed to track the weapon's path. Crimson flowed from his neck as his adversary withdrew the steel. The young man collapsed to his knees, drained, sensing vitality ebbing from his unresponsive body. The unit leader could only contemplate how wretched his existence had become. He refused to accept this represented his final conclusion. The camp's familiar morning signal drew the young man from the void. Rising in his bunk, he initially believed it had been merely a bad dream. Yet Nate's cries upon discovering an insect in his boot caused him to tense with recognition. Once more, a savage battle commenced. Austin observed increasingly familiar elements he had witnessed before. His opponent's blade penetrated him through once again. This marked the unit leader's second death by identical means, though the agony remained as intense as initially. Following the second came a third matching day, then a fourth. Austin attempted to comprehend how he became trapped in this temporal cycle. On the fifth occurrence, he chose to carefully monitor his surroundings. The young man desperately required escape from this never-ending repetitive existence. His killer approached once more, gripping his weapon with determination. After brief combat, the enemy executed his lethal assault. The unit commander strained to observe his movements closely. His efforts proved futile. Austin's death count had exceeded 15 occasions. Regardless of his attempts to prevent the fatal encounter, the outcome remained constant. Most frustrating was how such agonizing experience apparently taught him nothing based on the results. The young man mentally reviewed the battle's minutest elements repeatedly. He intended to attempt different approaches each subsequent time, creating alternative scenarios. Yet another loss plunged Austin into despair. He felt completely worthless. Death gradually became less terrifying. A spiritual guide joined the young man who questioned why he continued struggling. This otherworldly entity believed destiny could not be escaped. No matter how desperately the fighter tried, the result would stay identical. The young man completely ignored such commentary directed at him. He only grew increasingly enraged at his horrible circumstances. This time, Austin remained determined to alter his destiny. The young man routinely warned Nate about the insect and footwear. The man shook the creature to the ground and complained bitterly. For unknown reasons, he suspected Austin had deliberately placed it in the shoes. This response from his subordinate stirred no emotions in the unit leader. The young man simply felt bored by the daily repetition. He knew this day completely from start to finish. From childhood, the young man had sought to fulfill his precious aspiration. In his quest to achieve knighthood, he received assistance from a warrior who arrived in the village purely by chance. From this person's viewpoint, Austin demonstrated rapid improvement. He believed without question that the child would become an excellent knight and instilled this conviction. The young man dreamed of developing abilities that would make him a legendary character. In time, he would be capable of single-handedly ending all violent conflicts worldwide. These motivations led Austin to enlist with a mercenary company. Half these intoxicated individuals mocked him openly and ridiculed his mission. Their scorn could not deter him, but made him realize the young man lacked distinction. The young man resisted their influence. Surrender was absolutely not his way. He practiced relentlessly every evening. Occasionally, during spare time, he added daytime training sessions. Though this improved stamina, no special talents emerged. The outcomes of countless exercises, contests, and conflicts only reinforced his confidence and personal capabilities. All represented experience from which Austin consistently emerged triumphant. Eventually, the young man's achievements earned recognition from his peers. They now showed him respect. This provided additional strong proof supporting his dedication to his cause. Persistent effort could make his aspiration reality. Then he encountered a young man who caused him to question himself. The youth quickly demonstrated to Austin that he possessed grand ambitions unsupported by talent. The child who had trained in combat for 6 months easily defeated the experienced mercenary. Truth proved harsh, shattering all dreams completely. It appeared that Austin's enormous daily efforts for self-improvement were meaningless. By nightfall, the young man had reached a decision. He should not abandon his objectives because of one setback. The youth invested excessive energy in his preparation, sacrificing both nourishment and rest. Intensive work was about to yield results. Besides the knighthood dream, Austin had nothing else occupying his thoughts. Only the forest trees witnessed at what price he had achieved battlefield victories. The young man only rested when dawn appeared on the skyline. Ability, knowledge, and stamina were things nobody could ever steal from him. Thus, the pattern repeated continuously day after day. The incident with the teenager who defeated him occurred 3 years previously. During this period, Austin had become leader of a fighter group nobody wanted to command. He now served as a regular army soldier, which was preferable to wandering as a mercenary. Near his shelter, the commander spotted Jared sitting idly, so he decided to request his assistance. The young man was meant to assume duty in his position, though he accepted reluctantly. Austin's intentions were to enhance his abilities, and helping him with this was none other than Nate. The individual possessed a secret method called Beast Heart, which might prove valuable during defense. The subordinate held little confidence in the commander's capabilities, though he admired the youth's determination and persistence. This day, despite the preparation, concluded identically to the preceding ones. The instruction advanced slowly. Consequently, Austin perished, unable to respond to the assault quickly enough. For some reason, each time the young man believed this day would conclude differently. 21 times the unit leader heard the shouts of furious combatants. Today, the youth's mind remained calm and composed. He knew all the perils that surrounded him. Everything preceding the final confrontation seemed like a basic obstacle course. Austin evaded strikes and deflected attacks. Gradually advancing toward the finale, he found himself beside Sam, one of his unit members. A subordinate consistently perished before his eyes. This time, the commander chose to preserve his life. It occurred so abruptly that the fighting paused momentarily. Within an instant, Austin eliminated another adversary. Once Sam was secure, all that remained was protecting his own existence. The combatant with the damaged helmet had already finished his opponent. He accomplished it using the identical technique that had slain Austin repeatedly. The young man simply despised his persistent adversary, who had become an impenetrable barrier for him. This villain had already begun moving toward the unit leader. The confrontation commenced as intensely as before. Austin kept pondering Nate's guidance. You must respond swiftly to all threats, but never close your eyes when frightened. Fear itself, according to the fighter, prevented the commander from advancing his combat abilities. The prospect of death was unavoidable in every fight, and especially in this one. It was the unconditional and brave confrontation with mortality that formed the foundation of the Beast Heart method. Having perished so frequently, Austin genuinely no longer experienced terror of it. This realization finally enabled the youth to avoid his opponent's initial strike. His heart pounded frantically. The fighter with the cracked helmet rushed past him like a projectile. The shock on his expression was a source of satisfaction. The unit leader chose to strike but left his body vulnerable during this moment. This proved to be a critical error. The scoundrel again pierced the young man's form with a precise and swift thrust. Austin clenched his teeth. He had lost again. Tomorrow would repeat the same day. The boatman on the opposite shore again began urging surrender and boarding the vessel. Yet the soldier's determination remained unshaken. The youth intended to continue fighting. He knew that eventually the moment would arrive when the test would be completed. Last time everything was different. The young man managed to follow his opponent's actions. Though death awaited him in the end, he moved one step closer to his objective. Austin's attempts were unsuccessful even for the 33rd time. He observed the opponent's first strike clearly, yet he had already learned to evade it. Then the fighters separated in opposite directions to prepare for a new assault, which as usual concluded with the unit leader's death. The second strike was even swifter than the first, and the young man lacked sufficient reaction speed. Due to the repeated assault, the charm that had hung around Austin's neck for several years dropped to the earth. He obtained it when he was still an ordinary mercenary. Having liberated the village from several monsters that terrorized the residents, the commander wanted to protect civilians because that was what legendary fighters did. Grateful for their rescue, they rewarded the young man with a present. When the charm was placed in his hand, he decided that the compensation for his efforts was too modest. Yet the local sorceress stressed that this small item would help the youth achieve his goal. Thus, while trapped in this cycle one day, Austin began to understand that the pendant was the source of these events. If ultimately he managed to defeat his opponent, it would bring him closer to his dream of knighthood. The 33rd day ended for the unit leader with a finishing blow from the knight in the cracked helmet. In conclusion, he called it compassion. The words, expression, and smile of the villain were permanently burned into the angry young man's memory. The sensations of pain were replaced by the familiar disgruntled awakening. Austin informed Nate about the insect and footwear, yet he responded to his subordinate's rage with a cold and logical tone. The desire to learn the fighter's family method had not vanished. The man's fury immediately transformed to kindness at the commander's statement. Thus, they had already been training for several minutes. Nate's strikes never once managed to contact an opponent. Austin dodged skillfully, displaying swift reactions. The fighter could not comprehend how the unit leader had mastered the beast heart so rapidly. The youth could not explain that almost 2 weeks of training had passed for him. His efforts were stained with his own blood on the battlefield. The fear of death disappeared due to countless defeats and repeating personal errors. Naturally, aloud, Austin replied that he had good instincts. He insisted on a new training session. Nate accepted the proposal with enthusiasm. After mastering defensive techniques, the unit leader wanted to learn how to attack efficiently. Yet the problem was that the youth did not know how to begin doing it. Nate did not understand why his opponent was merely dodging and encouraged him to strike. Throughout his life, Austin used in combat only the methods of the mercenary who instructed him as a child. He knew perfectly well that during this test it was completely ineffective. A combination of techniques and strategies ensured victories over less skilled opponents. Nate was older and a much more experienced fighter than him. Therefore, the unit leader decided to test the enemy's lightning strike with the shattered helmet. During a month of confrontation, he mastered this technique perfectly. Yet the subordinate was easily able to knock the sword from Austin's grasp. The commander froze in astonishment. It seemed like everything he did perfectly imitated a devastating attack. Yet Nate managed to counter it without much effort. The fighter noted that this particular technique was worthy of attention, but needed improvement. Austin, in his opinion, lacked resolve. The young man was not prepared to kill his opponent, and that is why victory was avoided. The desire to eliminate the opponent must be as strong as the absence of fear of death. Then no villain will be able to knock the weapon from the youth's hands. Finally, understanding came to Austin. That is why he perished every time during a duel with his insurmountable barrier. Like his opponent, the young man was not confident in his abilities and personal capabilities. The enemy entered battle with a smile. The squad leader died once more with the intention of eradicating his inferiority complex. At each subsequent training session, Austin fought like a madman. Nate knocked the weapon from his commander's hands time and time again. The enemy with the broken helmet killed him without hesitation, calling it compassion. More than 100 days passed in this manner, yet the result did not change. From the morning of the 124th day, Austin had completely forgotten about his personal safety. Also, during the fight with Nate, he stopped caring about the fate of his subordinate. The commander wanted to achieve his goal, victory in this duel at any cost. In the end, the enemy noticed such striking changes in the unit leader's behavior. All of the young man's hands were covered in blood, yet that did not trouble him at all. He laughed like a lunatic because he had finally mastered the signature blow of his fierce opponent. The fighting on the battlefield that day turned out to be somewhat different. Austin was able to strike his opponent, though he miraculously managed to dodge. Yet at the same time, he hit the young man in the neck with the same technique as always. This was the first successful, as the unit leader believed, attempt at a worthy confrontation. Looking at the man in the broken helmet who was smiling, the youth was not afraid. He was thinking about how he would get his revenge next time. It was all supposed to end at the mercy of the opponent. Yet the young man could not stand it and promised to kill the enemy. He thought that these were the deathbed delusions of his opponent and did not attach any importance to them. The pendant did its job again. With a familiar gesture, Austin killed the beetle that was attacking Nate's clothes. The man thanked him for his concern, but was surprised by the behavior of the unit leader. Unexpectedly, for him and others, the youth behaved as if he had been in this position for a long time. The commander asked Evan to find armor for himself on loan. Austin did it in such a way that the young man had no choice but to carry out the assignment. Jared saw nothing strange in the leader's behavior. He believed that this was logical because of the disdainful attitude of others towards the young man. The unit leader was tense like a cat before a leap. Today, instead of training with his subordinate, he chose the usual tactic of beating trees. For some reason, the young man was most afraid today that he would even wake up with a victory that very day. He was stronger than on his first day, but still his insecurity and personal skill was killing him. Its fragments scattered when Austin decided to go all the way, no matter what. The youth decided that today the story of the duel would finally end. This day was to become a springboard to the realization of his most cherished dream, a test that Austin had to pass with dignity, proving that he was worthy of becoming a knight. Finally, the signal for the beginning of the great battle was heard. A unit of losers led by their commander set off for the sound. The two armies once again crossed their swords. Careful multi-day preparation gave the young man a significant advantage. He no longer relied on luck, relying only on his personal skill. Austin remembered all the injuries he had sustained during his training, yet he knew well how to avoid them this time. Armor significantly helped protect against collateral damage, and the lightning-fast reaction allowed for quick revenge. Even a sledgehammer flying at the head was no longer an unavoidable obstacle. During his practices, the young man methodically studied the art of knife throwing, so now he could get even with the attackers from a distance. Now the moment has come to defend Brother Sam. This meant that the meeting with the main anti-hero was close. Austin defended his comrade without much effort. He wanted to do it as soon as possible so he could meet the villain in the cracked helmet. The young man saw that the soldier had already completed his previous duel. Their eyes met. The fighters slowly approached each other despite what was happening around them. The enemy was the first to attack, as always. This time, the young man stopped the attack with a wooden shield. As expected, it shattered into pieces, yet the youth himself was not injured. So far, Austin has been on defense, holding off the opponent's fierce pressure. Suddenly, hiding behind his defenses, the youth lunged towards them. The fighter in the broken helmet did not expect such a turn of events. The first blow was immediately followed by a second. Realizing that he had broken through his opponent's confidence, Austin decided to take a leap forward. Yet the fighter regrouped at the last moment and made his move. The youth dodged the first sword just as he had many times before. This did not come as a surprise to him. Yet it greatly angered the enemy, who immediately turned around and attacked again. The difference was that Austin already knew how to confront his own death. With a swift movement of his weapon, he shattered his opponent's sword into many fragments. An archer who was nearby saw that the enemy needed help. The arrow quickly flew towards the youth, who did not even notice it. Meanwhile, the opponent dropped his sword in horror. He was frightened by the firm and courageous gaze of the fighter standing before him. Austin already felt the desired and long-awaited taste of victory. The arrow, which had almost reached its target, was shot down by Nate's axe. The unit commander's sword entered the body of a soldier with a broken helmet. The team members rushed to help their leader, although it was clear that he had dealt with his opponent. The brutal meat grinder continued. Though the insurmountable wall has just crumbled, there were many more candidates all over the horizon who could challenge Austin. In fact, this battle exhausted the youth. The opponent in the helmet was still alive. The young man killed him with one blow, also calling it mercy. The fighter's head separated from his body. Everything was over. Yet Austin's joy was short-lived. Something hit him hard in the armor on his shoulder. The young man turned around and saw a creature that looked like a frog approaching him. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, unable to resist. Nate rushed to help. He could see that the attacker was not human, yet clearly had advanced combat skills. The creature approached Austin, who was writhing in pain, unable to get up. The frog was unhappy that a stranger could easily kill a specimen that had undergone a lot of work, especially since the young man did not give the impression of a skilled fighter. The unit leader did not know what to answer. He felt that he was one step away from death. The creature raised its sword to kill the enemy for the damage he had done. Yet Nate managed to prevent this in time. The man rushed headlong into an attack on a representative of a different race. Yet he successfully repelled all his attacks. The movements of both were so rapid that those watching could not make out the details. Meanwhile, another soldier from the enemy camp decided to finish off Austin while no one was looking. Yet Jared cut off the cunning head with one swift movement. Nate and the frog were still both intact. The man was unwilling to back down because he could not allow anyone to harm his leader. The news that the fighter was an ordinary private and this worthless person on Earth was a commander struck the enemy. While there was a pause between attacks, Nate began to plan a strategy. The frog, in turn, did not understand why such a powerful man was in such circumstances. The long-haired giant had the strength to overcome him, so the duel was a deadly risk. Even a pet that had been well cared for did not cost the life of a member of another race. After considering all the pros and cons, the frog stopped the fight and walked away. Although Nate was not happy with these circumstances, the main thing was to save Austin. On the other hand, the unit leader was still protected by Jared. Yet soon, another member of the losers unit, Tony, came to his aid. Enemies were flying at the men from all sides, yet they had to hold them off while Nate secured an escape. It was safe to say that they did it very well. Seeing the beautiful slaughter, even Lazy Adam ran to the fire. The attack was very serious, and it forced the comrades to rally around their boss. For a moment it seemed like the story would have an unpleasant ending. Yet unexpectedly, a retreat was announced among the enemy soldiers. The battle was ending, and death overtook those who did not have time to escape. Austin lost consciousness and ended up in the afterlife. The carrier understood that this time the client had escaped his fate, yet he predicted other obstacles for the youth. He insisted that the young man's fate was to submit and be reconciled. Yet the fighter did not want to hear such things about himself. He chose to fight. This experience through hundreds of deaths proved that Austin could do anything. He had learned to break down obstacles in his path, and now he was unstoppable. The youth's arrogance only made the carrier laugh. He had no doubt that he would soon see significant changes due to his complete loss of faith in himself. The unpleasant conversation was replaced by a morning that was different from the previous one. Austin ended up in the infirmary. He was seriously injured. Nate sat worriedly nearby. It turns out he had been waiting for the commander to wake up for several days. The man briefly recounted the latest events of yesterday's battle. The youth tried to get up from the bed, yet a sharp pain pierced his body. The doctors did not see any broken bones, which was a miracle considering the circumstances. Nate, in turn, after his efforts to save the unit leader, considered himself his best friend. He did not want to hear any objections about this. When the visit was over, Austin was finally able to catch his breath, the ordeal over. Yet something new awaited the young man in the form of visits to all the members of the unit, in turn. Evan came to see Nate, who immediately began demanding money for armor and a sick bay. After a short, reasoned conversation, the young man agreed to a discount for his services. Jared, who never did anything for nothing, came over. Yet to Austin's surprise, he brought him medicine. Not wanting to talk after that, the young man left the tent, leaving the leader of the unit alone. When the youth opened the box of medicine, he saw that it was a healing ointment from the subordinates' private supplies. Giant Tony, with tears in his eyes, prayed to all the gods by the commander's bed. It seemed like the young man had died and was being mourned. Tony was the only one who had to be chased out of the infirmary. Lying on the bed, Austin could not believe the loser's sincere feelings of concern for him. When everything was fine with him, they almost hated him, yet now they took turns. Lazy Adam peeked in at night, yet in his typical manner was surprised that the leader was even here. He did not seem to understand what had happened at all, yet his arrival already spoke volumes. After standing by the bed for a couple of minutes, the young man hurried to say goodbye. Austin hoped there would be no more visitors today and tried to fall asleep. In the morning, it became clear that in addition to the youth, there were two more patients in the infirmary. One was familiar to him. The unfriendly man was the unit leader of another company. Yet the young man saw the other for the first time. The strange man was silent, yet he gave the impression that he was a simple soldier. Suddenly, a soldier entered the infirmary whose rank was unmistakable. Despite her pointed ears and pretty face, this woman was definitely a high-ranking official. Without greeting, she immediately asked those present which one was Austin. The young man froze in surprise. The first to break the silence was the unfriendly patient, who could not believe he was actually seeing a fairy. The woman looked at him and made a remark, emphasizing his tactlessness. She did not like it when men held racist views, regardless of rank. This response from the newcomer made the ignorant man bow his head in shame. Watching what was happening, Austin realized that the fairy was probably the new commander of his company. After waiting for the flogging to end, the youth identified himself. The girl emphasized that she expects him to help with difficult subjects in the team. It turns out that this was the only reason for its appearance. On the threshold, unexpectedly, the fairy looked around and asked the third patient to introduce himself. He, feeling incredibly uncomfortable, muttered that his name was Craig. Austin immediately realized that something was wrong with this unknown. The company commander left the infirmary, leaving behind even more questions than before she appeared. One day of treatment has passed. The unit leader felt his strength beginning to return. The young man saw no reason to stay up late, so he started getting ready for training. The grumbler on the bed next to him did not understand his neighbor's strange behavior, considering him an ordinary loser. Craig, in turn, only silently watched the actions of the fighters. Austin's goal was to recreate the last fight because he considered this method to be optimal for him. He understood well that his victory was a complete accident because it was based on the last blow. In the next battle, such a strategy could prove fatal. He was like a one-trick dog as opposed to Nate, who could kill with every trick in the book. Craig's voice. The weirdo sat nearby and watched Austin's training closely. The unit leader explained that he was trying to learn something useful from the last fight. Yet the silent weirdo did not understand why this was even necessary. Craig asked about his interlocutor's goals for the future, because his roommate's persistence was impressive. Austin is used to the fact that when he talks about his dream, those who ask laugh in his face. That is why he was hesitant about having a frank discussion this time too. Yet in the end, he spat on the opinions of those around him and said that he wanted to become a knight. The unexpected happened. Craig did not laugh. He continued to stare at the youth in silence. To the interlocutor's remark, the eccentric replied that during the dialogue he had remembered something important. The silent blonde stood up and left the clearing. The young man stared after him in amazement, trying to analyze what had happened. At the last moment, Craig turned around and said, "If the young man's dream comes true, he should remember him." In the morning, Austin was awakened by songs about the exploits of a national hero. A disgruntled roommate complained that he was hungry and that his rights to food were being ignored. Today, the unit leader decided to escape the routine and take a walk around the camp. Almost immediately, he met Jared, and the youth sincerely thanked him for his help. The rest of the day passed very quickly. Around 9 o'clock, the patients of the infirmary began to go to bed. Austin did not even notice when he fell asleep. Yet mentally, he still scolded himself for being lazy. The youth woke up with his head splitting with pain due to loud songs on the street. He only tensed up when he heard the disgruntled voice of his tent neighbor behind him. "The loser unit is stuck in time again." The young man was finally convinced of this when he met Jared again on the way. The dialogue took place without much interest and almost without changes. It was the same day, and the reason was some new obstacle that the soul carrier had mentioned. Someone sneaked into the tent and killed Austin while everyone was sleeping. For now, the main goal was to find out exactly what happened. New obstacles aroused in the youth the desire to fight. Around 9 o'clock, like last time he went to bed, the young man blamed the fairy. He considered her an assassin who had been investigating the circumstances of the attack the day before. Her race was considered ideal spies and assassins because they knew how to remain unnoticed. The only thing that gave her away was her strange behavior during the day. For such a high-ranking official to come, yet she wasted her time. Austin expected an attack from the entrance to the infirmary, yet the ambush was unsuccessful. A dart laced with paralyzing poison pierced his neck. The fighter was rocking in pain on the bed, trying to get up. Ultimately, these efforts resulted in the youth falling to the floor. Yet thanks to this, the young man saw that the disgruntled neighbor was already dead. Craig's bed stands the same mercenary assassin. Austin decided to remember as much information as possible before he passed out. The killer raised his sword above the sleeping eccentric, preparing to strike. The man woke up only when the sharp blade entered his chest. Death was instantaneous. Suddenly, behind the killer, a hooded figure cut open the infirmary tent. The young man's first thought was that the attacker had accomplices. From some details in the decoration of the clothes, Austin realized that this was the same fairy. She stopped in front of the unknown man in the hood. The woman's face was the last thing the unit leader saw as he lost consciousness. A new morning has come. Austin had a lot to think about. He was concerned about the killer's ability to move silently. Also, the commander could not build a strategy in such a way as to avoid a duel with the fairy. This time, the task was much more difficult than the previous one. A wave of depression and despair swept over the youth. Yet his mood quickly changed when he remembered what obstacle he had already overcome. In any case, he had no choice. The young man will live this day until he finds a way out of this situation. First, Austin decided to search the infirmary, yet there were no outsiders there. Therefore, the next step was to inspect the camp area. The always disgruntled neighbor decided to start a fight on the spot this time. Craig just appeared. Watching his neighbor's movements around the tent, the youth realized something. Assassins came at night to take his soul, something that could help clarify the situation. Despite his own beliefs, Austin understood that now he needed to be like his unit. Having a dialogue with himself in his own head, the young man turned to the mysterious blonde. When he looked around, the unit leader asked about the strange man's identity. An awkward silence fell in the infirmary. A few minutes passed, and Craig replied that he could not answer such a personal question. Austin's persistence had no effect. The man stood his ground. In the end, the young man had to agree with this point of view, which incredibly outraged his disgruntled neighbor. He concluded that the blonde was a spy from another country. Yet he looked at the troublemaker with such a look that he immediately had to shut up. Despite his bad temper, the grumbler was not one of the bravest of the 10. Craig slowly approached him and said that he was not a traitor and would never be one. Austin, watching the scuffle, saw that there was definitely something wrong with this weirdo. Even his movements betrayed an aristocratic nature. The blonde was not a knight because he was killed just like everyone else in the infirmary. However, there was a mystery, and it was connected to his life and, for now, inevitable death. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the three men lying in bed wished each other good night. This time, Austin decided to meet the killers in advance. He got up and walked towards the exit from the infirmary. When asked by the troublemaker, the young man said that they were going to be attacked. Of course, he did not believe his words, considering his neighbor crazy. Craig did not even open his eyes during this dialogue. Austin thought he was already asleep. While the youth was watching his neighbors, the murderer behind him was very surprised. The lightning strike to the neck caught the young man by surprise, as always. Since the wound did not take his life instantly, the unit leader wanted to resist. Yet the assassin quickly entered the infirmary and attacked the troublemaker. Craig was finished too. Austin fell to the ground, consciousness leaving him. Now the young man finally realized that he could only rely on his own strength in this fight. Yet just in case, he decided to tell the management, who did not believe him, about what would happen. The unit leader decided to try to predict the attack in advance. Yet the killer's blade found him before the young man could raise the alarm. The wound the youth received prevented him from speaking. His vocal cords were severed. Austin's reaction was very slow compared to the attacker. After the first ambush, there was a second one, yet the result remained unchanged. He did not see the enemy approaching, yet he, on the contrary, saw the young man very well and eliminated him every time without any extra effort. It was necessary to change the strategy. While walking around the camp, the unit leader had the idea to change his own destiny. Jared was supposed to help him. The young man was secretly called a wildcat by his brothers, precisely because he chose a technique that was not entirely fair to the enemy. He never attacked head-on, yet eliminated his opponents by surprise. At first, Austin considered asking his subordinate for help. Yet then he abandoned this idea, as it could have raised a lot of unnecessary questions from management. So the youth asked for advice on tactics that could counter Jared's strategy. The interlocutor thought, ultimately, the fighter was unable to respond because he had not yet encountered any cases where the opponent could survive. The only advice the wildcat could give was to learn to be observant. He was sitting with his back to the wagon that was moving through the camp and drew Austin's attention to it. When the unit leader looked in that direction, he really saw what the soldier was talking about. It was strange because during the conversation, the interlocutor did not turn to face that way. What struck the youth even more was that Jared predicted its collapse. A few seconds later, a wheel flew off the cart, causing it to overturn. Austin thought the fighter had the gift of foresight. Yet he responded that he accomplished this only through his enhanced auditory abilities. If you train and develop your capabilities in this area, you can achieve remarkable results. When hearing advances to a certain level, it can even substitute for sight. After providing a thorough explanation of his personal approach, Jared rose, preparing to depart. He no longer wished to continue the discussion, especially since he only agreed to it so that the commander would leave him alone. In the evening, resting in bed in the infirmary, Austin attempted to train. He wanted to hear the assassin approaching, yet he strained his ears to the maximum capacity for this purpose. All that could be detected was the crackling of flames and the footsteps of the sentries. Meanwhile, the killer was already near his victim. He moved swiftly and silently, so quiet that the youth's ear was unable to detect any foreign sound. Death could not be prevented once more. This outcome was frustrating, yet at the same time it was expected. He could not defeat his adversary until he reached a competitive level of ability. This time, the unit leader asked Jared more about the potential of auditory training. The interlocutor, seemingly with enjoyment, answered all the questions that interested the commander. The capacities of the human body, in the opinion of the wildcat, were limitless. With training, you could isolate one sound from others. Notice irregularities around you. This is exactly what Austin should have aimed for to get the desired outcome. Thus began the young man's work on himself. It seemed as if a gateway to the world of genuine sound was gradually opening for him. Of course, it was not simple. He had to first learn how to listen at all, because it appeared that all their lives the young men were only interested in their own voice. He did not pay attention to what was occurring around him. Gradually, Austin began to recognize and distinguish sounds by category, and then add new ones to them. During one of the sessions, Craig approached the young man. He caught the unit leader by surprise, yet immediately realized that he was practicing something. A brief conversation ensued during which the youth could only think about its conclusion. He did not admit that the interlocutor's assumption was correct, yet he did not believe these words. After this dialogue, many more deadly nights occurred. The assassin always infiltrated the infirmary, and no matter how Austin resisted, he achieved his objective. Yet this was no reason to give up. The afterlife more than 30 times. He did not want to stay there any more than he wanted to die here. Self-improvement did not stop. During the day, he was only busy with this. Training was supposed to bear fruit. It was an experience that would come in handy someday. Finally, sitting near someone's tent, Austin did what he had wanted to do for so long. He heard Craig approaching a few meters away and opened his eyes. This surprised the mysterious blonde quite a bit. He realized that the leader of the losers unit had very developed senses. Then the commander realized that he could finally change the course of history. When the poison dart flew towards him at night, he could clearly feel its trajectory. Quickly dodging, the youth jumped towards the attacker, catching his sword in flight. The killer fell to the floor in surprise. For the first time in his entire career, he was noticed. This greatly angered the murderer. Now that Austin had seen the face of his adversary, he finally let go of his anxiety about his capabilities. The mercenary rushed into the attack. The man wanted revenge. Yet, judging by his fair fighting skills, he had little chance of winning. Unfortunately, the killer managed to incapacitate the commander's grumpy neighbor. Yet Craig was conscious and was already preparing for the fight. So far, Austin has managed to repel his adversary's attacks. Yet it was getting harder and harder because throwing knives came into play. This caused great inconvenience, and the unit leader even received a superficial wound. He only prayed that the blade was not poisoned. Suddenly, the young man heard the tent fabric tearing, which meant the ferry was coming. Commander burst inside, silently assessing the situation. With less than a second to think, Austin decided to attack first, so the youth had a better chance of survival. The assassin, who was behind him at that time, angrily threw poisonous darts in the ferry's direction. The unit leader looked around in surprise. At this time, another batch of poison weapons flew towards Craig. The situation unfolded rapidly. The company commander jumped over Austin. Ignoring the young man, she rushed to protect the strange blonde. Everything indicated that the unit leader's assumptions were wrong. The woman was not in collusion with the assassin. Turning sharply towards the killer, the young man rushed into the attack. He understood that while he was busy with other things, there was a good chance to get even. The assassin managed to repel the youth's attack at the last moment and was not in a good position. Everything indicated that he would not be able to fulfill this order, and the unknown person decided to flee. Austin's test has been passed. Now he will be able to see the next day. Craig, who had approached unnoticed, said that the scoundrel was coming for him, yet everyone already knew that. The fact that the leader of the infantry unit guessed this on his own amazed the blonde. Yet the conclusions were obvious. Killers are not hired to eliminate ordinary soldiers. Meanwhile, the ferry approached the young man from behind and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Austin realized that according to the plan, there were to be no witnesses to this event. Yet he was not going to back down so easily and give up his own life. The upcoming fight was interrupted by Craig, who advocated for the preservation of the lives of those present. This also applied to the man in the hospital bed. Commander, after listening to the blonde, readily submitted to his will. She agreed to give the grunt an antidote, and he should regain consciousness in the morning. There was only one significant problem left: to hide the evidence of the crime that had been prevented. Austin proposed a solution that satisfied everyone. The entire camp woke up to the fact that the infirmary was burning. The tent was burning rapidly and brightly, and the fire could have spread to other structures. Therefore, people rushed to put out the fire and unexpectedly saw two fighters who managed to get out. The deed was done. Craig disappeared, as did all evidence of his stay in the infirmary. A man, accompanied by a fairy, moved through the forest thickets. He understood perfectly well that he owed his life to Austin. The young man interested him incredibly. Craig resisted his fate to the last. Yet meeting a fighter who undoubtedly had extraordinary abilities changed everything. He knew that their paths would surely cross again, and he was looking forward to this meeting. In the afterlife, which Austin once again visited in a dream, the symbol of death again dissipated. The soul carrier was still waiting for its passenger. Thanks to him, the young man learned that Craig's path was connected to his, and they would see each other again. Yet it did not scare him. A new day began with new chores and analysis of what had happened. Although the second test was passed, the youth understood that he still had many gaps. He had a lot of practice ahead of him and a return to the unit. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a troublemaker, whose name the young man finally managed to find out. Oscar was interested in the reason for the rescue, yet he could not communicate adequately. Austin dryly replied that he did it because he thought it was the right thing to do. Yet he never received any thanks, and instead he was called a selfless bastard. A rowdy fellow reported disturbing news in the camp. The young men's unit without its leader went off the rails. Added to this were rumors of a curse that supposedly threatened the entire army. Nate, near Austin's unit tent. Neither man was going to back down. Spectators, both satisfied and not so satisfied, have already gathered around. No one could stand these crazy scumbags except their commander, and only to him did they obey unconditionally. Now, feeling complete freedom of action, the soldiers swayed on the waves of their own desires. There was no greater joy for each of them than to kick someone's posterior. Very soon it came to real weapons. It was at this moment that Austin appeared. The young man was not at all surprised by the behavior of his own subordinates. He considered them a punishment for himself. The entire conflict dissipated immediately after the commander opened his mouth. 4 days passed, during which the youth had time to rest well. In parallel, Austin continued to practice developing his hearing. Jared noticed significant progress. The commander heard his footsteps, although he seemed to be asleep, and the wild cat walked silently. The unit leader explained this by diligent study and conscientious work on himself. The subordinate wholeheartedly praised Austin for this. Such skills could have saved lives more than once. As the cold season approached, participation in battles was not relevant. In winter, everyone prioritized training and recovery before the next warm season. The unit leader was no exception. He took charge of his physical condition. Gradually, the body became better able to tolerate heavy loads. Almost everyone in the camp did not know where to put themselves and was bored without the adrenaline rush. One exception was Tony, a religious giant who loved to pump muscles. He did this day and night, yet he tried to further encourage the commander to develop in this direction. How could he? The well-built youth looked like a child compared to the stocky giant. Although Tony made his remarks with good intentions, they were incredibly irritating to Austin. Today, their conversation was interrupted by another fight. Irreconcilable enemies, Nate and Adam, were once again unhappy with each other. The reason was the cooking, which was supposed to be done by the last one. Because of his laziness, the fighter often irritated all the members of the unit in turn. Yet today he was also fed up with the unworthy treatment he received. Adam grabbed his sword and rushed into the fight with renewed strength. Fortunately, Austin came to the tent with Tony and asked what was going on. Although in essence he was not interested in the reasons, the young man wanted his enemies to calm down. The conflict immediately subsided, and everyone went about their business. Yet Nate was feeling really bad due to lack of exercise. That is why he clung to everyone around him and to Adam in particular. Understanding that if this flame is not extinguished, the man will continue to get angry. Austin challenged him to a fight. Nate happily agreed because it would benefit both of them. As always, the man was very expressive in battle and insisted that the young man fight better. His strikes flew around the commander like a top. All this time, Austin tried to remain absolutely calm, because a cool head helped in a duel as well as developed hearing. Choosing the right moment, the young man attacked his opponent with an already learned technique. Nate easily dodged the attack, and at that very moment he blocked the youth's further movements. Flying to the ground like a sack of potatoes, Austin tried to analyze his mistake. This time, the man did not praise the abilities of the unit leader. On the contrary, according to him, the young man became completely predictable, and that was not good. This training helped the youth understand the changes that had occurred within him. He developed a good habit of reinforcing lessons through repetition. Therefore, he happily agreed to a second sparring match despite his opponent's remarks. Nate agreed. He was messing with the young man precisely because of his incredible persistence and stubbornness. Soon it started to rain, and they both had to interrupt the match. The downpour did not seem to be letting up, so Austin decided to practice his listening skills again. This happened amidst the disgruntled grumbling of his subordinates and prayers to Tony. Suddenly, an angry Evan burst into the tent. He muttered something about the curse and how his plans had gone to hell. Austin remembered hearing something similar from Oscar a while ago. Evan was able to explain the situation in detail. The troops were having major problems, in particular due to a lack of scouts. Endless injuries made information extraction impossible, and the weather made the situation worse. The unit leader believed that despite the rumors, with the help of the leadership, everything would work out. Suddenly, the conversation turned to ear training. Yet no one in the tent except Jared understood why this was necessary. Nate was the most categorical about this. The man considered it some kind of slander. Eventually, the noise inside became so loud that it drowned out the sounds of the rain. While the camp was being flooded by the downpour, a meeting was held at the headquarters. It was necessary to decide who to fill the shortage of people in intelligence. Faya and part-time commander of Austin's company suggested considering his candidacy. Yet other commanders considered the youth useless and unworthy of attention. Despite this, the woman's opinion was unshakable. She insisted on her decision. Ultimately, this position won out due to lack of other options. The next morning, the company commander Alice invited the unit leader to her tent. She told him news that the young man could not immediately digest. Austin was ordered to join a group of scouts. There was no choice, so the commander returned to the unit tent and began to pack his things. The subordinates perceived this as punishment. They could not understand what the new company commander had against their leader. The heated discussions made Austin wonder if this appointment was a way to remove him. Nate, with a smile, offered his services to fix this situation, hinting at murder. Yet the commander, of course, was against such measures. Subordination had to be clearly maintained. Tony, in the despair he was only capable of, began to pray to all the gods that the leader would remain. Even Adam, who always did not care, agreed to volunteer in Austin's place. Yet all attempts to thwart Alice's order were stopped. Jared found out in private conversations that the reconnaissance team was currently combing a field with tall grass. Yet he advised the commander to rely on his trained hearing skills. Nate immediately clashed with the young man over polar views on strategy. This company of thugs sometimes tired Austin very much with their behavior. He ended up in the position of their commander completely by accident. Yet he immediately found a common language with them and learned to channel their energy into peaceful channels. Observing the unit's skills, the young man realized that he had something to learn from each member. Very little time passed. The commander of the losers was already leaving with the scouts for the location. The unit leader eyed the newcomer with suspicion the entire way. He did not understand why the young man was sent to them. The man's name was Andrew, and he behaved quite defiantly, in a way that only members of the nobility are capable of. The leader's henchmen began to joke, guided by gossip about Austin's unit. He, driven by encouragement, began to go overboard. Suddenly, the mockery was interrupted by stern and loud instructions. This behavior allowed the youth to understand that Andrew had recently become a leader. Footprints on the road forced the unit to stop. The commander emphasized that they could get meat for dinner. Yet this hypothesis was completely false and stupid. Considering the remarks of a scout who was also a hunter, he saw on the ground the tracks of a gazelle, which was definitely impossible to catch up with. The young man's name was Henry, and he secretly, just like Austin, mocked Andrew. On this basis, they became friends. Along the way, the hunter talked about his craft, and the youth learned useful information. The whole day passed in search of prey. Yet, as expected, Andrew failed to find the owner of the tracks, which drove him mad. The next day, the unit set out for a field of tall grass that needed to be explored. The leader, without delay, gave the order to comb the territory. He considered it an easy task that could be handled quickly. Henry had a different opinion, yet Austin reminded him of subordination. Although the young man himself did not like this idea, he decided to obey his elder's wishes. One by one, the members of the unit quickly advanced through the tall grass that obscured the horizon. Henry noticed that there were no birds at all in such a desolate place. This could only mean one thing. Predators hunted here. As if to confirm his words, a puma appeared in front of the group of scouts. The young man immediately rushed at Andrew and pinned him to the ground. A moment later, 2 arrows pierced the heads of the men who were nearby. It was obvious that the scouts had been exposed by the enemy. The unit leader gave the order to retreat, and the team rushed to the exit from the field. Gradually, the opponents caught up with the scouts one by one. In the end, Austin was left alone against everyone. He ran as fast as he could, yet enemies surrounded the young man on all sides. The skill that Jared emphasized working on really came in handy. Now, even while moving, the young man could distinguish extraneous sounds. It was thanks to this ability that Austin managed to last so long. Yet nothing was eternal. The dozens of arrows fired by his enemies into his face would take his life within minutes. Of course, death was painful. Yet the leader of the losers unit had a plan of action for the very next day. At the field, Austin warned Andrew of the impending danger, yet he reacted with hostility. Therefore, the youth decided to try to survive on his own. Following this strategy, the young man realized that the situation always turned out badly. He tried to plan an escape from his enemies in various ways, yet the end was the same. The young man died in various ways from a group of crossbowmen, and from the hands of the scribes who were still those bloodthirsty scoundrels. They never let him just run off the field. They always finished him off. Dying once again, Austin realized that they were hiding something in these thickets from prying eyes. One day he was lucky enough to see exactly what. It was some kind of ancient flag. The young man set himself the next task of solving this mystery. To do this, it was necessary to overthrow the arrogant leader of the reconnaissance detachment. So Austin decided to sabotage the order. This caused a wave of indignation in Andrew, which poured out on the youth like a vat of scum. Even the persuasions of the leader's closest aide had no effect. The young man stood his ground. The leader of the scout troop finally exploded and grabbed his sword. Austin took this as a signal and declared himself the new commander. The fight was about to begin soon. The unit members watched the action-packed events with interest. They were betting on Andrew because they considered the newcomer worthless. The aristocrat proudly drew his weapon, thereby agreeing to a duel. From his opponent's position, Austin immediately realized that he had little experience. Yet most of all, he sought to achieve some regalia to revive the family name. Because during some setbacks, he reacted quite violently to it. Just like now, actually, Andrew just screamed standing still about some personal mission. A moment later, the scout leader rushed into the attack. Austin did not even bother to get his sword. He was confident that he could block the blow with his bare hands. Actually, that is how it all happened. With the elbow of his other hand at the same moment, the youth struck his opponent in the body. Such a counterattack knocked all the pride out of Andrew. The man writhed on the ground in pain. Everyone who watched the fight was incredibly surprised. Yet it was impossible to deny the man who had defeated their leader, especially since Austin had the same rank of commander. They entered the grass, yet moved quietly and slowly. To encourage the unit members to invest in the common cause, the leader started a conversation. He asked each person in turn about their dreams. At first, this threw the interlocutors off track, yet in the end they talked about their own dreams. After listening to every last word, Austin emphasized that it was possible. Yet to do this, each of them must survive here. Thus began a collaboration that promised to be fruitful, because there was nothing more important than the desire to live. The unit leader decided to act proactively. Over the course of several dozen deaths, he managed to memorize the position of each of the villains. Therefore, the very first arrow he ordered to be shot into the bush reached its target. The killed enemy fell to the ground while his colleagues did not understand what was happening. This way, both teams understood the location of their opponents. Austin rushed to the attack, usually before enemies found them completely by accident. Therefore, it was important now to get ahead of them and exterminate individual small groups. It took several minutes to finish off this detachment, yet the noise was replaced by help. Andrew, who was giving it his all, rushed at the newcomers. Of course, his back was covered by his main henchman, almost a personal bodyguard. Thus, little by little, Austin planned to get rid of small, isolated groups of the enemy. Relying on his own hearing and memory, the youth was able to organize an effective attack. Because of this, the opponents could not understand how many people were actually opposing them. The team's first successful operation motivated them to do even more. Even in open confrontation, the advantage was on their side. Thanks to the preemptive strike this time, the cougar remained unharmed. This beast was the reason they were found earlier. So taking advantage of the fact that the opponent's attention was focused on other goals, everything worked out. After the fight, the team had a few minutes to rest. Yet, before the sunset, they had to move on. No one dared to criticize Austin's leadership anymore. The young man has proven through numerous actions that his leadership qualities should be respected. Very soon, the group approached a detachment of crossbowmen, which they had to bypass. The leader wanted to get rid of the scribes because he believed that they could be dangerous in further advancement. In general, during all this time, he managed to build an approximate strategy for the team's actions. Yet he did not take into account that he might have problems with the team. Guard Andrew thought they needed to get out of here before the sun set. Yet Austin insisted on advancing deep into the field. He had no desire or time for arguments, and this incredibly irritated the person he was talking to. A new conflict was brewing which no one was happy about. The rebel put his sword to the unit commander's neck. He insisted that he would kill if necessary, yet would not compromise his own beliefs. In favor of his own point of view, Austin replied that there were already a lot of enemies behind them who were difficult to avoid. He would hate to die just as much as he would hate to lose his people. These words struck Andrew, who looked at the youth with a different look. At first, he treated the newcomer like his worthless father, which in the end ruined the noble name of the entire family. The aristocrat had to swear to his dying aunt that he would revive the family's glory. The young man was to become a leader to be sought after. Now he saw this leadership in the commander of the losers who led them through danger. Andrew realized that he had something to learn from his friend and sided with him. He completely entrusted his life to the leader and was ready to follow his orders. The guard tried to argue at first, yet the aristocrat stopped the chatter. Subordination had to be maintained. They were Austin's subordinates. When the conflict was over, the unit leader ordered his men to follow him in a crouching position. It was necessary to advance as quietly as possible because the enemy positions were very close. The young man waited until the sun set over the horizon. In such dim light, their small detachment will be able to advance almost right up to the enemies. The young man first experienced this on his own skin through trial and error. Ultimately, the time and place became perfect for the final breakthrough. When only a few bushes of grass separated the fighters from their opponents, the young men tried not to even breathe. Having passed another line of defense, Austin believed that this time everything could work out. There was very little left to the camp, which was being hidden by the enemies. So the exhausted scout troop approached its final test. The sun finally set and the fighters disappeared into the darkness. They stood unnoticed at the edge of the tall grass and watched the enemy camp. The scouts considered it illogical to attack the enemy's headquarters in such a formation. There were not enough of them for a productive operation, yet Austin did not want an open confrontation. The youth was only interested in the banner. an ancient canvas that was in the center of the camp. It was this object that was so carefully guarded by a huge number of people. All the actions of the detachment were to represent a highly organized sabotage that would divert attention. At the right time, the commander led the detachment and ambushes. They moved slowly, avoiding a collision with the patrol. The commander's idea once again made guard Andrew argue. The man feared for his own safety, yet Austin clearly pointed out a line that should not be crossed. An aristocrat joined him, briefly shutting the guard's mouth. Andrew followed the unit leader deep into the camp, not asking any unnecessary questions. He was ready to receive any orders, yet his guard no longer saw the point in it. The detachment members were amazed that the commander managed to avoid meeting with the enemy. Throughout the entire sortie, they did not see a single enemy here. Austin could be considered crazy, yet this young man absolutely knew his stuff. Eventually, the scouts reached the heart of the camp. On one of the failed days, the youth had already broken through here and touched the banner. Then the entire enemy army rushed to defend this rag. They guarded it like the apple of their eye. So it was logical to assume that protecting this subject was their main task. In order to successfully leave this area, it was necessary to set fire to the flag. All attention will shift to the center of the camp, and at that time they will calmly go home. Observing the leader's behavior guard, Andrew assumed that he was in fact a secret spy. This thought finally killed the man's spirit of resistance to his orders. To complete the mission, it was necessary to divide into two groups. The security guard volunteered to be a decoy to distract attention from the main team. This surprised Austin quite a bit. In general, for today, the young man managed to maintain the largest number of scouts. He even felt a certain pride about it. The operation began with a pebble that hit the helmet of one of the guards. Guard Andrew ran into the light to be seen, turned around and started running. Of course, the enemies forgot about their duties and began to pursue the impudent man. At that moment, Austin rushed to the flag. He grabbed one of the torches that was sticking out nearby. The young man was so eager to complete the mission that he did not notice the fighter who rushed to intercept him. With one blow of his sword, the unknown man cut the torch handle in the youth's hands in half. Austin was troubled by the fact that he had not heard the enemy approaching at all. He had not experienced this ordeal before, so he did not know what to expect. Most likely, the opponent was extremely strong, yet the unit leader was counting on his men to complete the task. In a moment, the tent they were both standing next to caught fire. The soldiers of the enemy army rushed to put out the fire. Although one of them saw the saboteurs, the pursuit had to be postponed. Austin's opponent ordered the fire to be put out urgently, throwing all his strength into it. At this moment, the youth decided to run away. Yet at the last moment, he changed his mind and attacked the enemy. He believed that he had just revealed his weak side, and it would be a sin not to take advantage of it. Yet this assumption turned out to be false. The enemy commander deftly dodged Austin's sword and ended up behind him. Moreover, during this maneuver, the man managed to injure the youth. The speed of the opponent's movements impressed the leader of the reconnaissance unit. The young man realized that at this point, with this level of ability, such an opponent was beyond his capabilities. He could not take any risks because he had to struggle to get to the camp. If you lose now, you will have to go through this difficult path again. The death ordeal had to be stopped today no matter what. Austin understood perfectly well that this fighter could be his stone wall and not some banner. Open confrontation was not a good option considering the injuries. The youth began to lean towards escape despite the scouting party he wanted to survive. Yet he could not let people who had gone through all the trials with him die so easily either. The decision was finally made, and a smile appeared on his face. The young man decided to fight, which angered the enemy, who immediately rushed to attack. Austin prepared to defend. The blow was so strong that the first clash of swords sent sparks flying all around. None of the opponents backed down. The enemy attacked again, jumping sharply upwards, because of which the youth had to quickly retreat. Barely landing on the ground, the knight attacked a third time despite his precarious position. At the last moment, Austin brought up his sword and blocked the attack. Even defending against such pressure was very difficult. Not to mention the thought of attacking myself, it seemed like an absolutely impossible task. The youth dared to throw a knife at his opponent on the fly. Yet with an extremely quick movement of his hand, he was able to easily repel the dagger. Austin's situation was becoming more and more like a stalemate. The opponent rushed at the young man. He managed to track the enemy and reacted in time. As they continued their duel, an inferno gradually formed around them. The enemy detachment was unable to extinguish the flames no matter how hard they tried. The reconnaissance unit approached the matter carefully and used oil to set the fire. Eventually, the flag that everyone was defending caught fire. The frightened soldiers immediately distracted their commander from the fight. He immediately had a dilemma, something important for the army or an enemy who was not going to surrender. The choice was made in a matter of seconds. The enemy chose to save the flag. He was sure that he would meet the scoundrel again in the future. Austin realized that the value of the item turned out to be much greater than he had assumed. Although it turned out that the fight was not the main test, it still prompted analysis. In order to confront powerful enemies, it was necessary to improve skills. The young man was brought out of his thoughts by the appearance of Andrew. The scout emphasized the need to flee immediately. Austin ordered his unit to retreat. The entire camp was already burning around us. Most likely nothing would remain of the field with tall grass. The scouts ran as fast as they could to their pond. Now there is one less of them. One of the young men is unlucky. It remained to be hoped that they would not be pursued. Austin held the view that this was unlikely, although you always had to be on guard. A moment later, several soldiers from the opposing army appeared on their tail. The young men decided to deal with him right away. The heads of the enemies flew to the ground. Tempered in many skirmishes that day, the scouts behaved like experienced fighters. Having dealt with the first pursuers in a few minutes, they ran on. The wounded Henry, in order not to make life difficult for his brothers, suggested a safe retreat. They had to move along the hunting trail. Gradually, the pursuers lost the scouts in the forest. Austin understood that without the participation of every member of the team, they would not have made it out of this task alive. Therefore, the correct strategy was to save the largest number of scouts. They ran all night, and finally the sun's rays touched the youth's skin. There was very little left to the army camp. Within half an hour, the first soldiers met them at the tent. Tired, dirty, and wounded, the scouts finally had a chance to rest. Austin could breathe a sigh of relief, because he had survived this day and would see a new morning. Meanwhile, the fire finally went out. Almost nothing remained of the flag, and all the work had to be started over. The commander of the elite Grey Dog unit was disappointed. The little scoundrels had them under their thumb. The scouts bypassed all levels of defense, which was carefully thought out. Now, in the face of an independent company that was committed to its goals, they had made deadly enemies. The commander of the Grey Dog unit, Mitch, noted that he remembered the enemy commander well, yet he did not want to leave their duel unfinished for long. To be fair, Austin felt the same way about their unfinished match. He was concerned that he had not in fact overcome all possible obstacles. The young man decided that from today on he would train twice as hard. While the commander was away, the fighters of his unit were worried, although they tried to hide it. Nate began to suspect that Austin was no longer among the living. He was afraid that the young man had faced challenges that were too much for him. Adam, who was sleeping opposite, began to stir. This served as a signal for the bully, who immediately began to pounce. Nate was the first to provoke his opponent with an obscene gesture, yet he did not remain in debt and responded in kind. Of course, this was the goal for starting a new fight. While his subordinates were tearing each other apart, Austin reported to Alice the results of a successful reconnaissance mission. The young man blamed it all on simple luck, yet the fairy was not stupid at all. After listening to the youth's speech, she let him rest. The young man's action suggested that he was not as simple as he seemed. That is why the woman was eager to confess more details about his personality. Andrew and a group of scouts were waiting for Austin at the company commander's tent. They wanted to sincerely thank the leader of the losers' unit for their own salvation. The aristocrat hoped that the young man would forget about the disdainful attitude towards him. The youth did not know how to treat people in such cases. He walked to his unit's tent, saying goodbye and never looking back. If he did, he would see the scout troop bowing to him respectfully one by one. They did it wholeheartedly, recognizing that it was only thanks to Austin's skill that they continued to breathe. The youth understood that he had indeed saved some of the scouts, yet he believed that he could have done more. In fact, the young man was berating himself for being too weak to be responsible for the fate of other people. The unit commander decided to start taking full advantage of the opportunity to repeat the same day. Thanks to this property of the amulet, he was able to achieve his own dream and gain the power he desired. As usual, Austin approached the unit tent at the very moment when another fight was taking place there. Nate and Adam broke up for good. To those around them, it seemed that the men were on the verge of their own anger and wanted to tear their opponent apart. Now they looked like two deranged monsters capable of sweeping away everything in their path. The unit leader was uncomfortable admitting that his subordinates were not fighting at full strength in their sparring matches with him. This meant that he was considered weak, and Austin could not forgive anyone for such an attitude. During the skirmish, Adam spotted the leader within the gathered crowd. Combat ceased at once, though the young commander made no demand for it, simply observing alongside everyone else. Discussion began regarding Austin's condition and how the reconnaissance mission was progressing. However, the fellow showed interest in the fighting methods that Nate and Adam had employed against one another. Neither warrior wished to address these inquiries, steering the dialogue toward different topics. Following the scouts' briefing, they chose to relocate the entire military encampment nearer to a meadow with high vegetation. During the move, Austin's wounds had sufficient time to mend, and he resumed his training regimen. His approach to practice astonished the unit members. It appeared that the leader was becoming increasingly determined to inflict damage upon himself rather than recuperating. Adam failed to comprehend why such intense stress was necessary. The fellow clearly possessed the natural ability to excel in warfare. Initially, that was precisely why he had enlisted in the military. Yet presently he saw no future for himself in this occupation, finding the work tedious. His aspirations for achieving knighthood had faded, which made the commander's dedication surprising to him. This was particularly puzzling since Austin was executing everything incorrectly. It was evident that the young leader lacked fundamental knowledge, causing him significant practical challenges. The unit commander's complete battle expertise relied on basic methods that enabled him to maneuver and engage. Due to this approach, the youth remained among the living. However, one could not depend entirely on fortune alone. This was especially true considering Austin clearly possessed a specific objective he was pursuing. Adam grew weary of observing from a distance and approached the leader. The soldier inquired about the commander's ambitions. The young leader responded truthfully. He sought to become a knight and was dedicating all his energy to realizing his treasured aspiration. In contrast to Adam, the youth held firm beliefs. He desired to rescue common folk from hardship. He wished to become a guardian of the oppressed and those dear to him who would depend on his protection. To possess such principles and dignity that others would regard them as exemplary and worth emulating. Such an impassioned declaration caused Adam to contemplate his own destiny. He recognized that time was slipping away, and he had to determine what path to take in life. Motivated by their conversation, he extended his assistance in training. The offer was so sudden that Austin halted immediately. He received an opportunity he had never anticipated. Naturally, the young leader accepted without hesitation. This response momentarily unsettled the indifferent warrior. He could not understand why he had become involved in this situation at all. Nevertheless, he was not prepared to withdraw from his commitment. The commander's resolute expression eliminated the tedium that had been troubling him greatly. Initially, Adam questioned Austin about his knowledge of the beast heart method and received an affirmative reply. Nate's approaches and philosophy failed to impress the apathetic swordsman whatsoever. The fellow demanded that to learn swordsmanship, the commander must abandon everything he had previously studied. Only by rejecting these deceptive approaches would Adam consent to provide guidance. Austin needed to decide immediately which direction to pursue in the future. Certainly, the young leader's decision was predictable. He wanted to train in sword fighting with the skilled warrior. The swiftness of the reply bewildered the disinterested subordinate. He had never imagined that the commander possessed such resolve and bravery. Austin intended to begin instruction immediately to avoid wasting precious time. First, they discussed armaments that were entirely inappropriate for such a powerful combatant. Adam exchanged weapons with the commander, providing him with his own dual-handed blade. However, as anticipated, the young leader was unaware of proper handling techniques. The issue was that Nate had instructed the youth to grip the weapon firmly to prevent dropping it under any conditions. The warrior commanded the commander to assume position and immediately launched an assault. At the final instant, Austin barely succeeded in deflecting the strike. This caused his hands to ache tremendously. Adam executed this maneuver so the young leader would realize that Nate's axe-wielding approach was unsuitable for sword fighters. The blade required more flexible handling and should not depend on strength for retention. Austin did not always grasp what his subordinates were explaining. He maintained the belief that exceptional individuals cannot teach effectively. Eventually, the instruction advanced to balance point concepts. In Adam's assessment, there were only deficiencies in this area as well. It was remarkable that with such abilities, the unit leader was still breathing. Austin earnestly attempted to meet all the swordsman's demands. Yet disappointment followed disappointment in every method and element of the training. Slowly, the apathetic swordsman began to suspect that offering assistance had been an error. However, after each setback, the commander would grasp the sword once more. He demanded to continue the instruction. Therefore, Adam ultimately chose to return to fundamental principles. Nate approached the pair silently, and they failed to detect his arrival immediately. He was equipped in battle attire. Without comprehending the circumstances, the man immediately confronted Adam. Yet Austin intervened in their dispute, questioning what situation had prompted the man's appearance. It emerged that the army was summoned to combat. A substantial enemy force was advancing toward them from the direction of the tall vegetation. Slowly, defensive units began forming ranks before the camp. Among them, naturally, was the group of failures. Adam criticized himself for compelling Austin to discard previous methods since he had not yet mastered the new ones. However, the commander could not avoid the conflict, so the swordsman resolved to monitor him closely. The unit leader at that time was only troubled by the peculiar formation of the enemy squads. Each operated under identical banners that the scouts had previously set ablaze. This appeared extremely odd and illogical. Yet logic was missing only for the adversaries. The magician was allied with the villains. Within moments, he performed an enchantment that generated dense mist across the battlefield. Alice instantly recognized this as sorcery and became concerned. The haze was white as cream and created disorder within the army. The thickness prevented Austin from seeing those positioned beside him. Navigation was only possible through sound. They found themselves ensnared. Suddenly, peculiar rustling could be heard. The troops sensed something approaching them, yet could not identify what exactly. Fear slowly emerged. Austin was first to understand that this was the sound of flying projectiles. However, in an instant, aerial death discovered its targets. Those with the quickest reflexes managed to shield themselves with barriers at the final moment. Alice understood that there would be no honorable battle today. She commanded those still surviving to employ shields for protection against attacks from above. The magician, understanding what he had already achieved, smiled with satisfaction. The villain had prepared for this encounter very meticulously, and now everything was proceeding according to his plan, despite the complications. Through the flags beneath which the troops were positioned, the enemy soldiers could observe them, while remaining invisible themselves. This was a simple approach for elimination. As the projectiles approached, Austin immediately crouched down. After several moments, he heard Adam's voice, which appeared to be very nearby. Nate conversely began speaking about magic. Though their voices were directly adjacent to the commander, he was unable to distinguish them. Through his enhanced hearing, the youth managed to evade aerial assaults. Yet he was uncertain what would occur if foot soldiers attacked. As long as sword-fighting techniques remained unavailable to him, the young leader likely faced death. Austin immediately comprehended what was required, particularly since for several minutes he had detected close combat occurring somewhere nearby. Adam urged the leader to withdraw to the rear position. However, the young leader instead charged forward. He yearned for death because then he would have opportunity. A scribe emerged from the mist to confront the commander. The weapon penetrated Austin's body completely, yet the youth only smiled in return. Now he would utilize his capabilities to their fullest extent. The adversary interpreted this reaction as insanity and forced the young leader to the ground. A fresh day had arrived. Lessons began punctually, yet once again no advancement occurred. The pair attempted to understand each other, yet still did not succeed very well. They needed to inquire about the smallest details to comprehend basic offensive techniques. Austin could only depend on his capacity to memorize through extensive repetition. Every encounter on the battlefield thus far had concluded in death. However, the commander was entirely content with this outcome. The initial progress happened when the young leader succeeded in avoiding Adam's assault. Even the swordsman acknowledged that it was a rather skillful maneuver. Such significant improvement occurred on the 30th day of dying. Once defensive skills were acquired, instruction proceeded to attacking methods. Adam explained the proper distance to maintain from an opponent, how this distance could be decreased or increased, enhancing one's abilities as a fighter. Therefore, for the first time following this lesson on the battlefield, the commander was able to evade the scribe. Now this came naturally to him. Yet after the initial adversary, 3 additional opponents appeared who gladly finished what he could not. Gradually, the young leader's circumstances improved, and his dedication produced results. He could already confidently launch counteroffensives against Adam. He even managed to respond to the instructor with genuine sword-fighting methods. For the indifferent swordsman, this was puzzling. He could not understand where the unit leader had achieved such rapid improvement. Austin became an enhanced version of himself and eagerly rushed toward the portal, to return to the process of self-development as quickly as possible. Several dozen additional deaths occurred before the first duel between the pair took place on nearly equal footing. At one moment, the commander counterattacked with a flawless technique that nearly dislodged the weapon from Adam's grasp. The subordinate was so astonished that he could not determine if this was truly the same Austin before him. Finally, the unit leader witnessed what he had been craving for so long. The swordsman's expression became seriously concerned. He realized that a worthy adversary stood before him. This time, the commander chose to evaluate his abilities for effectiveness. Despite all of Adam's cautions, he advanced forward through 100 identical days. The youth had learned enemy positions to the ultimate destination. Now Austin desired to penetrate as deeply as possible into enemy territory to assess his level. Everything suggested that the plan could succeed. Yet unexpectedly, at some point, it all concluded. This did not create sorrow because the commander had progressed further today than yesterday. Thus commenced another instruction session, which provided new experience. Today, Adam was more astonished than typical. He suspected that the unit leader was concealing abilities. There was absolutely no purpose in teaching Austin fundamental swordsmanship. The young leader himself now wished to dedicate his time to genuine warriors. Therefore, another 100 of those identical practice days elapsed. During this period, the fellow advanced an enormous distance independently without support behind him. The soldiers he encountered could not comprehend why the enemy was behaving so recklessly. They perished without understanding this. Indeed, Adam's knowledge was far more efficient than anything Austin had previously known. Thousands of defeats were worthwhile for this outcome. The fellow sensed that he certainly still had potential to develop. Yet, undoubtedly, he was already several levels above his former abilities. His memory capabilities also enhanced. The young leader could eliminate enemies even from a distance by perfectly recalling their locations. The criminals did not feel secure within the protective mist. Austin was like a thunderbolt. Eventually, the youth's advancement reached an impediment in the form of a crossbow unit. During this period, the unit leader learned to employ all body parts for efficient attacks. Therefore, the initial few archers were eliminated quite effortlessly. The young leader found this very enjoyable. He felt so agile in all his extremities, regardless of how many conflicts he had engaged in during this time. It was as if proper technique provided strength or efficiently preserved it. However, the remaining crossbowmen were already prepared for the enemy's assault. His adversaries acknowledged his skill and absolute bravery. For this reason, Austin became arrogant and began proposing sword duels. Yet naturally, such conditions were declined. An instant later, all the projectiles in the unit commander's vicinity flew. The peculiar thing was that even the spirit guide did not ridicule him this time. He simply scolded the youth for being reckless. It appeared that during the observation period, the creature had become completely gentle. The youth was drawn from his sorrowful thoughts by Nate's appearance. The fellow recalled that he had stated that sorcery was being employed against them. Therefore, he decided to inquire about this more thoroughly, because the enemy army's behavior was indeed unusual, particularly since the criminals were marching beneath banners, one of which the fellow had managed to destroy. Training was beneficial, yet one had to consider winning the battle. There was a significant distinction between magic and sorcery. The former was more common and did not carry such negative implications, while sorcery had always required a conductor. Through these explanations, Austin immediately understood why the enemies were so protective of the banner. Flags on the battlefield served as conductors for the opposing magician's spells. If all were destroyed, the lethal mist would begin to clear immediately. From Nate's words, it was evident that whoever had created the haze was an unusual specimen. Having learned everything necessary, Austin hurried to training. This time, Adam chose to inform the fellow about the 5 primary sword-fighting styles. The swordsman emphasized the history of the emergence of the ancestor of combat style classification. He was a talented child who achieved remarkable success in fighting enemies very early. The youth's name was Marcus Anyak. Despite his young age, he accomplished more for swordsmanship than anyone else. This young individual personally divided sword-wielding skill into 5 categories: heavy, graceful, swift, direct, and flexible blade. The Anyak family, possessing such knowledge, became dominant in the empire. All these blade types were, for the most part, distributed in specific regions of the kingdom. Beastheart also belonged to one of the methods, specifically heavy. Adam instead desired to suggest mastering the technique of point concentration. It enabled focusing solely on the opponent's weapon and one's own movements. To demonstrate the theory and practice, the swordsman swiftly attacked the unit leader. The assault was so rapid that the young leader had no time to avoid it. Austin now had a neck wound and understood he could die in a moment. Adam attempted to determine if the commander had observed his movements. Yet they were interrupted by Nate's arrival. The man attacked the indifferent swordsman, accusing him of assaulting the unit leader. A heated argument followed, which very quickly escalated into suggestions of another fight. There was no time to resolve relationships, so the commander interrupted them, ordering assembly. On the path to the battlefield, Austin reviewed Adam's lecture about point concentration in his mind. All that remained was to test the new method in the genuine dangers of combat. Now the unit leader's target was the banners that towered above the enemy army. He could only assist his people by systematically destroying them one by one. After the projectile attack, Austin selected one of the closest banners to begin with. He was swiftly advancing toward his objective. Yet deep inside, he regretted not bringing Adam or Nate with him to assist him this time. With them, the route to the goal would be much quicker. However, he had no alternative. The fellow perceived this as another test of his endurance. Austin had already succeeded in launching numerous attacks, yet Adam's new method was failing. He had mastered the skill of listening to fight an assassin, Nate's technique for countering an opponent's direct attack. Yet concentrating on a point was much more challenging than all these methods. For the first time, the young leader managed to dodge a swordsman's attack during instruction. However, he did not sense any difference in his condition. He simply reacted. Adam described it as if the world surrounding him was about to vanish, as if it were insignificant. At such a moment, it was possible not only to evade the attack, but also to observe the path of future strikes. Adam himself had not learned this technique at all. He simply knew how to perform it because he was a genuine prodigy. For Austin, acquiring this skill demanded considerable effort. Once more, the formation of troops on the battlefield commenced. The treacherous mist again rapidly enveloped everything around. This time, the unit leader decided to preserve the soldiers and commanded them to defend against attacks from above. Everyone had to raise shields. Projectiles fell like precipitation on the protective barriers, which saved hundreds of lives in time. Austin, meanwhile, charged into the assault for the 300th time. The advancement was so efficient that the fellow eliminated his enemies prematurely, before they had time to orient themselves in space. They again formed into groups, attacked from behind and hurled spears. Yet they could not oppose anything against this single warrior. Even numerical superiority was ineffective. The youth brought death wherever he traveled. Soon the unit leader saw a flagpole before him, beneath which soldiers were fleeing in terror. The appearance of the banner meant that everything could soon conclude. The fellow accelerated even more. His sharp strikes even shattered his opponent's weapons. On the 10th day after capturing this line, the banner was dismantled. Yet to the youth's surprise, no changes occurred. The death that followed him shortly after was accompanied by intriguing information. One of the soldiers noticed that it was a decoy. Naturally, they could discuss it freely because they believed they had eliminated the young leader forever. However, he was already rushing around with a new plan to identify the true conductor. The very next day, Austin planned to take the same actions but on a different route. He charged to attack. Already on the way, he shouted to his men to raise their shields. This time his command was not heard. Once again, an aerial assault claimed the lives of many soldiers. Only later did he realize that he had done everything in reverse. The fall of another banner did not change the situation either. This time Austin was decapitated for this, and it was the first time something like this had happened to the fellow. The third nearest conductor was a similar decoy. It was necessary to switch to longer routes, which unfortunately concluded with the unit leader's death. In the end, there were only 2 locations left on the battlefield that Austin had not yet reached. Using deductive reasoning, the young leader calculated that the banner he needed was in the very center of the enemy army. In this, the fellow was correct. The next day on the battlefield began with the unit commander ordering everyone to crouch. People covered vulnerable areas of their faces with shields. Projectiles proved to be an inefficient weapon in this case. Nate with him, by informing the man that sorcery was being used against them. He gladly carried out the commander's order. Indeed, with the help of a loyal, fierce subordinate, progress was much faster. Nate was drawing all the attention of his enemies to himself. He was only interested in which of the opponents present was the magician who had caused so much damage. Austin spent an entire year conquering this battlefield. Now the same banner was already a few steps away from him. The youth swung his sword to cut the flagpole. Yet at the final moment his weapon was stopped by the enemy. It was the same warrior from the camp in the tall vegetation. However, much time had passed and the young leader had managed to forget his appearance. Though for the opponent, only a few days had elapsed. The commander of the Greyhound squad took this as a personal offense. Mitch rushed to the attack, intending to punish his adversary for his boldness. Austin skillfully dodged the strike. It was executed so professionally that the enemy was completely bewildered. Yet the opponent became even more agitated when the leader of the failure squad counterattacked. It was like a completely different adversary. That young leader in the tall vegetation camp did not possess that level of skill. However, Mitch overall did not care. He wanted retribution. A fierce battle commenced. Sparks flew once more as their blades met. Now Austin had a clear understanding of what style his opponent preferred to use. Adam's knowledge made it easier to select a strategy during fights to gain advantage. Mitch was becoming increasingly furious, making it difficult to contain the force of his strikes. At some point, the young leader realized that now was the perfect time to test his point concentration. The fellow rushed to meet the enemy, becoming as engaged in the confrontation as possible. Everything around instantly disappeared and was similar to the sensation that Adam had described previously. All that mattered was what the opponent was doing. At some point, the young leader began to see the potential future path of his opponent's strikes. Yet it shocked him so much that he lost his alertness for a second, and that was sufficient to kill him. The blade entered Austin's torso almost to the hilt. At that moment, the leader of the Grey Hound squad introduced himself and proudly added that he was a representative of the Duchy of Aspen. Dying, the leader of the Failure squad gave his position a name. It turns out that Nate also managed to stir up a nest of villains. The young leader found this very appealing, and he immediately smiled. This reaction angered Mitch, one might even say alarmed him. Austin was certain that thanks to such an opponent, he had a good opportunity to master the new technique. He was already anticipating their next encounter. During training with Adam, the fellow heard almost nothing. He was thinking about the upcoming battle. It appeared that this time Nate arrived even later than usual. Austin immediately commanded those present to depart for the assembly. The commander's incomprehensible determination and composure intrigued the indifferent swordsman. He decided to accompany him today. Once again, as an aerial attack approached, the unit leader ordered the shields to be deployed. A large number of lives were saved thanks to the correct timing for the command. Rushing into the assault, Austin called Nate along with him. Adam, who heard this, hurried to join them. He tolerated no objections on this matter. Both warriors charged forward, side by side, eliminating everyone they encountered in their path. Finally, both of them could exercise their skills. This battle could no longer be called tedious. Austin could safely leave his rear to his subordinates. The main one for him now was Mitch. This time, he located the enemy first. The opponent looked at the young leader in surprise. He did not expect him to do something like that. However, the fellow insisted on a fight as soon as possible. The enemy did not mind because he had been planning to do the same thing for a long time. Mitch was the first to attack. This time, he was successful. Austin was inattentive. He himself did not understand how it happened, but he was already lying on the ground, wounded. The next time, the young leader planned to approach things differently and let the situation develop. The rivals encountered each other on the battlefield several times, yet the unit leader was unable to recreate the same point concentration with the same sensations. It took almost 30 deaths to make everything appear the way it should again. Now he could understand how to concentrate on what was necessary. It took another 60 deaths to finally be able to track the strikes. Austin clearly saw Adam's blade in training flying directly at him. He easily repelled the enemy's attack. The indifferent swordsman was genuinely surprised. To be certain, he even asked if the commander had truly entered the desired state. Realizing that he had reached the peak of his skill, Austin decided to go all out. He wanted to inform Alice of the intentions of the army of the Duchy of Aspen. Today had to conclude the way the youth wanted to live on. The captain was in her own tent studying the latest reports when the young leader spoke about sorcery. The unit leader said he had seen a suspicious man who was called a magician in the camp. He presented everything he knew and could tell to give the army an advantage in battle. Therefore, the soldiers encountered the deadly mist again. At Austin's command, everyone activated their shields to protect their own lives. Adam and Nate also charged after their leader into the enemy camp. The fate of the army now depended only on the army command, which Alice had to convince. The leader of the squad himself had to overcome his own stone wall. Mitch was waiting for him at the banner. The fellow did not pretend that he did not know his opponent. He confidently announced that he would eliminate the enemy forever. However, he charged into the attack not expecting this from his adversary. Mitch had to defend himself and even retreat. Yet from a defensive position, he quickly found a way to attack. He was outraged by the young leader's boldness, who behaved differently than he had back then in their camp with the scout troop. Today he was no less skilled than his husband. At some point, the leader of the Grey Hound pack even had to step back to catch his breath. However, Austin did not give him a chance to breathe, and a second later their blades clashed again. It seemed as if the worthless scout in the camp was hiding his true abilities for some reason. Worthy opponents needed to be known by name, so Mitch asked, The young leader answered, yet immediately after that he pushed his opponent away from him. In the next second, Austin entered a state of point concentration. He saw only the sword and the enemy who was planning another attack. This time, the clarity and precision of what was happening did not distract him from his goal. He was an experienced master of his craft, hardened in countless battles. Mitch's slightest movements and changed tactics on the fly. They simultaneously placed their swords against each other, drawing first blood. Since the position was disadvantageous to neither of them, the opponents quickly separated. At first glance, an easy target turned out to be a worthy warrior for the leader of the Greyhounds. He could not accept this thought. Rage and pride replaced common sense. The man decided to use a secret technique to destroy the enemy. He wanted to first make a circle to distract the enemy and then hit him by surprise. However, this time Austin saw his plans clearly. He had never been able to repel such a blow before. Yet now he was ready for it. Mitch even flew back from surprise. The young leader, whom the man did not consider worthy of even his fingernail, turned out to be a first-class swordsman. While still a child, he was adopted into one of the leading families of the Duchy of Aspen. As a youth, he proved his skill in many duels. By the age of 18, he had already taken part in real battles, destroying many enemies. He became the pride of the Duchy of Aspen and his city, one of the 3 strongest members of the Greyhounds organization who had no worthy opponents. The man was so accustomed to this that it turns out he lived blinded by pride. He did not notice it. He had not noticed until that very moment, and now he regretted not having improved his skills for many years. This youth, who came from nowhere, turned out to be an extremely talented warrior, capable of hurting Mitch himself, Aspen's pride. Meanwhile, Austin was in no hurry with his blow. He put his opponent on the ground. Immediately, he removed the sword blade from the wound. The opponent, choking on blood, slowly rose to his feet. He no longer had the strength to resist. Mitch criticized himself for his fatal mistake and overconfidence. Though Austin did not consider himself better than his opponent, the victory came to him through hard work. The failure squad leader brought his weapon up for the final blow. He was glad that another ordeal, lasting almost a year and a half, would finally be over. The opponent mentally said goodbye to life, came running with reinforcements to defend the leader of the Greyhound squad. While the soldiers were providing first aid to the man, the leader of the organization repelled the young leader's attack. He came to the fore, making it possible to evacuate the subordinate to a safe place. The breakthrough of the bold enemy surprised the leader of the Greyhounds, which he openly reported. However, the man was confident in his own power to stop Austin, just in case the enemy was covered by crossbowmen ready to fire at any moment. The only way out of the situation was to damage the banner. Having broken through one wall, the leader of the failure group immediately encountered another, stronger one. The commander of the Greyhounds ordered his subordinates to shoot. Austin did not have the opportunity to defend himself from all the projectiles at once. There were too many of them. The fellow decided to break through. Despite the injuries he received along the way, there was no other choice. The enemy, seeing this, decided to attack him. The swordsmen met in a duel. From the first blow to the commander of the Greyhounds, Austin's weapon cracked. The young leader realized that most likely this attempt would end in his death. However, one could try to damage the banner. He threw a dagger at it. The first attempt was unsuccessful, yet the fellow was not going to stop. Dodging another attack from the Greyhound commander, he pulled out another dagger. This time, the throw was accurate. All this time, the army under Alice's command fought for its own survival as best it could. The army leadership did not listen to her and did nothing to help them. They had to decide everything on the current terms and hope for luck. Many strong and healthy men will never see tomorrow. The angry woman, while thinking about this, suddenly noticed that the mist began to dissipate. Aspen's troops stopped in confusion, now clearly visible to the enemy. The magician's help had disappeared, and it was necessary to rely only on one's own professionalism. Alice immediately got her bearings and ordered the army to immediately launch an attack. Finally, they had a chance to win, which, by the way, turned out to be quite good. It remained a mystery to the captain who helped destroy sorcery. However, she definitely decided to find out after the fight was over. Alice could not suspect anyone but Austin of this. After destroying the banner, the young leader tried to escape in the opposite direction. He had hoped to meet Nate or Adam, yet only enemies appeared behind him. The giant with the axe was engaged in a search for the magician, which turned out to be quite successful. None of the opponents wanted to die because of the scoundrel who was the reason for their exposure. So Adam, to his own surprise and the surprise of everyone around him, found himself in his native state. The fellow was glad that he had not killed anyone on the way here, because otherwise he would face execution. Austin found himself in a stalemate. Though they offered to surrender, they attacked him anyway without waiting for a response. Suddenly, a panther came to the young leader's aid from the tall vegetation. Somehow, the beast ended up on the battlefield and decided to retaliate for his rescue. Austin knew it was her because he remembered the cat's blue eyes well. The crossbowman aimed at the panther. However, they did not have time to do anything. In a swift leap, the beast broke the bowstrings on all their weapons. Having done her job, the defender found herself at Austin's feet. The fellow had already begun to worry not for himself, but for her survival, because the dangerous commander of the Greyhound organization has once again come to the fore. At a critical moment, the young leader felt a touch on his shoulder. The Allied company commander named Miles decided that he could protect the youth. He rushed into the attack first. However, the enemy repelled his blow with one sharp movement. Miles fell to the ground in surprise, a dirty curse on his lips. Fortunately, the man did not come alone, but in the company of a detachment of crossbowmen. Yet the opponent easily repelled the many projectiles flying in his direction. The panther decided to help the allies and rushed at him from the mountain. However, the villain's reaction turned out to be faster than that of the beast. He stabbed the animal with his sword and threw it to the ground behind him. Because his defender was insulted, the fellow immediately turned on his point concentration. He was following the enemy's movements. However, he was able to block his blow with a sword, which he managed to pick up after Miles. This weapon was lighter than his opponent's dual-handed one, so the young leader decided to use Mitch's technique. He slid back along the opponent's blade. The surprise of the commander of the Greyhound organization knew no bounds. It was his signature technique, a characteristic move that the enemy easily reproduced. Austin was incredibly pleased that everything worked out. Miles came to the young leader's aid again. In addition to this, the commander of the Greyhounds saw a large number of enemy soldiers approaching. It was necessary to leave. This fight did not bring anything good for Aspen. However, finally, he promised Austin a mandatory meeting in the future. A moment later, the enemy gave the order to retreat. Leader of the failure squad ran up to the panther despite his own injuries. He did not want to leave her there. Miles picked him up on his shoulders and dragged him towards the camp. The battle was finally over. The adrenaline began to drain from the young leader's blood, and he almost immediately lost consciousness. The spirit guide in the afterlife lectured him again about stubbornness. He did not understand what motivated the youth to come back to life every time. While the young leader was unconscious, his comrades on the battlefield rejoiced at the victory. Austin gradually regained consciousness in the infirmary, hearing the voices of his squad members. For some reason, it seemed to him that his hand was resting on something soft. Opening his eyes, the young leader was surprised to see the same panther from the battlefield next to him. All 5 members of his team looked anxiously at their commander. The unit leader lost a lot of blood, and everyone was worried that he might not survive. However, Austin's character here also outweighed all predictions. Realizing that everything was now in order, the soldiers present dispersed to mind their own business. The young leader could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Another obstacle had been destroyed. Nate remained in the tent, who was staring intently at the commander. The man was concerned about the young leader's strange behavior and especially his conclusions about sorcery. Austin could not honestly answer his question, so he replied that he learned about it from an acquaintance of his from the same region as Nate. He, of course, did not believe this answer, yet he did not insist on the truth either. The giant dealt with the scoundrel who had summoned the mist of death upon the army. He had no more desire to cross paths with anyone like that. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Evan appeared at the bed, sneaking up on the panther. The cat growled displeasedly at the sly one. Apparently, she only accepted the master she had chosen herself. Evan revealed that it was a lake panther, which was actually a spirit beast. The claws of this cat were very valuable, and the fellow was going to make money with them. After the hard-fought victory, there were several calm days. Austin was preparing for another workout, feeling that he was already capable of physical exertion. The squad members tried to keep him in the tent, emphasizing that the best recovery for him so far was a good night's sleep. The unit leader decided to ask about Mitch's technique, which he was able to repeat the first time. The initial encounter sparked wild theories swirling through his mind like a tempest. However, Nate observed that such feats become achievable once someone attains sufficient expertise. From a warrior's viewpoint, Adam concurred with this assessment, particularly given Austin's solid foundational knowledge. Nevertheless, everyone concluded the leader simply benefited from fortune, since typically he practiced identical maneuvers hundreds of times over. To observers, the man appeared unchanged, yet internally he had transformed dramatically. Perhaps at this developmental stage, endless repetition no longer mattered. To validate his hypothesis, the leader challenged both Nate and Adam to combat. They remarked that presently this commander's scheme seemed insane. Alice's entrance halted their conversation. From the doorway, she inquired whether Austin had truly demolished the banner and rescued the forces. The man realized deception was impossible and confirmed her question. He stressed his magical expertise and precise calculation of the correct objective. During scouting, he allegedly marked the essential standard for potential failure scenarios. After gathering necessary information, Alice moved toward the doorway. Before departing, she mentioned maintaining close observation of the youth, sensing an unexplained bond. Present soldiers immediately began ridiculing this statement. They interpreted it as romantic interest. Austin futilely attempted preventing gossip from circulating. Evan appeared at the tent entrance, declaring visitors had reached their encampment. A trainee from the Red Cloak Knights had arrived for examination. Austin's unit bore the name of Cyprian, a renowned Red Cloak Order champion. Trainees were apprentices following the chivalric path. Upon completing trials, they became junior knights with advancement opportunities. Today's visitor apparently sought battlefield evaluation. Minutes later, assembly calls echoed through the camp. Despite discouragement from participation, he couldn't miss such entertainment. Only Nate endorsed his fighting desire, likely due to complete madness. Evening light gleamed on division helmets, arranged perfectly across the terrain. Austin's squad was visible somewhere among the masses. Never having witnessed such enormous individuals personally, the man stared without blinking. The Red Cloak trainee marched directly toward enemy formations. Eventually, opposing archers forming the initial defensive barrier targeted their weapons at him. Despite this danger, the individual continued advancing. Abruptly, his demeanor shifted completely. Observing this change, the enemy leader commanded arrow release. Countless projectiles seemed to blanket the entire sky. Upon reaching maximum altitude, aerial death sought its target. The trainee grasped his blade, displaying no urgency. Diving sharply earthward, the warrior prepared to leap. Adam, positioned beside Austin, recognized the technique the knight candidate employed. He continued commentary to the squad leader's delight. Using leg strength, the trainee deflected all projectiles while charging ahead. The failure squad held their breath. Moments afterward, enemy front lines met the exceptional swordsman. With a single strike, the trainee eliminated no fewer than 12 fighters. He advanced steadily, substantially reducing hostile numbers. Austin finally witnessed the strength he had craved throughout his existence. The sight proved absolutely magnificent. Adversaries remained uncertain of proper response, as the attacker instilled tremendous fear. He resembled a devastating storm. The blade swept continuously across the battlefield, yet none managed single combat engagement. Eventually, terrified soldiers began retreating chaotically in multiple directions. Unit leaders desperately attempted halting the flight, but efforts proved futile. Abandoned against a formidable opponent, the criminals perished swiftly. Aspen's forces couldn't mount adequate resistance against the trainee. Witnessing events, Nate evaluated the prospective knight as exceptional. The indolent swordsman finally recovered his long-lost purpose. Only Jared lamented the dozen opportunities enemies wasted attempting to kill the trainee. Tony prayed continuously, supporting Allied triumph. Austin examined each maneuver, now tracking techniques the master utilized. He practiced direct methodology, culminating in decisive strikes. The massive weapon appeared during critical moments to destroy multiple foes simultaneously. Occasionally, he wielded a phantom blade, foundation of the basic technique Austin himself used. Dancing sword elements were present, but difficult detecting due to extreme velocity. These typically combined with gentle fencing approaches. All mentioned techniques differed radically, yet flowed seamlessly together. Having learned craft fundamentals, Austin recognized common origins despite variations. The man understood self-improvement required mastering every available swordsmanship style. Under these conditions, the weapon becomes an extension of one's limb. Command advancing to attack interrupted his contemplation. Only the failure squad remained near their leader, awaiting his choice. Numerous soldiers rushed past them, but subordinates encircled Austin, anticipating signals while preventing interference. Lost in contemplation, the youth failed to notice reaching the afterworld. Naturally, he hadn't died, but now saw clearly what required completion. An enormous barrier he'd never encountered stood before him. The man was beginning his developmental journey, wanting decisive progress. He no longer desired doubts and barriers impeding his path, regardless of difficulty. Intense combat had commenced across the battlefield. Austin mentally continued ascending the barrier's peak. Command demanded powerful assault, recognizing the trainee had confused enemies. The youth avoided engagement until resolving his consciousness. This conflict concluded without failure squad involvement. The army achieved victory while Aspen Knights fled shamefully. Recent developments suggested approaching peace would soon grace Kingdom lands. Both sides needed preparation for the approaching final campaign, particularly since Duchy of Aspan received disappointing reports. Duke William learned of battlefield defeat and became enraged. The knightly representative's presence destroyed previously planned strategy. Governor Elijah emphasized their victory chances had vanished. General Frog was blamed, though the trainee's face remained helmet-concealed. Ultimately, Grey Dog's commander bore responsibility for failed witchcraft tactics. Furious, William insisted on punishing everyone connected to the failure. Commander Joseph vowed revenge for the humiliating defeat. While Aspen tended wounds, opponents planned redeployment. Austin remained silent and enigmatic throughout, barely communicating with others. Soon forces reached the Royal Colony border fortress. Border Command decided rewarding all contributors to enemy victory. The failure squad also received recognition for destroying Aspen's witchcraft. Ascending the platform, present soldiers couldn't comprehend how a weakling achieved this. None believed the youth possessed strength, preferring to credit others' accomplishments. The man faced suspicions of relations with Alice, as if the fairy protected him. However, few comrades defended Austin's honor. They refused allowing defamation of the person who saved their lives. Warriors recognized the platform occupant as someone potentially becoming remarkable in future. The squad leader received substantial monetary compensation. The man hadn't anticipated this outcome while squad members urged celebration. Austin agreed but requested guidance from the town's finest blacksmith. He desired weapon upgrades despite surrounding arguments. Battlefield pickups failed satisfying him as he wanted personal equipment. Knights couldn't afford utilizing inferior gear. The squad leader aimed to finally pass examinations for rank advancement. He felt years of hiding in ordinary soldier positions had passed. Evan, most interested in the commander's behavioral changes, offered assistance. The kingdom's military employed ranking systems directly affecting others' opinions. Advancing from lower positions required defeating 3 moderate opponents. Therefore, the cunning redhead decided to act this year, accepting outcome wagers. Volunteers appeared quickly since everyone wanted teaching the presumed scoundrel lessons. The opponent was considered among his rank's strongest, with all bets favoring him. Only Evan confidently backed his superior's victory, placing coins accordingly. Since such contests weren't lethal, Austin had singular winning opportunity. The man refocused, realizing he couldn't miss any detail. Previously, before all trials, the youth wouldn't have attempted such steps. Now substantial experience supported him for utilization. The mid-ranking warrior chose to strike first. While the opponent charged Austin, he constructed defensive and offensive strategies. With one precise blow from previous testing, the youth disarmed his adversary. Since the opponent's grasp lacked flexibility, the weapon flew away, breaking fingers. Obviously, he could no longer continue fighting. Therefore, the failure squad leader struck his opponent's face with his hilt. The mid-level fighter collapsed unconsciously to the ground. Austin stood over him amazed, contemplating reasons for the once unreachable warrior's weakness. Even Evan was startled, not expecting such rapid conclusion. Those betting on middle rank claimed deception, refusing payment. Eventually, the leader concluded he simply wasn't taken seriously. To prove this, he prepared for rematches with the next opponent conveniently found. He also proved skilled, armed with spear equipment. Through point concentration, the youth observed the man's distracting, cunning maneuvers. After several deceptive actions, the enemy struck. This plan failed because Austin's sharp movement severed the spear completely. The man expected trickery, testing, and different tactical opponent approaches. However, it seemed the youth overestimated his adversary's actual abilities. The squad leader counterstruck the opponent with body kicks. He collapsed like a potato sack before the shocked audience. Now, crowds began supporting the former underdog. The coincidence assumption proved incorrect as Austin undervalued personal capabilities. When the casualty was removed from the arena, Evans sought new candidates. Commander Miles also attended as spectator, this time supporting the youth. Scout leader Andrew wanted arena entry, but guards prevented him. Despite the aristocrat's training amount, Austin remained superior. They could only observe distantly without direct confrontation. Since none desired public humiliation, Nate decided assisting with candidates. He located one soldier who spoke negatively about the commander. Such commotion forced the man into unwilling arena entry. While chaos continued, Austin attempted grasping his skill level. From initial combat, the man grew accustomed to opponent exhaustion competition. Even for the assassin's sake, he died repeatedly, attempting capability transcendence. Recent battles had truly tempered him through water, fire, and metal pipes. Repeated near-continuous training sessions with his absolute maniac team also contributed. Excessively difficult matches distorted personal capability impressions. Suddenly, he recalled his initial fencing instructor. The mercenary advised never treating enemies with contempt, but Austin never imagined this day's arrival. Now, the failure squad leader understood his true power possession. In the third contest, the youth decided attacking first. His assault proved so powerful, the opponent ground teeth in terror. The repeated strike finally destroyed the opponent's weapon. But Austin wasn't stopping as the man attacked a third time. The frightened individual fell groundward, certain of impending death. However, the blade halted centimeters from the coward's face. The enemy lost consciousness from horror, while the squad leader finally changed his self-perception. Complete silence descended on the arena as witnesses forgot breathing. None doubted any longer that Austin destroyed witchcraft in the penultimate great battle. All recognition was well earned since the youth proved an outstanding warrior requiring emulation. Andrew voted first. He made everyone present shout winner praises since he saved their pathetic lives. Crowds began chanting words that became Austin's nickname at that moment. He was sorcery's destroyer, henceforth a highly respected mid-ranking warrior. Evan joyfully approached the commander, congratulating him on promotion. But he stopped him, insisting on continued fighting to achieve high rank. Red Fox couldn't control his jaw, which involuntarily dropped until sharp whistling sounded. Everyone looked back, seeing a border guard uniformed individual. He entered the arena as border guards contained only higher-ranked soldiers and greater. Seeing such persons in the fortress was strange, but the man resolutely insisted on fighting Austin. Silence fell around as everyone awaited the witchcraft destroyer's decision. Nate began worrying slightly about the commander's fate. Border guards equaled Grey Dog's organization leaders. Like fighting Mitch again, it was worthy challenge and the youth couldn't refuse. The opponent approved and smiled. He was interested in the talented boy who changed crowd attitudes with few sword strokes. Fans erupted in cheers. None supported the border guard, while the arena crowded with fight spectators. This somewhat upset the newcomer. He decided demonstrating his capabilities and attacked first. At that moment, Austin focused on a point while everything around disappeared. With clear sword strikes, the boy deflected his opponent's blade. This quite surprised the border guard, but he wasn't surrendering. In the same leap, he grabbed the youth's clothing, attempting to trip him. But Austin unexpectedly caught his hand, bringing his sword to strike. The man's face showed such determination that the border guard realized death approached. He hastily released his opponent, trying to avoid the blow. But the trick was the squad leader didn't intend killing him. Enraged, the border guard counterattacked the building. It was a dirty move requiring Austin to stop the blade with his hand. As punishment, he kicked the scoundrel. The opponents separated, preparing for another sparring match. The border guard charged forward again. Since Austin had left his sword protruding from the ground, he resorted to daggers. It seemed both opponents completely forgot this wasn't mortal combat. Only Alice's appearance changed the situation. The girl knocked weapons from the border guard's hands with sharp movements. She ordered immediate duel termination, which would have absolutely ended in one death. Silence fell on the arena. Jared approached from behind, pressing blades to his neck. This made him immediately calm down, and soon Wildcat was joined by other Failure Squad members. Despite Alice stopping the duel, they all confidently expected the commander's victory. Austin said nothing, analyzing his combat mistakes. The border guard addressed the youth first, acknowledging his talent. He extended his hand, introducing himself as squad leader Torres. The man shook hands, giving his name and position. Hearing the youth only held junior commander rank, witnesses were amazed. They began insisting on immediate high-rank promotion for the boy. What caused serious surprise was someone standing up for him like this for the first time. Army demands couldn't be ignored by leadership. Therefore, a ceremony was held at the fortress, promoting Austin to high-ranking soldier. After that, the man was showered with offers from other company commanders. Sudden popularity after testing made the youth's life very eventful. While each offer proved quite worthy for career advancement, this wasn't it. He always politely declined without detailed explanations. The man would suggest one subordinate taking these positions instead, but was always refused. Squad members worried their commander would abandon them, though they tried not showing it. But none could understand the leader's constant refusals during his popularity peak. Torres' appearance on the barracks threshold was surprising. He inquired about recent news in the youth's life, and without awaiting answers, immediately suggested joining scouts. The Failure Squad held their breath. Austin understood this offer was the most prestigious he'd ever received. Subordinates were completely stunned, understanding the man could agree to this. Nate worried most about this. Torres insisted he sensed Austin's true nature, striving for constant victories. In the border guard detachment, the boy could test abilities in hellish battles, guaranteeing rapid capability and strength development. Tense silence reigned. Everyone present held their breath. Everyone awaited their leader's verdict, preparing for possible farewell. Ultimately, Austin said this was the best place for his development. He sought crossing all boundaries of possible and impossible to reach heights. Days later, genuine winter began. Barracks cold was incredibly penetrating to bones, but Austin had no relaxation time as he needed patrolling. Tony tried lifting Nate from his curled-up bed position, but efforts proved futile. The giant wanted training, offering it to everyone he encountered. Leaving subordinates alone, Austin promised bringing hot stones to barracks after shifts. Due to extreme cold, the boy reached market very quickly. Crowds of people wandered around. During peacetime, border guard duties involved city patrolling. Today, Austin was supposed to be accompanied by Jack and Bo. The boy thought these two names seemed familiar but couldn't remember why. They talked non-stop along the way, recounting all gossip they'd heard about the youth. Jack and Bo moved closer to Austin, and he gradually began feeling great discomfort because of this. The man looked around the area without focusing on anyone particular, and eventually his gaze fell on a teenager in purple cloak. The youth couldn't see his face, but clearly saw he had stumbled. Trying to help him, Austin suddenly saw blade glints. The dagger blade entered the failure squad leader's body to the hilt. The boy tried speaking, but Jack and Bo covered his mouth from both sides. They acted quickly, hiding from surroundings what was really happening. It turned out to be a vile trap, and the purple-cloaked stranger was no child at all. It was an Aspen Duchy assassin taking revenge under orders. The half-elf killed Austin for destroying the magical banner. When everything was accomplished, the killer pulled daggers from his victim's chest. The youth fell to the ground while killers moved away from him. He couldn't see, but another traitor was watching them carefully from the watchtower. Dying, the squad leader remembered Evan calling these scoundrels by name. The talk then concerned camp curses and scouting detachment misfortunes. Here the boy's life ended, and only when he fell did everyone notice. Border fortress inhabitants ran to the youth, trying to help somehow. But efforts proved futile as a new day awaited Austin. In the morning, the boy woke very energetic, causing Nate's displeasure. Full of determination, the squad leader went to Tony for advice. The man enjoyed physical endurance training and was currently working on hardening. The boy wanted the giant sharing personal experiences with him. This way, external factors wouldn't have such strong impacts on his body. This increased likelihood of greater frost resistance. Austin realized he didn't have time reacting to attacks precisely because he was so cold. Hard training began. Barely enduring heavy loads, the boy tried devising strategies for upcoming fights. Hours later, the failure group leader met with Jack and Bo. He decided this time he would eliminate all enemies one by one when they saw the half-elf. Just like last time, they walked through the bazaar looking around. Austin was confident he was in top shape thanks to skills Tony had instilled. Eventually, the Aspen Duchy assassin appeared on the horizon. The youth immediately pushed two potential attackers away from him. They were momentarily confused by surprise, but after seconds they drew swords. The boy expected the half-elf to either flee or join his henchmen, but he didn't move. Therefore, Austin decided eliminating his two closest enemies. The short man in purple cloak suddenly made strange gestures, followed by squeaking. The blade, resembling a strangely shaped knife, entered the youth's chest, but he didn't notice it. It turned out the little scoundrel was a professional blade thrower. This day, Austin learned slightly more about his opponents. Such skill was something to be reckoned with, so next strategy had to be different. The squad leader faced difficult tasks conducting various combat types. As he lay dying, he made plans for the next day. Actually, the youth didn't consider this test particularly difficult. He trained to his capability limits right in barracks under Tony's supervision. The boy's persistence infected other squad members, and within minutes, everyone inside, including Panthers, started doing exercises. Jared, entering barracks at that moment, was surprised by this sight. Austin wondered more and more about the attacker's strange knife. This small thing had more conductive qualities than ordinary blades. The wildcat, who had again quietly approached the commander, called this weapon a whistling dagger. It always made sounds while throwing, Jared advised, avoiding opponents possessing such equipment and weapons. The youth thanked him for information, now understanding what to do next. The man decided stopping the half-elf early without waiting for attacks. He also pushed Jack and Bo away from him. When Bo lost balance, Austin grabbed him by clothing. The squad leader wanted using live targets as shields against sharp blades, but still seconds later, he was wounded in the stomach by whistling daggers. The Aspen Duchy assassin didn't spare even his own henchmen. Both boys received fatal wounds on par with intended targets. The scoundrel was pleased with results. He approached Austin as all three fell to the ground. The pervert enjoyed watching torment of those who suffered at his hands. When the half-elf took his weapon from him, the youth admitted being too overconfident. This was another barrier that had to be faced with smiles. The soul carrier didn't understand why the fool refusing to die was having so much fun. He reminded that there was curses on the boy, but he absolutely didn't think so. For Austin, this wasn't punishment, but true blessing. The next morning, the commander turned to Jared for advice about whistling daggers. Keith talked about the device and appearance of this weapon, explaining why it makes flight sounds. This blade's trajectory was difficult tracking because speed was too high, but that's exactly what Austin needed. Jared advised that in that case it was better watching the master's hands than his weapon. The squad leader also wanted the cat teaching him this technique type. Jared, of course, wasn't thrilled with the commander's proposal, but he wasn't giving up. Thus, practice began. Later, already at market, the youth recalled his subordinate's instructions. It was necessary clearly guessing moments when attacking was possible or even necessary. Austin knew exactly when he should see the spy approaching. He drew his sword in time, taking Jack's life as he walked nearby, because he immediately pulled out weapons, but didn't have time using it. Surrounding people recoiled in fear, some never having seen such sights in their lives. But no matter how scary it was, they weren't hurrying away because events seemed interesting. The half-elf was resolutely approaching his victim. Austin saw he had already taken out one whistling dagger, so he decided protecting his heart to stay alive longer. All the man's attention focused on opponent movements. The first blow landed on the arm. Pain shot through his body and Austin pulled away. The enemy took advantage, attacking a second time, this time completing missions. One brief moment decided the squad leader's fate, and he wasn't accepting it. Moreover, today he saw the thrower's movements, so there was hope for victory. Before death, Austin smiled, promising the villain another meeting. Next time, the squad leader moved at even greater speed, so fast that Jack and Bo didn't even have time thinking about resistance. He finished off close-circle opponents early to have time activating point concentration. Now it's even easier tracking opponent movements. The man wanted obtaining artifacts from this test. The scoundrel made throws on curved trajectories. The first dagger entered armor on the youth's arm. While the half-elf concentrated for next throws, the commander decided acting. He ran forward, needing to move as close as possible toward enemies. But everything gradually started getting out of control. The little guy in purple cloaks decided using some trick. With sharp movements almost imperceptible to eyes, he threw daggers into the boy's chest. Once again, dying at assassin hands, Austin admired the unsurpassed weapon. After defeating the villain, the youth planned definitely getting his hands on trophies. In the morning, he made something similar in style. But he started training by shooting down targets. Jared, who came asking what the commander was doing, almost got into trouble. One piece of homemade whistling dagger broke off, flying past his ear. Both boys pretended nothing had happened. On the 8th day, Austin was already deftly dodging several attacks from half-elves. Everything could have worked if not for insidious attacks from behind. That same man on towers had finally entered games, now requiring consideration as well. On the 9th day, the youth killed treacherous attackers in towers before fighting main ones. But seconds it took proved fatal. In training, Austin was already able knocking objects right out of Jared's hands. The wildcat was amazed at the commander's agility. He couldn't understand why he was hiding extraordinary abilities in this matter. But technique, according to the squad leader, was still imperfect. Austin didn't admit he had learned throwing knives before. He insisted it was Jared's fault. After such statements, wildcats began suspecting the squad leader was genius. The man decided telling the story of knife-throwing technique origins. In modern military practice, whistling dagger mastery was considered highest skill degrees. Now, looking at Austin, Jared saw exactly that potential in him. The man's technique was perfect. Today, the squad leader decided changing patrol locations, and with it, attack scenarios. He ordered Jack and Bo following him to other sides of town. He stopped all objections from two spies with higher rank authority. Killers had to obey, acting according to circumstances. This youth strategy allowed feeling more free, not depending on opponents. When trios left fortresses, Austin revealed what he knew about betrayals. Enemies gnashed teeth in anger. Drawing swords, two scouts rushed into attacks. Massacres were swift. The youth spent one blow on each of them. Now it was time waiting for remaining groups. It only took minutes. Villains realized situations were starting to get out of control. This time, Austin invited them both attacking at the same time. The half-elf furiously made first throws, but all daggers flew past targets. While commanders were trying reaching main bodies, crossbowmen wanted shooting him in backs. Shooters were finished off almost instantly. For throws, Austin was of course distracted again, and assassins decided taking advantage. He threw daggers, but they got stuck in armor on the youth's arms. This stunned attackers as if opponents had eyes in backs of heads. The boys slowly looked around. He pulled weapons out of his hands. Commanders were most interested in how many such blades opponents still had. Half-elves replied they only had 2 whistling blades left, but impudent young men's reactions confused him as if he was mocking him. The man was holding trophy knives in hands, about to use them for intended purposes. He prepared for attacks. Thanks to point concentration, commanders saw slightest enemy movements. Suddenly, mercenaries threw 2 daggers at him at once in curved trajectories. Austin, in turn, made throws and returns, but missed. Assassins smiled, taking out couple more knives from under cloaks. It was foolish, expecting him not to lie. But short men didn't expect guys weren't going to honestly lay out all cards either. The youth took out homemade knives, throwing them toward attackers. Half-elves barely managed dodging surprise attacks. Enemy actions angered him so much that murderers even took up swords. This happened for first times in all days that insidious attacks on Austin had been repeated. Now all that remained was checking how skillfully mercenaries possessed fencing skills. Scoundrels rushed into attacks, and commanders took defensive positions. Short men unconditionally ignored negative consequences for themselves, considering themselves smartest. It cost him dearly as commanders grabbed assassins by arms. He was in no hurry killing opponents as youth wanted teaching lessons before deaths. In fights against him, one had to remain alert, not relying on luck. With sharp movements, Austin landed decisive blows. This matter was over. Attempts on his life had failed, and now new dangers were to be expected. The man liked finding new facets in himself that could be improved to incredible levels. Every process of increasing personal capabilities and confronting new obstacles delighted him. There was only one small detail left that Austin wanted fixing. The man took artifacts he had dreamed of for so long. Finally, whistling blades have found new owners. After what happened, it was necessary reporting and stopping Alice. As usual, commanders tried chalking up all strange changes and inconsistencies to luck. But company commanders, of course, didn't believe in such miracles. Because Austin was tough nuts to crack, fairies never learned true operational details. This obviously annoyed women, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone stood their ground, so Alice decided letting subordinates go. The youth returned to barracks, but didn't even have time crossing thresholds properly. Nate's axes flew at commander heads. The youth managed dodging at the last second. Savage subordinates smiled contentedly, so he decided checking squad leader reactions. Enraged, Austin responded by throwing hot rocks at him. Nate was so pleased with gifts that he didn't realize right away, grabbing them with bare hands. Moments later, the individual began yelling across the chamber, though everyone ignored his outburst. Austin and Evan reached an understanding about getting haircuts, then stepped outdoors together. Snow began falling without warning, creating displeasure for both of them. The remaining team members also ventured outside to witness the weather transformation. Even with his frustrated complaints, the youth attempted to comprehend why the agent acted so rudely. Austin chose to question Evan regarding the reconnaissance operatives who had assaulted him. Every one of those criminals possessed terrible histories. However, based on current intelligence, they belonged to identical organizations. Discussion commenced, with only one group having recently altered nearly all its members. The criminal organization served as a stronghold for hopeless outlaws. They understood this settlement intimately. Austin somehow determined that Jared might belong to these associates. Much to everyone's amazement, he confirmed having such connections but no longer maintained them. Once the grooming concluded, heavy snowfall created hardships for the young men. None wished to clear the accumulated snow. Such labor demanded significant effort without any monetary compensation. The leader, recognizing their reluctance, proposed organizing an expedition. All immediately embraced his suggestion. They stood prepared to depart anywhere without delay. Even Evan, who typically avoided such commitments, seized his armament. However, before proceeding, informing the unit commander remained necessary. Austin temporarily left his eager followers behind. He informed Alice about the criminal organization's probable connection to his attempted murder. He demanded immediate destruction of these villains. The fairy recognized clearly that rushing such matters served no purpose. The snowfall provided the explanation. Though the youth denied this, his expression revealed everything. Alice granted approval, and the group of misfits immediately began their hunt. Evan discovered that the criminal organization operated under the name Gilpin Organization. To locate the criminals' headquarters, Austin decided to involve Jared. The individual had to obtain this intelligence regardless of circumstances. Disregarding the shock of those present, the Wildcat accepted the command. While Jared conducted reconnaissance, the remaining team chose to visit a nearby inn. Consuming something hot seemed preferable to remaining outside. Though the commander supported eliminating the criminal organization, Evan found the concept unreasonable. The individual decided to act independently. He summoned the serving woman. Being knowledgeable about local networks, he murmured something into her ear. Despite Austin witnessing this, he chose not to intervene immediately. Jared remained absent for an extended period, and the commander began questioning his hasty assignment of such a challenging task. In reality, everything proceeded smoothly. The Wildcat nearly uncovered the organization's secret. From atop one structure, the youth observed two criminal organization members. Traveling through the settlement, they remained unaware they had led a member of the Misfits team to their hideout. Having acquired necessary information, the Wildcat returned to the inn where his companions dined. The individual discovered the celebration in progress. He endured cold and hunger while others enjoyed delicious food in comfort, yet timing mattered most. Austin offered him wild boar meat, though the Wildcat declined. Jared remained determined to proceed with the assignment immediately. Nate suffered from the cold outside and preferred avoiding quick departure, causing him to erupt angrily. A heated dispute erupted between the two fighters until the commander intervened. After weighing advantages and disadvantages, Austin supported Jared's position. Discontented, Nate complained, and his teeth chattered throughout the journey to the criminal's hideout. Traveling along the road, the Misfits group eventually passed two vagrants seated roadside. These individuals, awaiting the proper opportunity, revealed their blades. The criminals executed a surprise assault on the team members. A restless warrior wielding an axe intercepted them midway. The individual eliminated his attackers despite pretending distraction, which deceived them. Nate appreciated this because it stimulated his circulation somewhat. With his typically irrational reasoning, he began questioning his already unconscious opponents. Jared stopped his companion's pointless speech. He explained these were criminal organization sentries. They protected access to a hidden underground chamber reportedly located in the fortress. Tony immediately offered assistance with this obstacle. With several strikes, the individual destroyed the wooden entrance leading downward. Austin felt satisfied with current progress. Moving through poorly lit passages, team members pondered their upcoming strategy. The team leader responded that he intended to demonstrate his capabilities when enraged. 10 minutes elapsed before the group reached the passage end, which concluded with an enormous entrance. They remained unaware that the complete organization awaited them beyond. Through intelligence from the inn servant, the criminals knew visitors were being prepared for them. The unsuccessful attempt against the magical destroyer would be altered by this encounter. The Duchy of Aspen would then find peace. The criminals believed, like others, they would face an ordinary group of misfits. That certainty wavered when Tony demolished the main entrance with a single strike. This represented the individual's courteous attempt at knocking. Despite Nate's violent protests, Austin reconsidered his approach. He decided to spare those who surrendered willingly and those uninvolved in killings. Drawing a boundary across the floor with his blade, the youth invited willing participants to cross it. The young individual promised to eliminate those who maintained their positions. The criminal leader merely began mocking in response. Tony, understanding his intention, observed that these scoundrels respected only forceful communication. Austin required no additional encouragement. He lifted his sword and challenged the most powerful opponent. The adversaries selected their representative, who coincidentally also proved to be a swordsman. The individual stepped forward, making violent threats, though the youth disliked empty conversation. The opponent, recognizing this, charged into assault. This quickly transformed into Austin's counteroffensive. With one strike, the youth injured his opponent's dominant shoulder. The criminal organization leader felt unpleasantly surprised by the duel's outcome. His finest warrior suffered in agony on the ground. The individual granted the scoundrel time to process this, and again presented a choice. At that moment, he appeared so impressive that his own team held their breath. Extended silence followed. Finally, the first organization member, Gilpin, abandoned his weapons and surrendered. This created tremendous anger from his superior. The individual drew his sword, attempting to eliminate what he considered treachery. However, at the final moment, Austin's whistling blade in the forehead stopped him. The youth harbored no intentions of joking. The organization leader collapsed, bleeding. Events unfolded so rapidly that witnesses failed to immediately comprehend what occurred. The commander heard team members expressing amazement behind him and realized his impressive appearance. The leader's elimination forced others to plead for mercy. Nate advocated complete extermination, though one criminal began shouting louder than others. He claimed no evil individuals existed here except those already deceased. The individual identified himself as Gilpin and requested punishment instead of others. This created confusion within the misfit team's understanding. Since this name appeared in the organization's title, the deceased apparently served as the primary authority. However, everything was arranged more cleverly than apparent. Evan understood first. The subordinate's name protected the treacherous leader's life during dangerous situations. Gilpin continued arguing for pardoning his associates. Seconds later, other criminals rushed to defend him, describing his admirable character. Unexpectedly, even Nate confronted Austin, demanding justice. As compelling evidence supporting them, the thieves offered their treasure as payment. Their profession enabled acquiring substantial wealth stored in concealment. The misfits understood their situation only when Tony destroyed the improvised vault's lock. Austin accepted the proposal, and the individuals hurried to select prizes. Numerous items existed there. Nate even discovered a warming cover made from hide. The team leader also benefited, obtaining armor crafted from durable, flexible leather. Only Evan avoided the pillaging because he possessed an alternative proposal. The individual wanted to claim the criminal organization personally, not destroy it completely. Naturally, the regulations would be modified to match their personal ethical standards. Group members would cease killing people and accepting such contracts. This approach seemed more reasonable because a replacement organization might emerge immediately. Austin realized Evan had planned this during their inn-dinner. The individual personally ensured all criminals gathered in one location. Through the establishment's waitress, information easily reached appropriate networks. Evan promised to manage people honorably, provide Austin percentages, and supply information when needed. After considering the proposal briefly, the team leader agreed. However, Gilpin became more anxious due to new threats. The criminals apparently lacked independence. The Duchy of Aspen funded nearly all their activities, maintaining considerable influence over the primary operations. Now that Evan proposed dramatic changes, this provided reason to eliminate everyone involved. Yet the individual's concerns were countered by Evan's unwavering confidence in his companion's strength. Having resolved all necessary matters and selected artifacts for themselves, they could return to the barracks. None of the individuals wanted to return today because they would face snow removal. Therefore, unanimous agreement was reached to remain in the criminal's secret hideout. In the morning, Austin rushed to brief the unit commander. The individual reported they eliminated the merchants' organization and no internal threat remained. After clarifying all urgent matters, Alice suggested a duel. She understood perfectly that the individual typically never refused anyone this. The young individual gladly accepted, anticipating a conventional battle. However, with the initial strike, the fairy managed to knock him down. As unpleasant as admitting it proved, Austin had become overly confident. The individual not only fell to the ground, but also lost his weapon. The young individual lacked time to rise, and Alice placed him on his back for the second time. The Misfits team never expected the girl to be so skillful. Within several dozen minutes, Austin performed more tumbles than throughout his entire existence. Eventually, the youth became so exhausted he could no longer stand. Alice initiated combat to assess her opponent's abilities and felt somewhat disappointed. The individual proved less powerful and perceptive than he appeared. In conclusion, the unit commander noted she would closely monitor the detachment's activities. The individual remained on the ground, criticizing himself for preparation deficiencies. He understood the need to enhance his physical capabilities. No superior trainer existed for close-quarters combat than Tony. The following day, the team leader determinedly sought new knowledge. The giant was training using a tree he had recently uprooted. Sometimes the subordinate's strength proved extremely impressive and frightening to the youth. Tony cheerfully agreed to train the young individual, but promised workload bordering on death. Austin heard such statements nearly every time before testing and therefore felt no fear. From that point, torment began. The youth spent nearly entire days dragging massive stones on his back, simultaneously performing various exercises. His muscles burned from savage exertion, yet the team leader refused to surrender. Tony prevented relaxation, sometimes adding additional weight. The individual privately expected the young person to abandon training due to difficulties. However, he simply clenched his teeth harder. Refusing challenges contradicted his principles. Otherwise, the youth would have already been claimed by death. Austin simply requested more practice. At his commander's request, the individual increased the exertion level multiple times. He felt impressed by the young person's resolve. Even the panther observing from distance was shocked by such inhuman treatment. Gradually, the demanding work produced results. Though Austin would return from training each time and simply collapse at the barracks entrance from exhaustion. Like others, Nate remained uninformed, so he suspected the commander might be attacked by rivals from other teams. The young individual always replied that he was simply tired after exertion. One such evening, a blue-eyed panther leaped onto his bed. His companions began insisting the individual name her if he had definitely decided to keep her. Austin playfully began creating nicknames for the furry creature, though the cat disliked them. Eventually, considering the beast's reaction, they decided to postpone the matter until morning. The panther and the youth fell asleep within minutes. Initially, the team leader thought he had discovered himself in the afterlife. However, this location was far more beautiful than the gloomy darkness to which he had grown accustomed. Flower petals drifted around, covering the earth completely to the horizon like fabric. In the sky, illumination resembling aurora lights shimmered. Looking around, the young individual suspected he was simply dreaming. This time, death had not visited him. Suddenly, Austin heard footsteps behind him and turned around. In the distance, the youth saw a woman who was gazing at him intensely. Looking carefully, the team leader realized she was very beautiful and possessed blue eyes. Suddenly, the unknown person spoke the name Esther. She appeared to be answering his question about the panther's name. Austin opened his eyes as the vision disappeared. The individual was extremely tired, so he failed to realize that it was actually the same woman lying beside him. The young individual believed this was a continuation of the dream. The unknown person simply gazed into his eyes, remaining silent. However, a timid blush gradually began appearing on the beauty's face. The team leader's eyes slowly closed. Finally, the young individual entered deep sleep. In general, in the barracks, fortunately, nobody witnessed the accidental transformation. In the morning, Austin prepared for training as soon as the sun appeared through the mountains. To the surprise of the youth and everyone around him, he felt no muscular pain whatsoever. Nobody had any concept that it was the panther's work lying on the bed. The young individual was necessary to her, so it was in the sorceress's best interests to preserve his life. Nearly while departing, Austin suddenly recalled his dream and told Nate something about it. The brilliant memory most remembered was the beautiful Esther's face. He had no concept that the woman was suffering from a curse she had acquired for misusing magic. For several years, the sorceress wandered the world in the panther's body until she met a young individual. Now her objective was to assist him because the youth was also cursed. It was with this that the leader of the Misfits team attracted her back then in the high grass. It was important to the woman that she be addressed by her correct name. Otherwise, the realm in which she existed in her true form could be destroyed forever. Because of this, Esther risked her own safety and visited Austin in a dream. The young individual's curse was very powerful, though he didn't appear to understand it. This meant it could absorb its penalty and restore its true form and power. Several more days of dedicated training passed. Now the youth and Tony had already progressed directly to close-quarters combat. Though the instructor was twice Austin's size, he was already quite capable of confronting his opponent. However, still not enough to overcome it. Repeatedly, the team leader found himself on the ground listening to another lecture. The main issue was the awkwardness, which Tony always criticized. The improvements regarding endurance were obvious. However, for significant progress, much more effort was required. In this pattern, the youth welcomed spring's beginning. Close-quarters combat training did not mean he decided to abandon his other interests. Nate even admitted he was becoming curious. Sword training was also slowly producing results. The fundamentals had been learned, and now they needed to be embedded into muscle memory. This required considerable effort and numerous repetitions. However, despite the loads, which to many would seem excessive, the individual was bored. He yearned to participate in genuine trials. As if hearing his desire, one day Alice appeared at the barracks entrance. She reported that the individual had an urgent assignment to complete. A powerful local organization hired soldiers for a sensitive task. The conversation between the woman and the youth took place outside, and therefore did not go unnoticed by those around them. The guards stopped at a distance, carefully observing and listening to their discussion. According to the conditions, 3 people were required. Austin could take another fighter with him. The third one was the unit commander herself. Though it seemed strange, the youth decided not to ask about the reasons. The observer, meanwhile, was already generating inappropriate gossip in his head. After hearing some fragments of the conversation, he imagined 90% of the details. With delight, he went to tell others about it. The information changed at great speed and eventually reached their mutual acquaintances. By morning, the entire fortress was buzzing with discussion of the romance between the subordinate and the unit commander. Even the members of the team began mocking their leader. Most of all, they, of course, enjoyed the gossip about their shared offspring. No matter how Austin tried to justify himself, it only caused laughter and even greater ridicule. The young individual would rather receive dozens of stab wounds than listen to nonsense directed at him. For Alice's assignment, the individual chose Jared. The wildcat already had experience in carrying out similar orders and was the most reserved. The trio was waiting for the customer at the agreed place in just a couple of dozen minutes. To somehow kill time, the unit commander decided to play a little with Austin. She started a conversation about gossip, which caused a violent reaction from the young individual. However, at the most interesting moment, a carriage drove up to them. The task was to protect one of the heirs of the trade organization, between whom a war was brewing. Before appointing one of them as head, it was necessary to protect them from mutual destruction. As it turned out, the object of protection was a very beautiful woman named Leona. The only thing she said when addressing the warriors was a greeting. All communication was carried out through the servant. The young individual did not like this condescending attitude at all. On the way, it was agreed to stay at a local hotel and meet with the second heir in the morning. The security guards had already been informed of this as a fact, and they had no right to interfere in the discussion. Austin understood that he could only rely on his own observations as Tony had taught him. Therefore, he analyzed all the people close to Leona. Having drawn certain conclusions about the strength of the team, the individual temporarily left this matter, especially since Jared suggested playing an interesting game. The young individual had to guess the source of the sound, which was called randomly by a wildcat. The first few attempts were very successful and did not require much effort. However, the further they moved down the street, the more difficult the puzzles became. Upon entering the hotel, the three soldiers were left downstairs while Leona and her people went up to the room. There was nothing to do, so Jared and Austin continued playing, and Alice decided to join them. Because she was an elf, her senses were much better developed than those of humans. Therefore, the team leader was quickly displaced, and he was even a little upset about it. However, the innocent game quickly began to turn into something else, because the killers who came to carry out the order were already preparing for the attack. Seconds later, a fight broke out. However, the opponents were too numerous for such good warriors. While the rest of the proud nobleman's guard panicked in fear, Austin, nevertheless, through this noise, was able to hear the enemy approaching. The opponents had no chance of survival. When the enemy was finished off, the team leader decided to immediately check on Leona. The youth quickly rushed upstairs. However, one of the attackers decided to stop him by throwing knives in the other direction. Jared stopped the attack, allowing the commander to do what he planned without distraction. Alice, meanwhile, destroyed the villain, as well as all the other enemies within her radius. The mercenaries who remained alive and watched from the sidelines were already afraid to approach. The woman was as terrifying as a wildcat that proved stronger than its leader. However, for some reason, the youth was content to be in the background, like the rest of the team. It was a strange union of people whose motives Alice still couldn't understand. Austin was almost at the door of Leona's room. He had no doubt that the killer was also inside. The individual easily eliminated all the attackers who tried to stop him. He sensed their approach in advance and had time to prepare for it. The young individual's suspicions were confirmed when the aristocrat's bodyguard flew out along with the room door. The misfit team member resolutely went inside. He saw that the killer was already a meter away from his victims, who were left defenseless. The servant could only scream and plead for help protecting her mistress. The young individual began to consider a plan of action. He had a couple of seconds to do so. He should have had time to cover the women with himself. The individual had only seen something like this once in his life. He had to act like a knight. Austin imitated that move almost perfectly the first time, and it worked. The young individual found himself between the victims and the mercenary. He took the blow that was intended for Leona. The team leader was saved only by his new armor made of strong leather, and he managed to avoid injury. Now it was possible to repay the scoundrel for the damaged clothes. Austin picked up the confused assassin on his shoulder and turned to face the window. Breaking the window with it, the youth jumped out into the street. The blow was softened by the opponent's body. The young individual stood up and picked up his sword. He believed that everything was settled with his opponent. However, the attacker was still holding up pretty well and was already preparing to counterattack in a moment. The individual used two swords at once, and the weapons were of different lengths. Though this had never happened before in his practice, Austin decided that he would handle it without any problems. The villain attacked. While the distance between them was rapidly closing, the team leader analyzed the situation. Due to the different lengths, the amplitude of the blows inflicted by the opponent also turned out to be different. The tricks were devious, derived from the deception techniques he had been shown in his youth. Though his opponent had more weapons, Austin managed to evade attacks due to his well-developed foundation. The young individual was pleased to participate in a real duel, not in ordinary sparring. So far, their fight had resembled a kind of dance. The killer was unable to reach the team leader. He had no intention of counterattacking yet, but was only analyzing the attacker's abilities. The individual was furious that an ordinary soldier could stand up to him at such a level. While the killer believed he was being mocked, Austin genuinely admired his skills. He never managed to master fencing with two hands at once. After a 2-minute pause, the fight began with renewed vigor. This time, the individual concentrated on the point. He clearly saw the trajectory of the enemy's future strikes, which, as expected, intersected at the end. By choosing the right time, Austin counterattacked with lightning speed. His blade easily entered the killer's body, but he was never able to reach the soldier. This was the end. The scoundrel was drowning in his own blood. Though the victory was achieved, the team leader still believed that he was not good enough in battle. It was necessary to practice more and most likely with Jared to improve the reaction. Suddenly, several killers jumped out of the main entrance to the hotel and fled. Austin initially decided to catch up with them, but the Wildcat stopped him. He insisted that the task did not include eliminating the killers, but only protecting the facility. Since everything was fine with Leona, they could relax a bit. Alice, who had quietly approached from behind, noticed that the team leader had done a good job with his task. However, at the same time, the unit commander began to hint again at gossip about the relationship between them. At this very moment, the successor of the organization approached them and overheard a snippet of the conversation. She asked Austin's name because it was the youth who had saved her from the greatest danger. The woman thanked him wholeheartedly and volunteered to compensate for everything that was needed. However, the individual refused because he didn't consider it anything special on his part. The young individual's reaction drove the woman into a stupor. No one had ever refused the award. Night gradually descended on the city. Guards were lined up around the perimeter of the hotel to prevent another attack. Sitting on the first floor in the tavern, Austin pondered the reasons for the treacherous attack. The most likely candidate for the role of customer, no matter what, remained the second heir. Immersed in his own observations and thoughts, the young individual did not immediately notice Leona, who had come down to him. The sun had already begun to rise on the horizon, and the aristocrat was surprised by the soldier's early rise. Of course, the team leader would love to be still asleep, but he had only recently resigned from his post. The woman did not give up trying to find out the true nature of the strange young individual, so she invented something interesting. She was ready to hire Austin as her own private security guard. The organization she belonged to had very good connections. Trade was conducted with a variety of customers, such as the shepherds of the wasteland who lived on the barren land, hunters from the dark-skinned organization who were engaged in taming and capturing dragons, or the rangers who guarded the glaciers. Even a map of these trade routes could ensure the ruler a rich life until the end of his days. That is why there was such a fierce struggle for the inheritance. In this struggle, the woman needed guards who would not act solely for financial support. Austin turned out to be such a person, and Leona believed that the individual would not refuse her. However, she was deeply mistaken. The young individual did not want to serve someone else all his life. The youth's answer shocked the aristocrat, and she involuntarily began to insist on her point. The young lady was stopped only by the appearance of Jared and Alice. They believed that Leona, not accepting rejection, was simply pushing to get what she wanted. Realizing that she was currently in the minority, the aristocrat did not argue and rose to her feet. She said that she should expect the arrival of her competitor in the family dispute tomorrow. Several hours passed after this conversation, and everyone around was already talking about Austin conquering Leona. Even Evan, who had arrived recently, started asking the commander about it. Any conversation with another woman made the young individual a traitor to the unit commander in the eyes of others. Since the cunning fox arrived quite on time, the youth decided to give him a task. He instructed Evan to find the attackers, who had escaped from the hotel. More information was needed. The past leader of the trade organization, Steve Lockfried, was a good businessman but an indecisive individual. Despite the fact that the adopted daughter, Leona, was most suitable for the role of successor, he never dared to make a final choice so as not to offend his own son, Morris. The individual died and was buried according to organization traditions, and a fierce war began. Now his son was on his way to meet his stepsister, burning with anger. He was told that the attempt on Leona's life had failed. The schemer turned out to be more cunning than the team of assassins that came after her. Maurice's advisor assured him that this was not the end, there was time, and the problem could be solved. However, the silent companion who rode with them in the carriage did not hold the same opinion. Finally, the carriage stopped and the delegation of the heir to the merchant organization entered the hotel. On the first floor, they saw only Jared, Austin, and Alice. The capricious aristocrat immediately began to show his unpleasant character. However, the team leader paid no attention to this. The individual focused only on his silent companion, who remained a little to the side. He too soon fixed his gaze on the young individual. Meanwhile, Morris began yelling at Jared, demanding that he call Leona downstairs. At this point, Austin was glad he hadn't brought Nate with him. A crazy axe lover would have already blown off the head of the arrogant superior. To be honest, the wildcat also reacted badly to this attitude towards itself. However, at least it could have been stopped. In the midst of a dispute that could escalate into armed confrontation at any moment, Leona appeared. She immediately stated that her brother was late, and this diffused the entire conflict. Though Maurice still continued to grumble about the behavior of others, he came very close and immediately regretted it. The heiress hit him in the face with her hand. She thus showed her indignation and awareness of her brother's actions. Leona called him an idiot who risked his life by attacking regular soldiers. Maurice was taken aback by the surprise and blurted out that he didn't know about it. However, after the advisor's signal, he began to claim that it was not his doing at all. He openly despised Leona for not having her father's blood flowing in her. However, the woman resisted this pressure with dignity because she knew that her brother was too stupid for the position of head. She would have broken up with the individual a long time ago if it weren't for her father's verbal will. Try to come to an agreement. Open dialogue between relatives made those around them understand the mental abilities of each of them. Leona, thanks to her own intelligence, was more suited to fulfill the duties of a leader. She could be so cold-blooded that her blood ran cold, but at the same time fair. The woman angered Morris with her sharp arguments, and he grabbed his weapon. Seeing this, Austin in turn also reacted. The silent stranger followed his example. So far, none of them had dared to fully draw their sword from its scabbard. However, Morris was gradually pushed back, which indicated a readiness to attack. The leader of the team was only following the stranger. The individual had great strength. The initial pose indicated the technique of the dancing blade. Austin was eager to understand the degree of skill. The youth encouraged his opponent to attack, and he happily complied with his request, drawing his sword. The fight was stopped by the sudden appearance of a detachment of border guards. Torres ordered those present to lower their weapons or face immediate punishment. Morris was overcome with terror and hiccups. Border guards announced that they were taking the case under their supervision due to the attack by foreigners on the territory of the fortress. Of course, the customer was considered to be the unscrupulous son of the former head of the trade organization. While he was hiding behind the advisor in fear, the individual noted that their theory had not been proven. However, Torres took it personally, hinting that he would take on the task more vigorously after that. Unexpectedly, Leona intervened in the conversation, offering to find the culprit and solid evidence. She agreed to 2 days in custody along with the other suspects. This surprised Austin quite a bit. He did not understand the motives for such actions. In order to draw final conclusions, it was necessary to catch the murderers who had escaped. At that moment, the team leader was satisfied with his own decision to entrust Devon with this task. Leona noted that even if it doesn't yield any significant results, she will expect the border guard unit to continue the investigation. However, the woman will do this together with her brother in the organization's hometown because they will leave the fortress. This news worried Austin because he could not provide the woman with an escort outside the city. The scoundrels surrounding Morris were ready to tear the heiress to pieces. Leona herself could not help but understand this, and therefore her behavior remained a mystery to the young individual. To back up her words with actions, the woman announced a reward for the killers. She pulled out a masterpiece of blacksmithing, a dagger from Carmen's collection. However, she promised to give it to the most skillful of the seekers. Of course, Jared immediately volunteered to deal with this matter. This surprised Austin because he had no idea what the object was. Maurice was shocked that the woman had given such a valuable reward. However, it was her property, and she didn't have to ask anyone for permission to use it. The dagger was made by the most famous master gunsmith named Carmen. This individual went from being a slave to being a murderer, using only his own types of weapons. There were 7 of them in total, and this sample was the 4th. People would say goodbye to their lives to get them. In the end, Torres and Leona reached an agreement, and everyone present was detained for 2 days. Austin told Jared about his mission to catch the killers. Evan should have some results by now, so the Wildcat didn't need to worry. When everything was settled, Maurice's people went to the other end of the hotel, to their rooms. The leader of the team watched warily after the powerful stranger. He wanted to fight him. For some reason, I felt that it would happen again. The foolish aristocrat was worried that his bad deeds would be exposed. It was urgent to solve the problem between them and Leona. Therefore, the individual, together with his advisor, developed a strategy for bribing the organization's investors. While the intense discussions were going on in the room, Austin was outside practicing Tony's technique. He did the exercises almost without stopping for breaks. At some point, Torres, along with other border guards sitting nearby, decided to intervene. They didn't understand such a stubborn approach to constant loads. However, everything came much easier to them than to Austin. The individual achieved his goal through hard work. Geniuses who mastered skills in a few approaches could not understand the young individual's heavy cross. Despite all the obstacles, he was not going to give up. The team leader stubbornly went towards his dream, ignoring the opinions of others. This behavior of the individual made the border guard detachment at some point reflect on their own laziness. To make the evening more interesting, Torres offered Austin a fight. He insisted that last time he didn't understand why the individual was putting so much pressure on himself. Therefore, now the result should be completely different. The young individual, of course, agreed. He liked such challenges. It was decided to fight with sticks without using real weapons. Several rounds have already ended in victory for the border guard commander. He rejoiced to the thunderous cheers of his team members. However, Austin wasn't going to stop there. The individual wanted to understand what exactly he was doing wrong. Thus soon, all the members of the team took turns offering the young individual sparring matches. Because of the noise on the street, Maurice's group couldn't close their eyes. To the thunderous cries of the spectators, the commander of the Misfits team found himself on the ground again and again. However, this didn't bother him at all. The individual just wanted more rounds. The silent bodyguard of the heir to the merchant organization was shocked by this reaction. He saw that the young individual was eager to gain new knowledge and used every opportunity to do so. The individual realized during the meeting on the first floor that Austin knew about his power. However, this did not stop the young individual at all. On the contrary, it made him even more interested. He lost time after time, unable to fight back, but gaining experience for a future breakthrough. The only thing that seemed obvious to the individual was that the leader of the Misfits team lacked intuition. He analyzed a technique to perfection in just a few approaches. Only after that was he able to resist with dignity. At the same time, his determination charged others with some incredible excitement and enthusiasm. The audience couldn't help but get emotional looking at the enthusiastic individual. Suddenly, the noise around him died down when Morris's bodyguard asked for a duel. He was waiting for Austin's decision. However, Torres suspected the individual of pulling some kind of trick. Though the newcomer was not at all concerned, he had an irresistible desire to teach the young individual a lesson. In the end, despite the objections of the border guards, the team leader agreed to the challenge. Jared, who was watching what was happening from the hotel rooftop, immediately tensed up. He prepared himself for possible dangers for the commander. The scoundrel, even with a stick, seemed an extremely dangerous opponent. Therefore, to ensure that nothing happened to Austin, it was necessary to closely monitor and intervene in time. Both opponents stood in a stance, preparing for the fight. Despite the fact that his opponent was not moving at all, Austin felt the tension building. The individual felt threatened. It seemed like they were on a real battlefield and a massacre was taking place around them. Suddenly, the young individual saw that the enemy had begun active action. The team leader clearly saw the opponent's future trajectory. Austin realized that the individual's target was his neck and prepared to defend himself, believing there was still time. However, he acted too slowly. The warrior's imaginary blade pierced him through in the next moment. The enemy held a stick near the throat of the leader of the Misfits team and did not move. A heavy silence fell around the makeshift arena as everyone finally realized who they were dealing with. The individual smiled, lowering his hand, and noted that Austin was doing everything right, but his slowness was killing him. The young individual realized that the extraordinary development of his own strength was only in his head. He still had to grow and grow to reach this stone wall he was now standing in front of. However, it was too exciting a process to give up on the dream so easily. Austin suggested repeating the sparring again immediately. The opponent looked around with interest, admiring the young individual's ability to turn setbacks into opportunities. In the end, the cycle of fights dragged on so much that the audience had long since gone to bed. Only Alice continued to watch, secretly rooting for her favorite. It is expected that the individual received a lot of kicks and never won. However, the team leader was not at all intimidated by the chasm that separated him and his opponent. He wanted to master his skills at least a little, and for this he had to practice many times. Jared, whom no one had seen in all that time, understood that the commander would not win this duel today. He decided to help Austin work on his reaction and speed. It was already late at night, and Maurice's individual decided that he no longer wanted to continue sparring. The young individual did not try to dissuade him, but simply complimented him on the dancing blade technique. Though perhaps no one believed it now, the youth knew that one day he would fight the same way. In turn, the individual decided to show that he truly admires Austin, though I didn't think he had any special talent. In the morning, Torres was informed that the fugitive murderers had been caught. Evan and the Gilpin organization did a good job on this. The first thing the team leader did was praise and well-deserved recognition of his subordinates' efforts. The commander's actions completely disheartened the youth. He didn't think he had done anything special. Leona also thanked her for her efforts. Painstaking interrogations began, and intelligence officers tried to identify the person who ordered the assassination. Maurice, who was present in the room, even clutched his heart in horror. After a long silence, the wounded attackers spoke the name of the Aspen organization. He claimed that they were paid money and promised an additional reward for successfully completing the operation. Leona didn't seem at all surprised by what she heard. She wanted to complete all the formalities as quickly as possible. The commander of the reconnaissance detachment also noticed this behavior. He was a rather observant individual. However, it was impossible to prove anything because the woman was giving away a rather valuable thing as a reward for finding the killers. In the end, there were no options left, and Torres agreed that she could go home with her brother. Under the leadership of Alice, the soldiers escorted the carriage of the heiress of the merchant organization to the city gates. While Jared admired his new achievement, Austin wondered what might happen in the future, especially since Evan told some details of yesterday's events. Leona knew full well that the criminals organization had caught the assassins. When the detainees were finally captured, her individual appeared on the doorstep. She said that the woman would spare the mercenaries from execution if they said what was needed. In Austin's opinion, Leona didn't care about her own life at all. Now the woman was in danger. However, it didn't seem like she was worried about anything at all. All that was important to the aristocrat was that the family of the head of the merchant organization not be defiled. She, in memory of his love, was even capable of covering up his son's crimes. The individual reported that their powers were ending at the city gates. However, Leona replied that he shouldn't worry. She would be under special protection. Several minutes later, the individual was convinced of this himself. Lockfried Merchant Organization was waiting for the woman at the main gate. The garrison captain announced the investors' decision, according to which Leona was considered the new chairman. After the solemn speech, the warriors bowed respectfully before the woman. At that moment, Austin understood the whole idea of the ruse. 2 days of arrest decided her future. However, they provided enough time for the army to arrive. In parting, Leona reminded her of her proposal and noted that she would not force her to change her decision. However, she was very interested in the fate of the young individual and would like their paths to cross again. Then the woman would have the opportunity to repay him for his conscientious work. The former bodyguard and the heiress shook hands, reaching a kind of agreement. The conversation was interrupted by Morris's reaction to the garrison commander's behavior. The fat individual was incredibly indignant. However, the individual's stern gaze stopped the weak-minded young individual. He no longer had the right to give orders. The one who almost brought shame to the Lockfried family was to remain in the shadows forever. Though the advisor's plan failed, the warrior who was with them took away some interesting observations from the journey. Leona was extremely intelligent, and someone special had appeared in the army. After the departure of the new head of the merchant organization, Austin analyzed his mistakes in the last match. Though the enemy sincerely believed that the individual should abandon military service, this only motivated him more to take action. He only wanted to move forward regardless of the opinions of others. Therefore, I have already built a detailed plan of action. The next morning, Austin started to get Nate out of bed, despite all his objections. The young individual wanted to train with him, because in his opinion the axe connoisseur was well versed in the technique of the dancing blade. Several minutes later, a fierce fight broke out between them. The young individual tried to draw up a careful plan of attack, tracking his opponent's blows. However, it was difficult to find the right moment. Ultimately, Austin's quick reaction and strength allowed him to injure Nate. Drops of blood flowed down the subordinate's neck, who looked at the commander in surprise. Indeed, with a little practice, the team leader became quite fast. However, within a second, Nate enthusiastically suggested increasing the speed several times more. The young individual, who thought he had finally defeated his opponent, froze in shock. The enemy now moved like lightning. Austin barely had time to fight back, let alone attack. At some point, the individual felt like his life was hanging in the balance. The team leader realized that he had only overcome a hill and the real rock was still ahead. It was necessary to work with what was available and absorb knowledge with every movement. There was absolutely no time left for self-pity. All members of the detachment made efforts to raise the combat level of their commander. Jared constantly checked the young individual's reaction speed. The Wildcat no longer wanted regular training. He wanted to show that there was a sixth way to sense an enemy's attack. Jared called it a lust for killing and had just demonstrated it eloquently. Mastering this skill could help when the opponent's position was not obvious. The Wildcat believed that Austin had absolutely everything he needed and could develop this skill. As a thank you for the precious stiletto, Jared solemnly announced that he would assist in this science. New impressions stirred unknown feelings inside the team leader. He was ready for the challenge. It was about power over one's own instincts, which were completely independent of any of the senses. Jared considered predators and their prey a good example of his theory. A large number of repetitions was supposed to bring the technique to automatism, completely free the brain, which would be focused only on heightened sensations. This was the only way to master the thirst for murder. Gradually, subordinates began to notice subtle changes in the behavior of the team leader. At first, no one could understand what exactly had changed. Only Evan correctly observed that the commander had become even crazier than ever. The other soldiers immediately picked up on this, though Austin himself did not think so. The young individual always thought that he was the most reasonable and balanced among them. However, how wrong he was. No matter what the pack leader did during the day, the panther always came to his bed at night. Though no one in the room understood it, Esther was healing him and giving him strength for the next trials. The woman didn't want to admit it, but deep down she was rooting for the individual just like everyone else around her. At the same time, she had a goal which she pursued despite all the difficulties. Taking advantage of the pause in the kingdom's war, Austin focused on honing his skills. Like a squirrel in a wheel, the young individual repeated the training with each member of the team in turn. He was not at all bothered by this state of affairs. The individual was making a huge effort. The team leader believed in his own progress, which was to happen very soon. There were also improvements with training and recognizing the urge to kill. Gradually, Austin began to feel Jared at a sufficient distance from him. They practiced this skill under any conditions, even in front of other warriors, though they did not understand the meaning of such actions at all. Unlike the commander, the subordinates did not believe that there was progress due to excessive practice. The individuals were confused that Austin had previously seemed to be making giant strides forward. However, now it seemed he was standing still. Eventually, at a team meeting, Nate suggested putting the leader through real testing. The group went to the bulletin board the very next day. However, there seemed to be no worthy tasks for him there. Unexpectedly, a stranger offered to help him with a small business nearby. It was about exploring a mysterious dungeon in the fortress. The protagonist is an unsurpassed defender of humanity who gave all his strength in the struggle, but was unable to prevent the inevitable destruction of the world. However, his epic has just begun when he suddenly goes back 20 years in time, so we'll keep an eye on how the events unfold. The little boy was very nervous and started crying. He called his mother to help him cope with his thoughts. The young man wanted to understand why everyone who had seen him in his dreams called him a hero and wanted him to save the world. His mother held him by the shoulders and tried to calm him down, but he kept crying. The young man was very scared and wanted to stop everything as soon as possible because he was still quite young and felt that it was very difficult for him. The protagonist's mother kept trying to convince him that he was the only hope of that miserable world, so everyone hoped only for him. He was very frightened when he heard that the closest person in the world wanted him to not be weak and die like a hero. Once on the ground, when he opened his eyes, he was no longer the little boy he used to be, but a grown man who had already been awakened. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He just wanted to rest a bit so that he could continue the work he had to finish. In front of him was a bunch of scary monsters holding their weapons, and it was because of them that Kevin could not rest, because the monsters simply did not give him time to do so. He stood on top and kept looking at the whole flock of his enemies that ran up to him, and it was them that he considered very annoying animals that he had to deal with. He decided not to waste time and rushed into battle to quickly complete everything he had planned. The young man tried to use all his skills against the enemy because there were a lot of them, and he had to cope with them on his own. After a while, the protagonist began to feel sick. He held on to his failure and sat down on the ground, and blood was even visible from his mouth. Later, he saw a huge monster with horns in front of him, which was incredibly strong. The guy realized that it was just the desired power. He was on his knees and realized that he was honored to be a big part of that monster, but he decided that he had to defeat it and take its power. The young man could not stand it any longer and fell to the ground with all his might, as his level of fatigue was at its maximum. Kevin realized that this was probably the end, as the monster began to transform into something the young man could not understand. The young man was lying on the ground all beaten up, and it seemed to him that his life was coming to an end, and he was very ashamed that he had not been able to protect anyone. After a while, he began to hear some voices around him. He began to open his eyes slowly and saw that a bunch of his comrades were standing over him, thinking that he was dead. None of them could understand what was happening to him, because he started to behave as if he were a ghost. Kevin pulled himself together and stood up, but he still thought that the monster had killed him and could not believe that it must have been a dream. He still could not believe that he was alive, but his peers tried to gag him so that they could continue to beat him. But at some point, the enemy did not even expect the kid to be able to fight back, and he just started spinning around from Kevin's punch. All the young men were so impressed that he was capable of such a thing, But he did not expect it from himself, as he had never had such strength before. The young man who was beaten up by Kevin could not accept this and promised that he would answer him. But as they all heard the sounds of a police car, they had to leave the place. The boy realized that he would have to go to school tomorrow and everything could continue, but he did not understand what was happening to him. When he picked up the phone of one of those guys and saw his reflection, he decided that he looked like he had been 20 years old. It was after the dungeons started appearing in different parts of the world that monsters started coming out of them, which were not protected and started interfering with the real world. This moment of outbreak of monsters began to simply destroy the real world all over the world. But on the other hand, there were people who were born with the power that was aimed specifically at fighting this catastrophe. Such people were called the Awakened, and one of them was our hero, who stood up even when all humans died out and continued to fight those monsters. This young man became the last representative of humanity, as well as the strongest awakened Kevin. He was sitting in front of a man with his things and was probably repeating his name for the 10th time, as he could not remember it, and also had to say all his other data very quickly. The guy looked at the calendar hanging on the wall and didn't understand why there was a completely different year, but it was clear that time had simply rolled back 20 years. He even thought he could tell that he was 20 years old, as he looked exactly like a student. The teenager kept thinking about how he was sure he had died at the hands of that monster, but since it was a nightmare, he now had to think about college and the exams he had to take. Kevin remembered all those feelings and was sure that it was really real, and now he was just back in the past. The young man did not understand what he had to do to get back into his body, but he knew that there were many things he could not figure out. The man didn't want to continue this conversation any longer, so he decided to call the boy's mother to come and sort everything out. He was immediately warned that he had to stay at home and keep a low profile, and it would be a good idea to avoid construction sites, as monsters could appear there. The boy's mother was very scared and did not understand what he was doing at the police station and was in such a terrible state. It seemed to the boy that this woman was the mother of the owner of the body Kevin was in, and when they were going home, he did not even remember the address where they lived. It was very strange for the woman to hear him use ordinary language that he didn't always use, but he didn't even know what to say. She started wiping his face and reminding him that the children who were always bullying him did the same thing that day. His mom asked him not to be silent and to tell her everything if they continued to do the same thing. She did not want to let it happen again. When they walked through the park, the boy was surprised that it was quite empty. It was clear that something had happened there. In an instant, when the young man turned around, he saw that there was something that looked like a dog or a wolf behind him, trying to attack them. Kevin took a good look at the creature, and it was very clear that it was no ordinary wolf, but a real werewolf. Such outbreaks of these werewolves in some corner began to happen more and more often, and one could even notice that they could appear in the city center. He realized that it was then that his big problem was how he was going to deal with it. But first, he decided that he needed to get some weapons. The woman was very scared. She was sure that the monsters had been taken care of, but it turned out that it was not the case. The guy knew that he wasn't even tied to that body, but he was confident that he could handle it. Without wasting any time, he started a fight with that werewolf, but he did not expect that he had such strength. And the guy's attack was very predictable. He kept thinking that he couldn't do anything to such a low-level monster, but he knew for sure that if he were in his own body, there would be no problem with it. When he turned his head, he noticed that it was not the end and there were more and more wolves, so the situation was not getting any better. The young man noticed that the second animal had thrown his mats away, that it had even just traveled a few meters along the ground, and that it had saved Kevin by distracting the monster's attention. He held her by the shoulders because he was so scared for her, and he didn't understand why she did it, because she could have died. The woman insisted that she was fine and wanted him to just get out of there alive and unharmed, but she would stay there. The young man was in complete despair when he realized what had happened to his mother. He turned to those creatures and wanted them to make their last wish before they died. After a few seconds, he didn't even realize what had happened so quickly, because all those monsters just disappeared. But the young man wasn't going to let them go so easily. He kept thinking that he was so weak that he couldn't even handle some dogs. But after a while, he gathered his thoughts and decided that it would be better if he took his mother home. When he took his mother on his shoulders, he realized that his back injury had begun to show itself. It was at that moment that he remembered that he did not know where he had to go. The boy was glad that his mother's wallet contained the address where he needed to go, otherwise he would have had to spend the night on the street. He realized that his mother was feeling very bad, but he kept reassuring her that everything was going to be okay. Kevin began to remember that she was the one who was willing to put herself in such danger, but he did not understand why she needed to do it. The young man kept looking at the scrolls and wanted to understand why this body was so weak that it could not even fight off several monsters. It even seemed to him that he had been reborn into something quite pathetic. He decided that he still needed to calm down a bit and pull himself together. It was very important to stay calm in rather difficult times. The guy noticed that the system confirmed the user and opened the gate right in front of them. When he stood in front of the gate, he realized that the body he had probably had some talents of an awakened person, and he still wanted to use them, even though it was not his body. He knew that he had once been an ordinary person, and at that time he began to enter the abyss much earlier than in his previous life, so there was no time to think. The system greeted the guy in his first test of the tall tower, and it was also known as just an abyss, or just a void where all the demons lived, who we were doomed to eternal suffering. He also knew that if he cleansed the first floor of all his enemies, he would have the right to be called an awakened one, and with each subsequent floor his strength would increase. Now it was clear why everyone was trying to get higher, because the tower had a system that was much more important than any floors. He had to choose a level, and despite the fact that it was the same first floor, the enemy was getting stronger and stronger. But the reward was also high. Since he chose the most difficult level, he hoped that he would be okay. But in the past, he could have strengthened the level a little more. He realized that he had to move forward, but he knew that if he followed the same path as in the past, he would meet the same end. A couple of minutes earlier, the young man had started screaming loudly as he noticed that a huge wolf was about to attack him, but there was no one around. But just a couple of minutes later, he noticed that a stranger started circling over him and skillfully began to deal with those monsters. Kevin tried to concentrate his attention on the wolves and also began to remind them that he wanted to take revenge on them for what they had done to his mother. The young man looked directly into the eyes of that giant and was confident enough that the wolf was to join the one the boy had already killed, and he cleared the first floor with the maximum level of difficulty. All the news reports said that recently the number of sublands that had begun to open had begun to increase, and now there were 3 times as many. Everyone knew that the rewards that were found underground had a great impact not only on everyday life, but they also had a great effect on the world economy. Even in some places, a phenomenon called the Tower was invented just when monsters could escape from the dungeon in the real world. But despite this, the dungeon still had a positive impact on society. The young men who gathered could not even understand how one of them could clear the first floor with such indicators. But all those present were well aware that a new star was among them and considered him very suspicious. A lot of time has passed since then, when the young man was exactly where he was going. It was in his past life that it was just a big world in which a large number of awakened ones could gather. Each floor of those buildings was just a separate world with its own environment, climate, and even its own sculpture. The young man was well aware that all of this had something in common with each other, but before he could go to the next floor, he had to pass the test. He still managed to defeat all the monsters he came across again, and tried to collect the appropriate number of points on the floor where he was. Kevin was well aware that if not for all his memories from his past life, he would definitely not have been able to cope with all the tasks that were in front of him. But the guy understood quite well that the more he struggled, the more feelings from his past life came back to him, so at this rate he could reach the very end. When he stood in front of the system, He saw how many points he had already gained, and it was only the 10th level. But he still thought that the rewards were impressive, and his performance was growing rapidly. Now he was definitely confident that he could move to the next floor with that many points. The man was really happy that he had so many points, but he wasn't sure that he really needed to go shopping. He decided to go to one building where he was met by a rather interesting lady. She wanted to hear everything from him, and only then could she recommend something for him. The guy immediately realized that she was a seller of various goods, and her way of seducing customers into rash purchases had not changed at all, so it simply did not work on him. The woman was very confused when she heard that a young man was just trying to give her some instructions, but at the same time she wanted him to buy something from her. He did decide to buy something, but he didn't do it in a fair way, so he just made her very angry. She was sure that no one had ever scored so many points on the first floor and moved on to the second, but he considered himself just a regular customer and nothing more. The young man decided to sit down and see if he had forgotten anything, as he needed to have a sword, medicine, and food, and each skill had its own mana level to master. Kevin also knew that there was only one skill with a growth level that could be bought in the store of the Trial Tower, and that was Transformation. And that was the way to use the mana catalyst. The guy looked at the panel and realized that he could buy all of this, even in a regular reward shop, when his trial was over. It seemed easy enough for him not to notice that when looking at the store, you were just focused on getting to the next floor. But if you looked closely, you could find many hidden treasures. Kevin didn't realize how important it was to have memories from his past life, since the transformation and catalyst were quite good at this kind of information in the early stages. A stranger suddenly approached him and asked if he could spare some of his time, but our hero could not feel his presence for about 3 seconds. When he turned his head, he saw that he was facing a genius among all those awakened in the abyss. But he was the main culprit in the death of a large guild. The hero's mouth even opened by itself, and he thought that he had some kind of blemish on his face, that the young man was looking at him like that. Kevin immediately thought that this guy had a much scarier aura in the past, but he immediately switched gears and tried to start a conversation. He began to admit that he had been following Kevin from the moment he entered the store, as it seemed to him that he was buying many different items. He even decided that the young man had his eye on buying equipment. A few seconds later, the stranger started laughing out loud and suggested that the boy join his team. It was these angry clan members who followed him to take their treasures back to somehow survive in the forest. The hero noticed that all these creatures were from below, and it was very convenient for him to watch them from the height of the tree. The guy realized that these creatures were monster hunters who were tracking their prey. Now they let him out and asked him to start running away from them. He looked at his precious thing in his hands and did not understand why that mission had to be so difficult. He also decided that it was simply useless to him. The guy was very surprised when he noticed that the very same monster was already standing in front of him, and now he had to quickly decide what he had to do. The protagonist realized that he had a task to accomplish in order to survive in the forest and get rid of the very thing that was preventing him. It all started as soon as they spotted their enemy, and the young man realized that the battle was going to be long, as they were moving in groups. From the very beginning, the young man tried to warn Kevin that it would be very difficult to recruit people to the team because the difficulty would increase after the 5th level. After listening to everything that his new friend told him, he immediately concluded that he really had his reasons for continuing all this, and that the 8th level was too low for him. The boy noticed that now he was facing the boss, who was standing on top of his dragon and holding his weapon. The young man decided that he would still try to overcome his enemy and would use the predator on his chain. That was the reward he received for the 2nd floor. He was looking at that reward and couldn't believe that it would be so unique, and it was also clear that destroying monsters was a pretty good idea. The guy could even try to use the unique ability of the clan leader, a skill that enhanced physical abilities for a while in proportion to fatigue and vitality. Kevin felt very tired, but he had learned a lot from this battle, and if he could continue to grow at this rate, he would reach a higher level. When he got home, he couldn't believe that there were so many dishes his mom had prepared for him. He could not believe that she had done all this by herself and even went to work with such wounds. The woman even began to apologize, which was the only thing she could do as a sign of her gratitude for his saving her back then. The boy was very grateful for such attention to him, but in reality he knew that he could never be her real son. Kevin began to eat quite quickly and kept thinking that he would protect that woman no matter what it cost him. When he was full, he sat down at the computer and noticed that he had some shit in front of him, and everything was much worse than he had expected, since he did not have the number of points he wanted. The man watched the computer closely, which had a large graph on it, and the young man analyzed all the information that was given in this table. Later, a new message appeared on the screen describing the task that the young man had to complete, and he was desperate. And at that moment, in another neighborhood, the teenager was discussing with a friend who took first place in the news that had just been shown on TV. The partner suggested that the gentleman who won actually woke up with his colleague at the same time, and the character wondered if his friend knew anything about the stranger. At first, the man thought hard about this question, but later the young man replied that he did not know such a guy at all and had heard of him for the first time. The man decided to change the subject and asked if the young man knew anything about the third floor, namely about the attack that had recently taken place there. The partners did not like the fact that some kid who was clearly not new to the game had entered the game, so the teenagers thought that he was their new competitor. The hero told his friend that he would actively look for people who could help him pass this test, and his partner added that the gentleman could ask for help at any time. Late in the evening, the partner was walking down the corridor and thinking about Kevin, who could become his main rival in the future, and he really didn't like the fact that some braggart had appeared again. Suddenly, the man remembered a young man with black hair who looked very much like the friend everyone was talking about, and his partner thought about it and couldn't believe that he had seen him with his own eyes. The young man decided to relax a bit because he realized that his friend would not be able to compete with him, so his partner focused on his path and his tasks. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl found her way to the partner and wished him all the best because she knew that the gentleman wanted to relax after the hard exams. As soon as the guy turned his head, he sincerely thanked the woman for what she had just said and added that he would call the young man as often as possible. Later, the young man came to a station and looked at a train that was traveling at high speed in one direction and then in the other, and from that moment on, it was a whole year. The partner was so worried about the entrance exams that he had completely forgotten that he could easily clear the 9th floor, whereas a year ago his colleague could only dream of it. But all the characters were afraid of the dungeon that was about to explode because there were an infinite number of monsters who wanted blood. And after such an incident on New Year's Eve, people were very scared. But fortunately, the teenager knew that he could fix everything because he had the future in his hands. As soon as the character reached the 10th floor, he met an unknown man who did not look very nice and spoke strangely. The stranger asked for a coin. The young man did not like to give money for nothing, but he realized that he was on a test, so now the guy had to play by completely different rules. The teenager was incredibly grateful, because usually all his partners passed him by and no one ever gave him anything. The gentleman said that his colleague was a valuable person to him. Also, the old man had very precious information, so he had to help his partner because the young man gave him what his colleague wanted. The man only told the young man to be very careful during the test. The young man was surprised because he thought there was more information, and in a second he went to the test. The colleague took a long time to collect his thoughts because he knew that he was going to the 10th level. The character was confident in his abilities, but still he was scared at times. As soon as the man arrived at the test, he carefully examined all the buildings that were in front of his eyes at that moment. A little girl walked through the forest for a long time in search of beautiful berries, and finally she found what she was looking for so long. The lady's eyes lit up from what she saw. The lady couldn't believe that she was going to collect a whole bag of such berries today, and after a while the girl wanted to taste the berries she had found and feel them. But before she could put the deliciousness in her mouth, a giant monster jumped out of the forest and looked directly at the poor little beauty. Without hesitation, the lady turned her head and quickly ran away from the place. She really did not want to end her life on the spot. Fortunately, the man saw her and quickly grabbed her hand. Now they were running together. The lady could not believe that someone came to her aid. When Kevin saw that the opponent was not far behind them, he decided to strike with his sword, but later the teenager saw that it did not give any result. So, a second later, his colleague started running fast with the little girl, and the young man realized that if they stayed in one place, nothing would come of it. As soon as the young people were in a safe place, the woman looked at the young man and began to thank him incredibly. But a second later she was very scared of her friend and decided to run away. The young man did not expect such a reaction. He was smiling slyly because he had repeated to the girl many times that he was not a thief. But she did not listen to him. As soon as the young man came to the village, people began to look at him with a crooked look and immediately said that his partner was actually a thief. The news made him feel very uncomfortable, and he walked around the place calmly and realized that everyone was very angry with him. Because of this, the young man quickly turned away from everyone and walked in the other direction so that people would not see him. He was offended that he had done a good deed, but no one appreciated it. When the teenager walked around the city, he felt a strange fear, something he had never experienced before. Even when his partner was passing the 10th level, he did not feel the same way as now. At times, his friend noticed how people looked at him, which was very unpleasant because his partner was a good person, but everyone thought otherwise. At times, people even opened their windows to see Kevin with their own eyes. The man tried not to pay attention to it, but it was quite difficult. Before this test, the young man had carefully analyzed everything, so he was 100% sure that this was not the main task that needed to be done. So his partner went on. When the young man walked a little further, he was already overwhelmed with anger, because none of the ordinary people could feel what his friend was feeling at that moment. The partner came and sat on the floor, and he realized that he had to find a person who had information that could be used to complete the task. But when suddenly a little girl turned to the young man, the teenager quickly looked up and saw the same kid who had recently helped save a life. They politely greeted each other, and in a second, the lady approached the kid and gave him something in his hand, but in a minute the beauty was gone, and his partner did not understand what was happening. The girl stood behind the tree again and began to thank her colleague very much for such an act of the character. She was incredibly nice. He listened attentively to the little one who looked at him. Still, when the man looked at the woman, he was still surprised, because he thought that the lady would never come to him and thought he was a thief. When the young people started talking, the teenager asked the girl to come over to him. The beauty agreed, and in a second she saw a lot of different delicious food in front of her. The woman could not believe that she had tasted such delicious food. The beauty asked what it was, and the gentleman decided to calmly tell her everything. Later, the colleague realized that the heroine had never tasted anything delicious, because the man had seen what people who lived in this city ate. Later, the woman told him that the lady had a father who guarded the city, and the girl thought he was a very good man. But the boy thought a little differently but did not dare to say so. The kid was most interested in why the man came to this place and what he wanted to find here. The guy answered that he just came to walk and see how people live in other cities. The lady did not hesitate to ask a lot of questions, and it was difficult for his partner to answer them at times, and the lady also wondered if the monsters who attacked her could have gotten into the village. Before he could answer this question, the teenager saw two men heading in their direction, so his partner turned his head and looked at them closely. When one of the old men approached them, he said that he was very glad to meet them. But his friend did not say anything at first because he thought that something was wrong. Then Kevin remembered what the old man had said at the beginning of the test, that he had to be very careful in this area, so the man was immediately wary. As soon as the young man saw with his own eyes the old man actively approaching a group of people, he immediately asked if he was the one in charge of the place. The boy also added that he had wanted to meet his friend for a long time. The teenagers standing next to him looked at each other and did not understand whether their partner was telling them the truth or just lying. The gentleman noticed that his colleague was looking at him very clearly. He never looked away. It looked very creepy, so the character became alert. The friend began to shout at the beauty because he repeated many times that she did not take food from strangers. The lady lowered her eyes and began to get nervous. But Kevin began to calm her down and said that everything was fine. He thought that the woman should not be so nervous because of the troubles of an old man who did not know who the young man was. A second later, the kid threw a big bag with a bunch of food in it to the teenagers, and the friend was shocked to see how many different foods were in the bag. A second later, the boy told him that if he took him to his camp, he could share such large pieces of food every day with the characters. But if this was not enough for his friend, his partner could easily get much more and everything the gentleman wanted. But his colleague was in no hurry to answer. When the man returned, he turned to the young man and told him to follow him. The old man was ready to give him one house in which no one lived. The surprised boy did not expect such a speech. The teenager carefully examined everything that was in this place. He did not like that the sky was very black and had no rays of light at all. His friend was quietly walking through the city, and he saw a group of people praying for one man who stood in front of everyone. Such a speech interested his partner. But when Kevin realized everything, he remembered that he had seen this before, so he quickly approached the people who were praying. But they did not hear him at all. A second later, something caught his eye that surprised him greatly. He saw a man pulling out a knife and threatening one of the victims. The innocent comrade stood there, tied with ropes, and begged his partner not to touch him, but the man holding a sharp sword was getting closer. The man decided to turn around and go about his business, but the teenagers were discussing how they felt sorry for the man who was standing there and was about to lose his life. Meanwhile, the worker said that the whole ceremony was very successful, but they still could not find a new victim for the next ceremony. The old man was actively asking the young man how their new recruit, who had just moved to the city, was doing, and his partner told him that the gentleman had done almost nothing, so there was no information about him. The character was lying without signs of life. The people standing next to him were dressed in red and holding a fire so that one of his friends could see where to put the man. The old man, who was also dressed in red at the time, believed that it was all for the sake of their city, so the guy did not feel sorry for the man lying in front of him. After a while, a day later, a colleague came to the same place to see what happened to his friend because they had already thrown him off and there had to be some result. The man expected that the big snake would easily eat the young man, but when he saw with his own eyes, he could not believe that his friend was alive. Kevin looked clearly into the man's eyes and wanted to see something there, but in front of him was a giant snake that was cut into small pieces. The friend talked to his partner for a while and asked him what it all meant and why the man was so confident. His colleague still could not believe that Kevin had killed that monster. As soon as he returned, the friend said that the man could only count on the monster's death. The young man was so confident that it scared the guy very much. After these words, the old man's face was contorted, and he did not know how to react to this, so his friend decided to grit his teeth and courageously say what he thought. The partner started shouting loudly at his opponent because the snake was one of his best warriors who killed almost everyone, and the teenager stood quietly and listened to it all. As soon as the gentleman stopped talking, his colleague immediately said that the character thought only about himself, not about the people who lived in his city, and such words made his friend even angrier. The young man knew perfectly well who he was competing with. This snake ate very often and did almost nothing, so he was not sorry to kill it. But now there was a threat that monsters would come to this valley. The teenager was very offended that his friend was just feeding this monster to people. Only now he realized what a terrible mistake he had made when he brought this snake. Meanwhile, people were standing and shouting loudly. Some of them were discussing what could have happened, but mostly the boys were waiting for someone to come to them. Later, his partner brought the head of the monster with him and showed the gentleman that the snake did exist and ate people, but they did not believe in his thoughts at first. One of the girls was very angry because her husband was most likely given to this creature, and after a while other people began to remember how they had lost their loved ones. But when the emotions subsided, his colleagues began to ask what Kevin wanted to do next, and the young man stood calmly and thought about the answer. His friend said that he could help, and a second later showed the snake eggs that it had laid in its hiding place, and the young man asked that they listen to him carefully. Now the main task of the people was to raise good snakes and obey the leader, and fortunately there was no need to sacrifice people anymore. Such words surprised the teenagers very much. But when the guy said that the young people would have to survive on their own in the future, it made them very angry, and some of their partners started shouting loudly. One gentleman who stood in front of everyone thought that his colleague had just said something stupid and asked that the character apologize to everyone and not say such things again. The man gathered his strength and said that if the young men did not want to fight for their village, they could simply give up and not fight against the monsters that were about to arrive. He also often mentioned an old man who had also sacrificed himself at one point, and it hadn't led to anything good. So the people thought about what their friend had said. As soon as he closed his eyes to the greenhouse, he realized that he had to think only about himself, not about the characters who did not want to fight for their own lives. And then suddenly a little boy whom he had seen a long time ago, standing behind his mother and looking at the boy, caught his eye. At first the character just laughed quietly and said nothing to the young man, as if they had arranged a battle of wills in which the partner decided to give in to his partner. When the child was no longer shy, he came close and said that he could easily guard the village and help Kevin as much as he could. My colleague just started laughing and thanked the kid who was not afraid to stand up to strong monsters. It was the first time he had seen such a kid. I was just a teenager, and he sat down next to his friend and said that even a small child was ready to fight big giants, and people just stood there and did nothing. But when the man realized that there was nothing to be afraid of, he shouted and said loudly that they would all try to help their colleague with the battle. When a stranger approached his friend, he immediately told him that the people here were very weak, and they were also very afraid of everything they saw with their own eyes. The hero put his hand on his heart and asked the young man to teach them how to fight, and the friend thought about this request and thought it was a good idea. In the meantime, the bad guy came to a new monster that was already looking at him with big eyes. The character gave the task to destroy everything he saw. Young people were actively catching birds, when suddenly they saw something much bigger but did not attach any importance to it. The guys continued to look for different monsters and tie them with a rope. And then, unexpectedly, a giant monster stood up in front of the man, and Kevin himself was fighting it. And the young men could not believe that such a small man could stand up to such a giant. The young people began to call the teenager and ask him to finish it as soon as possible, but his partner did not listen to them and was determined. He was sure that the opponent would not be as difficult as everyone thought. But the gentleman thought that the sun would soon set, so he needed to finish it quickly. So they asked his colleague to let the opponent go, and they continued to follow their goal. And his friend agreed. When the man saw the skills, he was very surprised that the load was still not 100%. The young man rather wanted it to be over, and the guys went to rest. And then, in front of his friend's eyes, something crashed very hard into the ground. Stones began to fly in different directions. The young man quickly took a position and was ready to fight. It turned out to be a giant bird that had incredible strength. Such a monster could easily overcome the snakes that his partners had just raised. The gentleman immediately informed his colleagues that it would be difficult. Kevin realized that this was a man who didn't get along with him, but the old man was delighted that his plan was slowly coming to fruition, and that soon the teenagers would be finished. The old man looked at his bird and asked it to fly to him. The friend thought to the last that they were true friends. But when the bad guy saw the gentleman, he reacted strangely. And in a second, nothing was left of the character because the friend did not know that the bad guy could not analyze who had saved and raised him. And the young man had already taken a position and was very much surprised by the power that opposed him. Now the kid had to come up with a plan to fight such an opponent. Only the teenager noticed that the bad guy flew to the city. He quickly started running after him and wanted to stop him as soon as possible so that people would stay safe. But it turned out to be a difficult task. When the teenager jumped up the mountain, a second later his friend was very surprised because he was not able to even get a little bit closer to his opponent. But in a moment, the opponent saw that the character wanted to give it to him. So with incredible strength, he hit his friend in the chest with 2 paws, and Kevin quickly flew away. Meanwhile, the other young people were walking around quietly and could not even believe that such a creature was already flying in the sky. And then the men heard a strange sound. But the partners did not pay much attention to it, thinking that their young man was still fighting with the monster and wanted to teach it how to fight against different opponents. But the big bird quickly noticed the comrades and began to attack them immediately. The bird was able to fly incredibly fast, so in a second it was already near the characters. As soon as the men turned their heads, they began to scream out loud. They could not believe their eyes that such a giant monster could just destroy them. Luckily, the young man managed to grab his opponent by his beak and tie him up with a rope, so the young man was able to jump up to his rival and subdue him. Despite the fact that his nose was bleeding very quickly, the teenager wanted to take his opponent's power and use it for his own purposes against the monsters. As soon as the device began to work, the opponent screamed in pain, and at that moment the gentleman became stronger and stronger. The woman was calmly talking on the phone and said that her son was even ready to take a vacation after the first exam, and now he just went out of town. She even had the feeling that he had grown up a bit. Remembering her son, the woman sometimes even thought that there was a completely different person next to her. Sometimes something strange happened to him. At some point, he realized that there were limitations to the skills he could use with transformation. It was the skill of augmentation, with which the power depended on the level of the skill. But it was also clear that the level he had chosen was not enough to harm his enemy. And it was at that moment that things got pretty hot. He was in a difficult situation, but he realized that he could not and did not want to die there. The young man just wanted to save the village with the help of his pendant, which was in danger as it was useless to him. The boy held his pendant in his hands and tried to concentrate as he realized that he could still fight because all the injuries on his body were healed. The young man gathered all his strength and began to attack his enemy. He swung his weapon to say goodbye to the bird once and for all. The girl, when she touched the young man, began to scream immediately, as he scared her very much, and she thought that he had just died. The boy was lying on the bed, and everyone was confused when he came to. It was a big surprise for them all, because they all saw him start to burn in the fire. The man was glad that the bird was dead, and now the whole village had no more problems. They cut up the body of the bird, and now the villagers didn't have to worry about food for a while. And it was all thanks to Kevin. He was just sitting there, stunned, as he realized that it was impossible to survive in that fire. The teenager had only a few bruises from the fall, but nothing else. All the residents were ready to call him a real hero, and he considered himself lucky, as he had nothing but muscle pain. Now the young man was very pleased with himself. He got a lot of points and got to the highest floor, and the most important thing was that all the villagers could live in peace. All the people who lived in that village came to thank one young boy, thanks to whom everyone was alive. Each of them was grateful to him for what he had done for them. Now he wanted to leave with a calm soul, but he was frightened by a little girl who came up behind him. She couldn't believe that he was already going to leave them without telling anyone. The child even thought that the hero had to save everyone else. The girl was holding a small bag in her hands and wanted him to take it with him as a souvenir. It didn't matter to her where and when he was, but they would always remember him. He was very pleased that they also took care of him and gave him some fruit for the road, and now he could go on safely. While the men were traveling in the car, the one with the beard began to wonder if the young man was probably a little nervous. But as a newcomer, this was simply not acceptable. The young man understood that since he had reached the 15th floor, he had a higher rank, but he also wanted to reach the highest. The man also remembered Kevin and told him that it was time for him to be evaluated. The guy was very surprised to hear that Kevin had still cleared the 10th floor not long ago, and it was time for his evaluation. He had even been informed about the secure floors. The man was sure that it didn't matter whether it was the tower or the exam room. If the kid met Kevin, he was simply obliged to bring him to their guild. It was very strange for him to hear that the boss wanted to recruit Kevin, and he wanted to let him go free. But there was one condition. They would simply switch places. The young man stood right in front of the entrance to the Commission for Certified Awakened, and was even a little nervous. The man insisted that when he was done, he should let him know, and he would prepare everything so that he could go to the very top. Kevin also came to the exam and was a little nervous as usual, since it had been a long time since he had confirmed his rank. It was in the awakening commissions that they could find out about their rank. The young man was immediately asked about his name in order to start a file on him, since he came to get a new rank. He had to follow the man, because to get into the dungeons, he had to get a rank, and he had to earn money in them, although he just wanted to get there, not earn money. All those present knew that once they confirmed their rank, they immediately became active awakened ones, and they even had to have a beautiful body and unique skills. That's why even the guild came to the committee to recruit him as a promising young man. Kevin had to wait a bit until he was called. One of them could not stand the tension anymore and wanted to do everything faster, but they began to explain to him that the rules for obtaining a rank had been changed, so no one could do anything. The man was very angry and believed that it was their problem, not his, so he wanted to get his rank. Kevin understood everything, but he thought he shouldn't have behaved like that because there were many people there who also wanted the same thing. The young man finally broke down and a fight suddenly broke out between the men, one of them even using a skill that temporarily increased his magic power. The guy explained that it was a very rare item that was not available in ordinary shops and could only be obtained when you had a lot of money. The redhead continued to explain that people came there not only to prove their skills. The guy handed the man over to the guards and headed to his seat with a calm soul. He realized that he was not in the best condition and was even a little embarrassed. Kevin spotted his old friend and approached him to strike up a conversation, as he wasn't sure if he remembered him. The redhead began to tell him that usually the test to get the rank was taken a month after waking up, but Kevin kept thinking that he wanted to avoid a situation where everyone could look at him. He even wanted to know if his friend would be able to get all the rewards for the dungeon if he managed to pass the test. Kevin looked very carefully and realized that the man he did not want to be around was the one he was looking at. The boy jumped up and ran because he was the first to be called and he wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. All those present were very surprised that such a young man could already be so young and already have such a rank, even though he had not yet been awakened for a year. Red was very surprised when he heard that Kevin had suddenly become the first with so many points. His points were simply unbeatable from that 10th floor. He immediately remembered his mentor's words that he had to bring Kevin to the guild if he met him. He simply could not believe that he was in front of him. When the young man left the commission, he was very angry with himself because he had just fallen in front of everyone and was very ashamed of himself. A little earlier, before that moment, his man in the white coat had asked that he put his mana in a device that could measure it. After a while, all those present began to observe what began to happen to the guy's mana, and it was quite strange. His new friend kept his eyes on Kevin and felt that he was just nervous, and then he even started arguing that he was given the wrong rank, as he deserved a higher one. The audience could not believe that it was really Kevin. They even thought that a young man with the same name had come, and all the other candidates were very worried that they could perform much worse than him. The man said that the boy would soon receive his results and wake up recordings, so it took some time. The guy remembered what was happening there, as well as all the ranks that Kevin had. He was sure that no one could carefully control their rank and the level of power they gained. He kept thinking that Kevin was a genius, because only an awakened national level could do such a thing. The guy kept hoping that everyone believed him, even though at one point he even thought he was losing control of his mana. But fortunately, he was able to take control of everything. Otherwise, it could have ended very badly. He kept thinking that it was okay since his stats had increased significantly after clearing the 10th floor, and the rewards were quite good. Most of all, he liked the store in which all the items were very impressive, since he completely cleared the entire 10th floor, and it was on the 10th level of difficulty. But the most surprising thing was that he chose only one egg among all the items, which was of an unidentified creature, and no one could even guess who could hatch from it. He bought it precisely because it was the only item of all that he didn't know how to get, but he was very confused by the fact that he didn't know who to expect to come out of it. At that moment, he remembered an incident when an awakened person picked up an egg and immediately became a runner with the power of a divine being from that very egg. The guy knew that he had had it for quite some time and nothing had happened to it at all, and he even thought that it could have been just a void. The redhead wanted to hold Kevin off a bit and ask him a couple of questions, if he didn't mind. After all, he had some important business to finish. One man, when he saw those two boys, immediately realized that he needed them, because he wanted to get the rank that was given to someone else. Kevin immediately recognized him as the man who wanted to take revenge for his old case. After a while, a man with a beard appeared, and he was the head of the guild, who really wanted Kevin to be on his team. He stood in front of them in all his glory and wanted them not to address him so formally because he just wanted to get into a friendly relationship with the guy. The man immediately began to address Kevin, saying that he had noticed him at the training center and really wanted to offer him to join his guild if his rank was high enough. The head of the guild was sure that the young man was very interested in his offer, but he wanted to check it out himself. The young man still thought that he needed to get to know this man better and decided to do it right then and there. They approached each other and started talking, as they needed to evaluate each other, and the young man could not decide whether to accept the offer of the guild. The man ordered his little assistant to shut up, as he was the one who decided all the questions, so he wanted to look at his awakened card right away. The head, when he looked at his document, immediately apologized that the guy was very similar to the one he was looking for, because they had the same name. The young man was very offended when the head of the guild changed his mind about taking him on, as he had a slightly different rank than his guild required. He also added that if he wanted to, he could come if he was interested and pass the test to join his guild. The boy was very angry with him, just thinking that if he was the real Kevin, he would definitely not have chosen him. He really did not want to join a guild where the head did not know the value of human life. The man even began to threaten that no one knew what could happen to those who challenged their guild members. They were simply deservedly punished. Also, there was only one rule for all of them, that no one could engage in combat between the awakened, even if one of them died in the process. The head also emphasized that the guild was quite strong, as it had a strong leader. But the stronger the awakened was, the higher was the chance that he could get away with anything. The guy was sure that he and the guild leader thought differently, so they had different views. The bearded man decided that they simply had nothing to talk about, so he decided to leave and let the guys be alone. After talking, Kevin looked at his friend with a rather kind look and offered to call him if he ever needed his help. The young man got some information about the man to know who he was dealing with. He was a high-ranking awakened one. He also found out that the man used to be a criminal and was known for using his fists in battle, even before he became an awakened one, and after he was done with crime, he organized his own guild. This man also began to lend money to people at high interest rates, trafficking people and drugs, all of which he had left with him from his previous life. He was also sure that a person could not just change like that and knew for sure that he was still hiding something, so he thought that his friend also had something against him that he was just keeping quiet about. Kevin was also very curious to know what had happened between the two men, and he decided to find out so that he could sleep peacefully. The man knew that when the end of the world came, there was neither snow nor rain, and the situation was just getting more and more difficult every day. It was at that time that he was sure that silence was a complete luxury. He quickly went back to his computer as he remembered that he had one more peek to go to the tower. It was there that he was supposed to receive the awakened certificate. The guy was well aware that the incident was going to happen very soon, so he had to succeed, since he was not the only one there who had the same rank. He even thought that he could not enter the dungeon, since he had no experience, so they could not choose him. Still, he decided to deceive everyone, even though he didn't want to, but he had no other choice, so he took the plunge. A man and a woman sitting in a cafe could not choose a candidate, so they looked at everyone who came to the commission. But they considered them all just loners. She tried to calm down her awakened colleague, as he was very nervous about it. He wanted to find one more participant, but get a smaller reward. The girl was sure that she had to listen to a person who was much more experienced than her, so she decided to rely on him completely. He was a little surprised when he heard that they had received an application, but the name of that young man was Kevin, whom everyone was waiting for. The guy was quite confident and knew that if there were awakened ones of the same rank in his group, he could easily clear everything without any problems. There were a bunch of people in front of him who were all waiting for him, but he was the very last to show up. The boss greeted the guy and introduced him to the whole team. Some of the participants were very surprised that the one who was in the first place in the tower was among them. But the man interrupted him and said that they all confused him with someone else, so that was the first time he went to the dungeon. Kevin felt a little better, as he realized that he had faked his rank, and it was much safer for everyone to continue to believe it. He decided that it was better not to show his skill level at that moment. The blonde decided that he was too young to go on such tasks, and she was also not sure that he would be of any use to them at all. After a couple of minutes, she started bawling, as she thought she was better than everyone else, so everyone started to calm her down. The deputy chief calmed everyone down and suggested that they needed to get on with the task at hand so as not to waste their energy on idle talk. This particular woman was a friend and assistant to the group leader, so she had the right to behave like this and simply put some participants in their place. One girl from the team even asked him not to worry too much about what had happened, as some of the participants among them were very fond of showing off to other awakened people. The guy noticed a man standing off to the side and was very interested in him, as he was very strange and did not communicate with anyone. He told everyone that he was not ready to show his face and say his name for personal reasons, but everyone was sure of his rank, so everything was fine. Just before entering the dungeon, everyone stopped to listen to a few rules. The young man also realized that he had his own reasons for going to the Orange Dungeon. Everyone was informed that most likely they could have died there, as there had been an incident, but one person had survived, and therefore that person was the cause of those deaths. When he heard everything, he couldn't even imagine what he had to do next, as it all involved their procedures and rules. The boss also warned him that it was just an orange dungeon and there shouldn't be too many monsters, but there could be just animal-type ones like wolves. But in a moment they all saw a giant cyclops behind the main one, which should not have been in that particular dungeon at all. And it was then that the whole group had to start attacking that monster. None of the partners could have imagined that in a moment a new monster would come and threaten the whole team, and this competitor looked completely different from the others. The surprised man could not believe his eyes that now the team would have to fight against such a giant. The guy shouted loudly for his partners to get ready. The young people could not react so quickly to the order, so almost all of them, along with the captain, flew to the side. The strength of the opponent's blow was unusual for them. People began to analyze how such a competitor could have gotten into their dungeon, but the comrade had no answer, because he had never met anyone like that before. It was only later that Kevin realized that as soon as the team moved to the next level, a new opponent was waiting for them, and then there was the next one, and now they had to fight. His partner was very sorry that they could not change their level, but one of his colleagues quickly got down to business and commanded the characters. One girl didn't agree with anyone at all. She started shouting loudly at the whole dungeon and said that the team needed to escape from this place to survive. Some friends wanted to stop the beauty, arguing that the reward could be very valuable. But the lady believed that life was much more important than any reward. The guy just stood there and watched. and the opponent was gaining momentum. He already had the next attack he was preparing for the team, so he quickly wanted to use it. The man was very frightened because he did not expect the giant to be able to recover his strength so quickly and attack again. The young man, who was good at giving commands to people, quickly drew his sword and stopped the giant's strong attack, but the young man immediately said that he could not hold it for long. The amazed teenager could not believe that his friend was so brave as to stop the powerful blow of their main rival. Unfortunately, his partner didn't last long. Everything happened as he said. His colleague just flew to the side and was already powerless. But a second later, the opponent made another attack that flew very close to his friend's head, so the man managed to regain consciousness and fight again. When the young man opened his eyes, he saw Kevin fighting against the giant and not letting his close friend die. The girl was not going to stand still either, so she quickly ran up to her friends and asked how the teenager was feeling, and the gentleman quickly replied that he was fine. But it was not so easy for the leader. His sword allowed him to delay the opponent for a while, but the competitor made another attack that his friend could not stop. The man really didn't like the fact that the young men were just standing there doing nothing. He started shouting at them and asking why they wanted to stand still for so long. And then a young man ran by with bad news. The kid said that the path was closed, and now the teenagers could only fight. The partner saw that his friend did not understand how the rules of the game worked at all, so the hero told the gentleman everything in detail. The young people started talking a lot, and their conversation was interrupted by some strange premonition. As soon as the friends looked up, they saw something terrible. Now the whole team of people was surrounded by a bunch of monsters that were almost everywhere. Kevin said that they had no other choice. His friend tried to move his head very quickly so as not to miss the moment when he would be attacked, but the man did not always manage to do what he wanted. The main man had good math skills, so he quickly counted their opponents, and according to Kevin's calculations, they had 30 monsters to overcome. But the main target was still the big green giant, which had not attacked them yet, and the man managed to tell its weakness. And when the monster turned its head, it saw the gentleman sitting on its arm and looking directly into its eyes. A second later, the young man took his sword without hesitation and stabbed his opponent right in the arm, and the rival dropped his weapon in pain. When his friend managed to strike a strong blow, he quickly rebounded and believed that now they had no main competitor. But it was not so easy for the humans. Their colleagues tried their best to repel the attacks of the little monsters that came to them every second. But as soon as Kevin turned his head, the monster still grabbed him, and his partner could not believe that his opponent was still alive. But when the man turned his head, he realized that he had wounded the wrong arm of the enemy, and that was why the opponent was still alive. Another partner started shouting loudly and asking the young man to get out of the opponent's hands as soon as possible, because it was not good for the good guy. The other people were also very scared. They thought that the boy was finished. But it was not that simple. The teenager wanted to prove otherwise. Other girls just wanted to run away, one lady said to the lady to follow her. But a very strange glow began to shine from the monster's hands. In a second, the man was already very high up, and the opponent did not understand how he managed to get out of his powerful hands. The guy, meanwhile, continued to support the young man. When the young man was high enough away from his opponent, he realized that he was now safe, so he decided to analyze the information that the gadget was displaying in front of his eyes. The teenager realized that when he fought against other opponents, he acted very wisely, taking away their strength, which is why his friend managed to save his life. Now the partner wanted to copy the power of his past competitors and use it against the opponent, which was supposed to change the course of the game, so the gentleman got down to business. But the character quickly began to run to his friend and wanted to say something, but Kevin did not have time to listen to him, so he quickly climbed back up and began to fight. His competitors did not expect him to meet them with such speed, and the villains thought that the young man did not have such strong strength. When the boy landed on the ground, all the competitors who met him on the way simply fell and died, and the team was surprised. The young man did not hesitate to switch to the main enemy who was still alive. He asked where the monster was looking and why it turned its eyes away from him. The teenager, who was very good friends with his friend, was constantly watching everything. He could not believe that his partner had such speed and technique. But because he let his guard down, he could have paid with his life, because one of the monsters made its way to his back and wanted to strike. The man turned to the lady and told her that the young man would now take his position, and she was to gather the other girls and take their places as well. When the whole team was assembled, the girl told them what they had to do, and in 5 minutes they completed their task. But the comrade realized that it had to be finished. The hero jumped up again and began to cut the competitor with his sword. When it was over, the team looked at their opponents who were no longer breathing. Their comrades could not believe that they had completed the task. Some girls thought that they would just die and could not stand such tension. But it turned out differently. Their partner joined them in saying that it was the first time he had been in such a situation. Later, the man analyzed the situation and realized that they should have called for help. But at that moment, none of the team thought of it. After a while, the boy suggested that his comrades sit down and take a break after such a fight, and meanwhile, Kevin stepped aside and wanted to be alone with his thoughts. When the kid approached his friend, he asked if his partner was okay, and the man immediately replied that he was, but suddenly thought of something. It was a strange situation for the colleague, in which he found himself, for the first time, the character called another beautiful woman who wanted to talk to his friend. The lady decided to help the man and used her magic that could heal people in a few seconds, and the young man thanked her for this act. The girl wondered for a long time how the teenager managed to defeat such a giant with such skills, to which her friend replied that he was just lucky. Later, the beauty pointed to a young couple who were also standing and discussing something, but the young man still did not understand what the woman wanted from him, so he just kept silent. The teenager thought that they had to stay here because if the team left this place now, they would simply lose all their rewards they could have received. The partner saw how much the lady was worried, so his colleague reassured her and said that everything would be fine. And when the dialogue between the young people was over, a character approached the young man who really wanted to talk to his friend alone. Kevin agreed and also told the man that he also had some questions for him. The young man did not expect that the guy also had questions for him. The team went on to pass the test, and one girl said that she was very happy because she no longer saw her opponents. The leader said that they were safe now and also until they came to a new zone, and there would be no safety there. When the beauty was left alone with the young man, she asked how their conversation with Kevin went, but for some reason the young man did not want to tell what happened. A few minutes later, the group of people reached the big door in front of them, all realizing that there would be new challenges and new monsters behind them. As soon as the newlyweds opened the door, the partners carefully examined the area, which was full of strange things, but it lured their friends to go further. And then the lady saw another door, so she decided to go to it, but the man started shouting and asked the lady to do nothing and stand still. In a few seconds, a huge screen appeared in front of the group of people, showing when the new test was about to begin and what was going to happen. Now, the newlyweds were 100% sure that what was in front of them was the gateway to new challenges, and their partner asked all their colleagues to take their positions. When the young woman learned all the details of the task, she was very angry because she realized that the level was much more difficult than the previous one. The boy wanted to analyze it himself and decided that if they passed this task, the reward would be incredibly big, so the young man had a reason to pass this test. The teenagers were quarreling, and his friend decided to step aside and calmly think it over himself, because he understood that his partners were still a little young. Kevin confidently looked at the gate with a smile, thinking that they could easily pass this task if they set themselves up properly. The young girl quickly ran up to the boy and asked him what she should do, as there were less than 10 minutes left before the test began. The young man confidently replied that she should have asked the boy because he was the captain of the team and knew better than anyone what to do. When the character clearly said that they would fight, and some of his friends were not expecting it, they started shouting and arguing with the man. The team thought that the young man was very drunk because he had defeated a strong monster, and they pointed fingers at the guy and believed that the young man was doing the wrong thing in this situation. Later on, the partner said that the monsters would be much harder, which made the young man even more excited, but eventually the friends realized that there was no other way out but to fight. The partner suggested that the team take advantageous positions because he thought that the outcome of the battle would depend on it. When the young man saw that not everyone liked this decision, he took out his weapon and said that now they would discuss all matters together. But there was no time for long arguments. Now the team had to fight. Kevin added that the young people should get ready because it was going to be hot. Now there were many more monsters. They had different colors and different sizes, and a real spider joined their team. The man was attacked immediately. The monster wanted to take his weapon, but the young man stood his ground and did not want him to lose his arsenal. The teenager was lucky that his friend quickly cut off the creature's long arms and allowed his partner to continue to fight against them. It took only a few minutes for the test to begin, and many of his friends were not strong enough to compete, which alarmed Kevin. Nevertheless, the girls continued to fight, and one of the beauties managed to stab the creature in the face with her sword. But the young man again made his classic jump, and thus threw away many of the rivals who surrounded him. Now things were getting a little better. But when the lady saw with her own eyes what was at the door, she could not believe what was happening there. The young man was pierced with large daggers. The men were shocked when they saw with their own eyes incredibly terrible things. But the problem was that the battle was not over. The monsters were advancing. One of the young men shouted loudly and asked everyone to gather and continue to fight no matter what. But the team could no longer hear the young man's words. Another problem was that the wave not only did not end, but also new monsters came that regenerated from the blows of the teenagers. A second later, the screen said that the entrance was still closed, so the young people had to keep fighting. And a minute later, one of their comrades said that there were only 5 minutes left. The girl turned her head and asked if they would definitely be able to defeat these creatures, to which her partner replied that it was impossible. The girl also knew that if they started running now, there were various traps everywhere, but her partner did not want to believe it. Later, a gentleman joined their conversation and quickly reassured his allies and told them that they had to keep going despite their fear. The girls continued to misbehave, thinking that the boy was now leading the whole team to their deaths. But the young man said nothing more. When she approached her friend, she wanted him to tell her something, but the man did not have this information, so the lady got very angry with him. Kevin suddenly interrupted their conversation and said that in 3 minutes they were all going to die, so the team had to try to do something. His partner also joined the dialogue. He said bravely that they had to get together and show these horrible creatures who they were. The girls were shocked to say the least, but the guy's words now seemed completely different. They wanted to obey him. The whole team slowly began to enter the portal and go to the test, but one lady asked if Kevin was not going with them. When the man said that he was staying here, the beauties began to react sharply and did not understand why the team captain was leaving them. But the guy calmed down and calmly told them that he just wanted to be alone and kill freaks, and the allies were shocked to hear that. In the end, the teenager said that the girl was supposed to go with him, but the beauty said that she wanted to go to the next challenge. She sincerely did not want to show the team. While the young people were talking, the whole team went to the competition, and the partner was very angry because she also wanted to go, but her friend stopped her. The partner quickly went to the door and had time to say only the last words. A second later, he closed the door so that no one else could get in. The girl was screaming and asking to be taken away, but unfortunately the man had already closed the door, so it was impossible to change the decision. The girl looked at the young man and asked why he did this to her, and the woman sincerely did not understand why she was being punished. And then, unexpectedly, the girl pulled out a sharp knife with which she wanted to threaten the young man, but the young man pulled out a sword with which he was ready to hit the woman. Now the teenager was sure that the woman wanted to kill the whole group and frame Kevin. The girl smiled slyly and listened carefully to what the boy was telling her. Later, the character recalled an unknown friend who was brought into the team by the lady, and the man thought that this was their plan. That is why the guy thought that the first thing the lady did was kill the young man because she was close to him and knew the teenager's weaknesses. Suddenly, the girl stood up and began to behave completely differently. The beauty had already thrown away the knife and wanted to tell everything she thought about the young man. The girl thought she could easily kill the boy in just a few minutes, and then just open the door and run wherever she wanted. As the conversation gained momentum, the woman added that she had excellent skills and could do things that many people could not. But in a moment she noticed a bunch of monsters standing in front of her and wanting to kill her, and her comrade just turned around and walked away from the traitor. But the main one already had a new task. He was attacked by new monsters who were already waiting for his appearance, but the young man was not confused and quickly killed a couple of dozen. Unfortunately, this did not have a global impact on the problem, because there were much more monsters than anyone could have imagined. When his partner killed a couple of dozen more, the gentleman decided to stand in front of his rivals and see how many there were, and when his colleague saw hundreds of monsters with his own eyes, he realized that he could not win this battle. Meanwhile, the team of children ran quickly because they realized that they could be caught by the teenager who was in charge and tried to hurry up his friends. While running, the girl asked the character if the kid had managed to kill Kevin, and the man looked at his partner in surprise and asked where she got that idea. When the two partners met alone, and this was the conversation the teenager really wanted to have, the partner asked why the man had called him. Subsequently, the friend asked Kevin if he was a high-ranking officer. The man did not understand why the young man needed this information, and the boy decided to explain everything. The young man said that he thought that the kid could easily kill incredibly strong monsters, which is why the teenager believed that his friend was not from this world. At the end of his speech, the partner asked if he could become the leader of their raid. The colleague thought about this question but did not immediately answer. The man also wanted to hear the answer to his question, but the young man stood there and could not say anything, as if he had been robbed of the gift of speech. And then the teenager said amazing things. The young man was shocked by the information he heard. The guy immediately began to look at the young man strangely, but his partner repeated the same thing. When the gentleman did not believe Kevin, the character repeated all the same information he had just said. The young man argued that he trusted the teenager and knew his friend very well, so his partner told him everything he was thinking. The friend refused this offer and said that he thought the man was listening to him much more because the young man had performed very well in some situations. The surprised hero looked at the guy and could not believe that the young man thought of him in such a way. The kid smiled sincerely and was confident in his partner. But there was one small thing that the partner did not like very much. Namely, the gentleman said that whoever became the leader of the raid could be prosecuted. After the partner returned to the dialogue with his partner, he said that he had refused such an offer because he did not want to risk his life. After this conversation, the young man began to quickly run away from the girl. The teenager wanted to find her and discuss some details with him again. But when his partner managed to break through to that place, a monster with long wings immediately began to attack the gentleman, and his colleague realized that he had to defend himself. Meanwhile, the young man saw this and began to move quickly towards the boy to help him overcome the big monster. When the character saw with his own eyes how his friend fought, he could not believe his eyes, because at that moment Kevin was invincible. After a couple of seconds it was over. The man wanted to quickly approach the young man and thank him, but the guy asked him to stay in his seat and not to move a step closer. The young man repeated several times that his friend shouldn't stick his nose in his business, but he disobeyed his friend, so the young man was so angry. The gentleman began to scratch his head and told his colleague that he could not stand by and wanted to help the character win. The young man thanked him for his help and said that now the kid would have to fight a lot because this was just the beginning. And then a new opponent appeared in front of the two players, the likes of which the friends had not seen for a long time. Now the men faced the final boss, who had to be defeated immediately, and the boys began to discuss a plan of action without hesitation. Kevin's friend pointed at the skeleton and could not understand what it was, but the young man was sure that it was the final boss of the dungeon. There were bosses who looked like skeletons, but for some reason this one was always offended not to be called that, as he thought it sounded rather rude. The men heard that the boss started addressing them and wanted them to address him properly instead of calling him just a skeleton, namely, the face of a dark priest. Kevin looked closely at the skeleton and was pretty sure that he was impersonating a completely different character, or was just half the priest. Looking at this monstrosity, he realized that the real face was very different from what they saw. Namely, he had a very different level of mana and concentration. Both men began to call the skeleton names without stopping, and the skeleton became so angry that he even threatened to tear off all their limbs and feed them to the monsters. When they were surrounded by monsters, Kevin even began to think that he was at least half lich, but he still had the ability to perform necromancy, and that was the reason why the dungeon was painted yellow. Kevin's friend was very nervous and did not understand why he deliberately started teasing the skeleton, but it was the only way to provoke it to attack them. When they started to fight the monsters, the young man noticed that the man was a little weak for the battle, so he realized that it would be hard for him, but he definitely did not want to defend him. The teenager warned that the monsters would not be able to cross the circle in which he had left his friend, so he just needed to distract them without going beyond its borders. Kevin realized that all his opponents appeared in front of him, and he was confident that he would defeat them. During the battle, the skeleton even started laughing a little at the kid, since he still could not reach him, even though he was a pretty fast kid. The boy knew that such skeletons did not have the skills for physical combat, and they used something else to avoid physical attacks. All this was to hide a fatal weakness. The little boy knew very well that the weak point of these creatures was the life crystal on their foreheads, which served as their very source of life force. All skeletons had to keep a distance from the enemy to protect their crystal. After some time, the skeleton began to use its cloak to create a blind spot, but the young man was not at all afraid of it. Still, he was very surprised to see that the skeleton used the divine flame skill, which could only deal critical damage. The enemy could not get overjoyed that he could not be defeated. He also emphasized that all the skills were useless in his direction if he could not be hit. The young man was very disappointed, as he was sure that he had managed to hit him, but it was clear that it was quite difficult to hit an opponent who was constantly moving. While he was hanging and watching him, it all seemed quite amusing to him, but first he had to look at the sword he was holding. The boy heard that the skeleton began to threaten to destroy everything he touched with its magic, and it could even eat his sword. The young man was sure that everything could be over in just 5 minutes. He started jumping up and down and swinging his sword. The man was certainly not sure of his abilities, but since he was facing a bunch of monsters, he decided that he did not come there to be protected by anyone, but he was also afraid to interfere with Kevin. The friend kept looking at Kevin and his fight, and was sure that he shouldn't interfere, as he could die before he even had time to do anything. After a couple of seconds, he finally decided to attack, as it was not his place to sit idly by. The guy started to get very nervous for his friend when he noticed that he had come out of the divine flame and started attacking monsters, which was not safe. In fact, the man's mana level had increased significantly since they entered the dungeon. One could even say that he had become much stronger. The skeleton was a bit surprised when he noticed that the young man turned around and started running rapidly to the other side. Both of them were safe and sound, but they knew that this was definitely not the end of their attack. But the man was very surprised that Kevin had dropped everything and come to him. The young man began to shake hands and tried to apologize for thinking his friend was quite weak from the beginning, although this was not the case. So he decided that he had to deal with the monsters first, and then decide the rest. The skeleton thought that the boys were quite confident and thought that the two of them could handle him. As always, the kid had a plan and wanted to share it with his friend. He even convinced him that they could definitely handle him. Although the man was not sure, he trusted the boy. The skeleton gathered all his monsters and was ready to attack people to show them the real fear of death. The man decided that this time he would not just stand there, but would also start attacking the enemy, and the latter was even glad that this time he would have a different opponent. The skeleton believed that this man who wanted to fight him this time was much weaker than the other man, but the enemy believed that they would still fail, even if they started attacking him with double attacks. The man began to concentrate and wanted to start using all his skills. Namely, he started it all with his sword and wind dance. After a while, that monstrosity was very surprised that the skills of those two men combined so quickly, and it meant that they could be much stronger. The two of them tried to defeat that monster, but it started screaming that this time it would definitely not fall into their traps like last time. The skeleton was surrounded by these two skillful young men and did not even count on it. But he had no choice, and the kid thought that it was possible to finish their fight. The enemy suddenly began to rejoice when he saw that the boy was without a sword, and he wanted to remind him that the sword was cursed. But the young man again brought a surprise for him and said that he had no weapon at all, and when the enemy turned his head, he saw a completely different one, aiming directly at the crystal. Having cut in half the most important thing that the skeleton had, it simply turned into a lump of ash. The young man began to recall that when they were discussing the battle plan, one of the lower men even blew that they had every chance of winning against that skeleton. The monster tried to get up some more, as he did not want to admit that he had definitely lost this battle. The skeleton was sure that when the sun went dark, their king would be able to be reborn again, and then he would definitely give you endless torment. The boy convinced his friend that it was all over, but he thought that he was still very much disturbed by the skeleton's last words. They both sat in the bushes and watched what was happening in front of their eyes. The woman giving the interview knew that Kevin and one of the others in their group were probably dead, but she still hoped that he would make it out of that dungeon alive. The guys realized that their colleagues had called a rescue team because no one could find them, but they did not really want everyone to know what happened to them there. The man realized that the guy was the real Kevin, and it seemed to him that he didn't really want everyone to know about it. Kevin really didn't want it to happen, but he realized that it was going to happen sooner or later, but he didn't really want to face it right then. The man decided that he would go there and confess everything himself. He was sure that he was pretty good at handling such situations, but he had one condition for the kid. He offered him a part of his reward, even though he knew that these gems could have cost them a huge amount of money. The gentleman was still sure that he did not deserve such a reward and did not want to take the bag, as he was sure that they were able to kill the skeleton only because of Kevin's strength. The man was also sure that the help he received from the young man was much more valuable than what he was holding in his hands. He was also sure that if the boy wanted to, he could have done it on his own. He was very surprised when he heard that the boy immediately realized that Kevin wanted to help him in his development, and that is why he allowed him to fight. His friend asked him to take the bag and also asked him to leave that place and deal with his problem. He even wanted to call a taxi for him to the nearest road he could find. He was very surprised that he was so concerned about him, even had a taxi driver he knew, so that no one would know about their secret. He kept thinking that the taxi driver would not be able to drive all that way to those mountains. He also kept thinking that they were able to catch and kill the criminal, but it was depressing that they could not save everyone. The young man kept recalling that the man was convinced that they were able to escape only because of Kevin's plan, and that he admitted that he could not have done it alone. He knew that he was still strong, but he needed to become even stronger, since he was the only one who was able to stay alive when everyone else was dead. Kevin wanted to become strong enough to change the future, and after that he even wanted to call reliable people to his side, but first of all he needed to take care of himself. He was also thinking about starting with something bigger and even earning some sick pay while he was there. The head of the department was sitting in the back and doing quite important things, but after a while he was disturbed by his assistant. He didn't understand why the assistant was so nervous when he heard that some kid wanted to sell such a precious stone, but it surprised the manager when he heard that it was 500 grams. When the young man was already in the office, everyone began to apologize to him for keeping him waiting so long. The manager immediately began to get to know him. He was happy to welcome such a dear guest to his department, where he worked with such precious stones. He could not believe his eyes what he was holding in his hands, as they were all quite special. The man also knew very well that such stones could only be obtained in yellow dungeons. The young man began to lie a little, saying that he knew nothing and had never heard of such dungeons, so that no suspicion would fall on him. But the leader knew that the boy was an awakened one, and therefore it was quite strange that he possessed those stones. But the boy was just sure that with all this talk, the manager just wanted to lower the price of the goods he brought. The boy considered himself lucky, as he managed to bring something else from that dungeon and immediately began to look for it in his pocket. Both of them even started to bulge when they saw the skeleton life crystal that he had gotten when he killed that monster. He didn't want to wait any longer in case people doubted its properties, but the boss really didn't want to lose such a client. So he suggested that they calm down and discuss everything calmly. The young man was a smart guy and immediately informed him that he would hear the price they would offer him for his goods only once. When he looked at the message, he decided that the company had offered a pretty good amount for the stones, but it would be worthless when a major disaster struck. He realized that he should have used it at the time and not thought that he might have any problems with money in the near future. The guy was very glad that he was still at home and did not have to rely on the financial support of his mother, who happily began to meet him after a long time apart. The woman was very happy, but worried that her dinner was not yet ready. She even emphasized that she should have warned him. He was very surprised to see that his mother's face had changed a lot and was no longer adorned with the scar that was on it. She started laughing and calming her son down, and then reminded him that he should have remembered which restaurant she worked in. The woman said that she got a little bit when she had to break up the visitors. The woman could not believe that her son started arguing about her work and even insisted that she should quit. But she reminded him that he was going to start college soon and needed to be paid for it. She felt a little ashamed that she couldn't provide him with a proper place to live, but she wanted to at least help with his studies as much as she could. She held his hands and reminded him that she was very proud of him and wanted him to be just as proud of her. In that moment, he remembered that a bastard had insisted that he could not possibly become awakened with a mother like that. He remembered when he was little, and his real mother held his face and emphasized that he was supposed to be a hero, of whom everyone should be proud. The guy even scared his wife a little bit as he plunged into his past, and when he came back, he wanted to tell her everything, but he did not know what her reaction would be. He began by saying that he was respected in the community and could earn big money like everyone else, so he planned to work as an awakened man and was not even going to go to college. The young man apologized for having to say everything at once. She really wanted to understand that her son really wanted this, and it was not because of money, but because of his own desire. When she finally realized that he really wanted it, she probably stopped worrying and was completely calm for him. But he was even surprised that she was not offended by him. She began to explain that she was still worried about him, but he was no longer a kid and could make his own decisions. His mom had known for a year what he was hiding from her, but she couldn't convince him in a second and with just one word. She did not want to change her child's life by force. She just wanted him to be happy. But at the end of their conversation, she insisted that he tell her about everything that bothered him, so that she could help him somehow. He emphasized that he had already earned a lot of money when he became awakened and wanted her to quit her job, so his earnings should definitely be enough. The woman could not believe what she saw, how much money he had earned, and that they were able to get rich in such a short time. The guy did not expect such a reaction from the woman. It seemed to him that she was very worried about him. But as it turned out, she also loved money very much. He really wanted this home environment, as well as such a warm atmosphere that he had never experienced before. At some points, he even thought about leaving everything behind and living such a peaceful life. But he remembered that he was not the real Kevin who was supposed to live there, so all that warmth and homey feel was meant for another young man. That's why he had to get back to business and protect everyone, and not lose everything he had at that moment. He realized that he needed to become stronger, as he was still weak and caused a lot of problems, so he decided that he needed to climb the tower again. It was because of his task that he needed to have a weapon, but the trash he had was not suitable for the task at all. Finally deciding, he went to the strongest man who made weapons and could help him. The blacksmith was so friendly that he could have been frightened, but when he saw the young man, he became a little calmer and even wanted to listen to him. The young man said that he wanted a sacred sword that could slay dragons, and was created from a large amount of liquid materials and the great efforts of all the awakened ones. This man had once made such a sword for the real Kevin, who admired it greatly. It was one of the most magnificent masterpieces he had ever seen in his entire life. But the blacksmith was surprised when he heard that the young man could not take such a gift from him because he knew what he had gone through to make this product. The old man had collected all the materials from all the time just to make this menorah, so he was ashamed that he had to take it away. The boy believed that he did not dare to take such a job from him, since he had never even paid him any money for it. Therefore, he believed that he had no right to own a sword made of such valuable materials. He was surprised that the old man began to tell him that he knew the young man was called a hero, even though he did not often leave the walls of his workshop. But it was clear from him that the more famous he became, the more depressed he became. It seemed to the man that everything was very unfair, as people all over the world expected something from him, but in turn did not want to do anything for him in return. But the guy still had to live up to their expectations, even if it was difficult. The old man was very pleased with himself, that he was simply the only one who could make a good quality weapon for the poor. But it was very painful for him to remember that it was his young man who had failed to protect him in his previous life. So this time he wanted to do it right. When the young man greeted him and introduced himself, the blacksmith said that he had never even heard his name. He began to shout loudly and even said that he had never made any weapons for the awakened and had no intention of doing so, so he turned around and closed the door in front of him. The guy immediately realized that the man had not changed a bit, and so even through the door he said that he had prepared all the necessary materials for making weapons. Suddenly, the blacksmith opened the door, as he even wanted to look at everything that his guest had brought. The old man could not believe that the young man had brought the ethereal stone that he had received as a reward for killing that skeleton, and it was generally believed that such an object was impossible to obtain. When he took it in his hands, he could not believe that he was really holding such a precious stone, and decided that he would definitely make it for the small sword he wanted. The blacksmith went on to say that he thought the man was no good at all, but then realized that he really knew his stuff and had really come to the right place. The old man also added that he didn't even need payment, as the boy had brought him the best material. The young man told the man that he knew exactly everything about the stones he had given him, and that he trusted him completely and was confident in his work, and that he knew that the blacksmith was fascinated by the process of making the sword itself using ethereal stones. After some time, the blacksmith began to consider even this young man a good guy, and he liked it, so he agreed to accept this order. He extended his hand to him and promised that he would make him a majestic sword that would be made of that particular material, but it would take some time, so he had to wait. The boy kept thinking that it could take even 10 months, and it was even longer than he had imagined, but the weapon he had taken to use at the time was also quite good. Now he knew for sure that his path was open and he could safely enter the abyss, and this was the beginning of the test of the 11th floor, and then further and further. He skillfully performed all his tasks and killed all the monsters one by one, hoping that it would be over soon. The woman said that her colleague's treatment could take as long as 6 weeks, which was even longer than he expected. She couldn't even believe that he still challenged the tower again and raised his difficulty level to 5, which was very unsafe. But the man said that he could not give up precisely because the difficulty levels were rising. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with Kevin if he just felt sorry for himself. Kevin called his friend and wanted to make sure he was okay and also ask for a favor. Meanwhile, the man who was in the hospital was sitting and talking. The girl who was standing next to him was listening attentively to the conversation between the young man and his friend. The young people were discussing who they needed to catch. The guy begged the kid to leave this task to him. The teenager was sure he could do it and find the person his friend needed. But the partner did not know if he could trust the gentleman with this task because it was a big war, and the colleague said that there would be at least 10,000 casualties. The friend understood that this was a very difficult task for the man, so he would have understood if the young man refused the assignment. But the young man didn't want to back down and kept telling him that he would be fine and that he would be able to complete the difficult task. The hero was incredibly pleased to hear such words, so he thanked his friend and also added that he was confident in his partner, as in his brother. The man was also very eager to get to the 12th floor, because after that his colleague was to be given a new weapon he had been waiting for, but he knew that the test was of a high level of difficulty. Meanwhile, in the unfamiliar city, there were a lot of rats with red eyes and with great pleasure eating pieces of meat that were lying right on the floor. Kevin was already actively flying to his rivals and did not understand what was going to happen now. As it turned out, the young man was suddenly thrown into another world. When the boy landed, he carefully studied the territory and his new rivals because he saw them for the first time in his life. Then he saw the faces of his rivals. He realized that they had been hungry for a long time and wanted to eat his friend, and his partner quickly drew his sword and was ready to kill. The rats did not hesitate to attack their colleague and began to go around the character from different sides, but the friend managed to fight them all off and slip through them. But still, one of the bad guys managed to gnaw on the man's clothes and skin, and the young man quickly clenched his teeth in pain because he did not expect this to happen. Fortunately, when the man managed to move away, he analyzed his wound and realized that the poison had not entered his body. But the enemies began to attack with a new wave. The hero wanted to actively use magic because he thought that this way he would be able to overcome the nasty rats. But unfortunately, the magic didn't help the teenager, and he began to wonder if there was another way to destroy all the rivals at once. His partner was forced to jump up because he realized that the master had not been given even a couple of minutes to think about his decision, and that was why he had to run away. No one was going to stop there, and the competitors quickly climbed up the big bones to somehow catch the gentleman. At that moment, the friend took a very favorable position for himself, so he was able to successfully attack the competitors, and in a second the young man realized what he had to do, so he quickly walked to his goal. The young man saw that there were small holes in the ground through which he could get through, so without thinking twice he swung his sword and wanted to pierce one hole. The teenager did not know if this was the right way, but his friend had no other choice. His partner was already close to his goal and was one step away from breaking through the floor. When the gentleman opened his eyes, he could not believe that everything turned out as he wanted. The character found himself in a large dungeon with large, beautiful walls. Subsequently, the character saw another rat with his own eyes, and his colleague quickly realized that, unfortunately, not all competitors were killed. But the man was afraid of something else, namely the rat. As soon as he saw him, quickly began to run away. His partner was interested in what the competitor was so afraid of. A second later, the young man turned his head and saw an even bigger competitor than he had ever seen in his entire life. It turned out to be a giant snake. This time, the opponent was very large and had sharp teeth that immediately began to hiss at Kevin. But the young man was not going to give up. He realized that this test was important. The large snake began to quickly make various attacks, but the man easily managed to jump away from them, although sometimes the long tail of the opponent got him. When the young man fought off all the attacks, the kid wanted to strike back with his sword, thinking that this would be the way to beat his rival. His partner struck back, and the gentleman immediately realized that none of this worked, and the character didn't know what to do because it was his only option. But Kevin didn't want to stand still. The man quickly made a powerful blow of magic, and when the young man landed, he wanted to see that it had some result. But unfortunately, the teenager saw that the snake was seemingly unharmed, and his friend became interested in his skills because it was the first time he had ever seen one. The character turned his head to the left and saw a large tail flying directly at him, and the man wanted to repel this attack. A second later, the teenager stood in front of the giant snake and looked directly into its mouth. His friend thought that there was some way to find a way to win. Over time, the boy began to lose hope because the attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and his arsenal could not give any answer. Then the teenager wanted to sit down and analyze the whole situation, thinking that it was possible to come up with something. When the man gathered his thoughts, he realized that a month ago the young man would have easily lost, but now he could easily pull off this victory. The opponent was even more vicious now, but the young man had no trouble dodging his attacks, even if there were many of them. He had a careful plan in his head and needed to find a rope and wrap the snake with it as best he could. But there was a problem that the competitor was very fast. When his partner managed to hit the opponent's head again, he thought it might help him somehow, but a second later he regretted doing so. So the colleague found a long rope and began to run at an incredible speed near the opponent with the hope of stopping him. Over time, the man's plan gradually began to come true. Kevin was much more confident, and now he had to rewind the competitor's head. The guy was doing just fine, and the young man hit the snake in response, which flew away and hit the wall. Meanwhile, the kid didn't want to waste his time, so he quickly went to the competitor's stomach and began to cut it into two large parts. The snake did not expect such a move. After the plan was fully realized, the friend jumped to the side and began to summon some magic. His partner thought that it was supposed to finish the snake. But the competitor was so furious that he quickly wanted to attack the young man, but did not calculate the fact that he was already hanging in the air through the ropes. His partner was over the moon that his plan was going well, but now he had to tame the new magic. For the first time, the kid met a monster with 3 strong skills, so he needed an individual approach to it. In a second, a magic bird flew to his partner, which could easily finish off the snake, and as soon as his colleague saw it with his own eyes, he immediately gave the command. But this was not the end of the test. The young man thought that he had to finish this bat somehow and put an end to it. As soon as the giant snake saw the bird, it thought it could easily eat it. But the phoenix gained tremendous speed with which it wanted to cut the competitor. In 5 minutes, the bird did its job, and thus the friend was credited with the 19th floor. His partner could not believe that he had managed to do it. During this year, the partner had done everything he could to prepare for the biggest battle of his life, and now the character faced new challenges. The young people actively discussed the leaderboard and who took which places, and of course later the conversation started only about Kevin and his achievements. In another city, unexpectedly for the youth, a very luxurious car arrived and a young man got out and confidently headed to the institution. As soon as the young man saw his friend, he immediately apologized to him for being late because they had agreed to meet earlier. Later, the partner said that he had bought the car for the gentleman, and the colleague was very happy, but they had business to attend to, and other people immediately approached the car. The first thing the colleagues discussed was what the character used to drive, and the friend said that he was very surprised to hear that a man with that kind of money was riding the subway. But in a moment, the teenagers' conversations turned to business, and they discussed how their friend was going to get to the 20th floor. The partner said that everything was going according to plan, and then the gentleman asked where his colleague used to live. And when he heard the answer, he was very surprised, but did not tell the man about it. The young man decided to give the man some good news, telling him that he had arranged a meeting with the director of an agency next month. The young man thought about this information because he realized that there were only 2 months left before the test, so he had to prepare well so as not to fail it. But what surprised the teenager the most was that his friend told him that some characters were simply found dead in the street, and later it turned out that they had been poisoned. Kevin said that he didn't really like these cases, so his partner had to find something else for him, and the gentleman immediately agreed not to argue. When all the business was finished, the colleague was walking to the car to get home. He looked at the sun and realized that a new challenge was about to begin. The man also knew that he had to personally intervene in these matters, because it was obviously difficult for the young man to sort it all out. When the boy arrived at his destination, he immediately went to the workshop where there were a lot of weapons, and the teenager thought that he would find something for himself. And then, unexpectedly, an old man came in carrying his partner's new weapon on his shoulder, and he couldn't wait to see it with his own eyes. The worker told him that it was very difficult to make such a weapon because the material was incredibly rare, but it guaranteed the strength of this sword. As soon as the young man held it up, he asked if it could compete with other weapons, and the worker immediately said yes. When his partner threw his sword up, the gentleman caught it and realized that the arsenal had good aerodynamics and was able to balance well. But the character was even more surprised when he threw another sword, and with his new weapon he easily cut it into small pieces. The man saw that the young man was good with the sword. He asked if the boy had come up with a name for his arsenal, to which the young man replied no. But later Kevin said that he would call his sword Graham, and the boy thought that it was a good name for his new weapon because it looked like thunder. When all the business was done, the boy decided to leave the premises, although his friend offered him some more hot tea. In the meantime, the employee was guarding his corridor as usual when suddenly someone touched his shoulder, and the boy quickly reacted and turned to the side. Fortunately, it turned out to be his commander, who was checking the reaction of his comrade. The attacker asked him to calm down because everything was fine. Subsequently, the gentleman asked his colleague to stay on duty a little longer because the castle was always in danger. The character agreed, and the friends ended the conversation. The main man was left alone with his thoughts when suddenly someone interrupted him and called for a man. The young man was surprised that no one was there. When his partner turned to the side, he saw a man who had no face at all, a stranger dressed in a blue suit and wearing a yellow space around his neck. The man asked the young man why the boy had come to him, and the young man thought that the boy had long since left to help the king with his affairs. But the teenager didn't give any answer at all, just looked at his interlocutor, which the partner didn't like very much, as he wanted to get his way. Nevertheless, when the colleague told the character that he was here to watch his friend do his job, the man asked the young man to leave the place. The guy did not want to leave the castle, but the young man insisted on it. The friends were very divided, and no one wanted to give in. The teenager thought that the hero did not understand fighting at all, so he should not have expressed his opinion so rudely. But the man did not have the courage to say so. When the men calmed down, the young man touched the boy and said that there was no point in arguing now because they had only a month to endure. The teenager didn't want to keep it to himself, so he shouted loudly at his friend and said that even if they forgave him that much, the situation would still not change. And then the gentleman heard a very sharp sound that resounded throughout the castle. The employee quickly ran to the character after hearing the scream. The worker said that someone very strong had broken through the gate completely. As it turned out, later it was Kevin. The man did this because the door was not opened to him. Before that, the young man had seen an old man lying in front of the entrance to the 20th floor, and he immediately recognized his friend who had given him money. The dialogue between the young men quickly gained momentum. The guy was happy to see the young man because he remembered him as a good person, but the teenager was in a bad mood. First of all, when the friend approached his partner, the gentleman asked if his colleague had come to him for some advice, and the character agreed with what he heard and asked how his friend could help him. The man was not shy and said that it all depended on the amount Kevin could offer him. The young man smiled because he realized that everything could be bought here. When the young man said $10,000, the old man was shocked and thought that the young man was laughing at him. But the young man was serious. The surprised old man was very grateful because he realized that people saved this kind of money for years, and here he was offered it for one job. The first thing his partner did was ask the gentleman where his colleague wanted to go and what he wanted to do, and his friend began to tell him everything slowly. The man started talking about the rules of the game, and the first thing the young man said was that the guy had to be very careful and confident in his actions. A second later, the old man started pushing the boy to try the game, and the young man was a little disappointed because he thought that for 10,000 he would get better advice. A few minutes later, the kid started flying as if in the sky but landed successfully. The first thing the teenager did was explore the area, as it was his first time in such a place. At first, his partner carefully read the information provided by the computer, but unfortunately he did not find anything useful for himself. At first glance, it seemed to Kevin that the task was very easy. The young man just needed to clear the entire castle, and thus the young man had to conquer it. The problem was that the kid needed to fulfill his goal with almost no casualties, but the teenager did not know how to fight when he was not allowed to kill. The kid continued to lie on the ground, analyzing the whole situation. He had 1 month to try it out. His partner realized that if he did nothing, he would not win, so he gathered his strength and went to talk to his colleagues. The soldiers, as usual, did not meet him well. The men immediately started waving their weapons and telling him not to come any closer. The chief said that he was just a tourist who just wanted to fulfill his task, but the young men did not care. When the boys refused to let the young man pass again, he apologized and said that he would deal with the problem himself. His partner jumped up and quickly jumped over his comrades. His partners were shocked and did not understand what was happening. In a second, the entire lock was cut into 2 parts. The friend had reached his goal in a different way, as promised, and the men did not know how to react. The man was shocked. The young man did not expect the weapon to be so powerful, and meanwhile the workers said they needed to catch the guy and punish him. The workers immediately obeyed the order and quickly ran to Kevin, who was still looking at his sword, thinking that they would easily catch him. But as soon as the waiters got a little closer, their comrade immediately scattered them in different directions. Their partners did not expect it to be so difficult to defend one guy. The first thing the teenagers did was look at their stomachs. But to the surprise of their colleagues, they were not injured. They just flew away from the powerful blow. As soon as the character looked up, he noticed his friends charging their arrows and trying to hit the man, but fortunately he managed to escape. Kevin wanted revenge, so quickly the young man began to fight with them. The guys did not know that the young man would be able to run to them so quickly. At first, the workers stepped aside, but they still wanted to attack together so that their partner would not have time to repel their attacks. It was not difficult for the kid to throw the men in different directions each time. The young men were very separated, but could not do anything about it. The comrade looked at his opponents. He did not understand why they could not just give up, but still fought against their colleague. The group leader noticed that Kevin was on his lock. The man quickly wanted to attack him, but his colleagues tried to pull him away. When the man saw their captain, he didn't seem to laugh, but the young man was still overwhelmed with emotions and wanted revenge. The young man continued to pass his test, not caring what strangers said about him. One of the employees gave an order to somehow detain his partner, and yet one gentleman managed to tie a rope to his colleague's leg. The character obviously did not expect such a turn of events, but his friend was not confused and quickly reacted by pulling the arrow behind him. As it turned out, Kevin pulled the arrow so hard that he was able to knock the man to the other end of the castle. Now the main target of the boy was a man who wanted to fight him very much, and so the boys had to start the battle. When the boy once again used his magic, the young man was shocked to say the least, but he did not want to show his fear. He felt so confident, even though all the workers behind him refused to let his partner approach the gentleman. Only his friends repeated the same thing again. The man yelled at them very loudly and asked them not to interfere with his fight with the boy. The young man decided to recall the times when, 20 years ago, it was his character that led the teenagers to victory, which is why his allies believed in his partner. When Kevin looked at the workers, he realized that the men believed in their king very much, but they did not fully understand what the young man really was. Subsequently, the man asked the young man to give him the castle once again, but the teenager refused and began to threaten his friend that he would kill him. The gentleman did not hesitate to say that in this case he would have to commit a crime because the character had to complete a task. As soon as Kevin approached the main friend, he quickly tied a rope around his arm and secured it tightly so that the man would stay close to him. Of course, the man was not expecting this and did not know how to react, so the young man decided to just keep fighting despite the rope. The workers were shocked at how well their captain fought, but they realized that their colleague would not last long against such a warrior. The boss started waving his arms and tried to explain to everyone that they had to defend the estate, even if it cost them their lives. The young man enjoyed the fact that he was very good at dealing with his enemies, who were a bunch of them, and he was only one. He also thought that spending his points was not a waste after all. He even started to use the shadow skill, which allowed him to move from one shadow to another, a skill mostly used by awakened assassins, but it was very good for secret infiltration. The guy kept thinking about what he had prepared in case he had to hide or even break in during his test. When he got into the castle, he immediately felt that there was a very specific smell. The young man began to apologize to the guard, as this was the only way to talk to him alone, so he had to use force against him. When the guard heard that the young man did not intend to kick down the gate, he immediately began to scream, as he did not understand what he was doing. Kevin began to explain that he was in a hurry and could not waste time, as he was sure that there would soon be problems in that particular castle. The guy couldn't answer all the guards' questions accurately, and that's why he was there. But if it really happens, it will be much more complicated than just a war between kingdoms. The unknown masked man kept saying that he had to be patient for just 1 month, and then everyone would see what was going to happen. The young man could not believe all the words of that man, as he even thought that he could be a spy from some other kingdom. But then he would not have used such a complicated method. The guard even told his friend that he could have destroyed the castle himself, but Kevin noticed this himself when they started fighting. But the guy could not break the man only because he simply did not believe him, but wanted to hear reliable information. The guard didn't mind walking with the boy at all and was even ready to help him. They came to the very place where there used to be a prison, and many prisoners died there because of the great strength of the spiritual power. That is why that prison was closed, and a completely different one was built, so not many people knew about the existence of that place. But the little boy was always interested in whether there was some secret place in the castle where the light did not reach, but the guard did not understand what it had to do with the problem they were talking about. Suddenly, the boys heard a strange voice that took their breath away, but a moment later they saw a follower in front of them. The follower did not understand what the young man was doing there and why the guard had to leave his workplace. He also told them that this prison was closed until the commander opened the door, and he was supposed to monitor everything that was happening there. The guard heard that the follower began to insist that he clean up his act, and he also believed that the young man was simply manipulating him. Kevin did not hesitate to kill the man, which made the guard despair, who did not even understand how it could happen that he allowed the king and commander-in-chief to be killed on the battlefield. But a couple of seconds later, a skeleton appeared in front of them, and they both realized that the young man had killed not just a man, but a monster who had taken on a completely different image. It was clear to him that it was the smell of death and prison that filled the estate where there had been no war. It was the smell that proved that the bastard was behind everything. The young man realized that he had already had experience with this type of opposition, and this time he had fully managed to reveal its essence. But it was a little different from the previous one he had met in the dungeon. Kevin took up arms and said that he had just come there from a world unknown to them and was going to change all their plans. But the skeleton was ready to finish them all off without even leaving a trace of the two boys. The young man immediately felt that the enemy's resistance to magic was much stronger than he had expected, but it was due to the fact that he had used a higher grade of material at the level of his consciousness. But everyone understood that the skeleton had quite high abilities, and even advanced weapons could not solve all the problems. Even an attack could not work like that. The young man also understood that it was difficult to team up with those who had no attribute skills at all, and in that case, Sacred Flame was needed to overcome it. But when the young man looked up, he did not expect to see a flame that could not suppress the deadly spirit of that lich. His strength could not be compared to others like him, since it was more than half theirs. He knew that if he continued to use the holy flame, he would be able to hold out, but he just didn't want to waste his mana. In any case, if he dragged the fight out, he wouldn't have any advantage anyway, so he had no choice but to aim for the life stones with his sword. During their attack, Kevin noticed that the enemy simply spewed out a deadly spirit through his back, thus preventing him from simply falling. The guard was standing behind the young man and was very curious if he was still okay, as the fight was definitely not easy. But what surprised him the most was that the skeleton that had so much deadly spirit did not look like it could seriously resist him. It even seemed as if it was not showing its full strength. The enemy was quite serious and informed everyone that the games were over, so they could move on to important matters. After a couple of seconds, Kevin understood everything, as even the guard knew that such an enemy could easily control the darkness, even at a long distance. But when he looked closely, he realized that this was not the case at all. Right in front of them was the exact nest of that enemy, which was dark and drizzly, where even the light could not reach. They immediately realized that it was there that human images, as well as hatred and energy, were mixed up. The skeleton added that it was there that there was a shelter. The screams of dead people could still be heard if you listened carefully. Now there were many more skeletons in front of the young men, who began to come out of their shelters. The boy was sure that although the fortress was large, there were many concentrated soldiers in a limited area. And it was these monsters who broke into the fortress under the false name of the king's followers, so they decided that they would no longer delay and waste time on those losers. They had decided that they should have killed them from the moment they came down the stairs, but now they didn't know if they could carry out their plan that way. The guard was sure that these bastards were just talking nonsense and kept repeating about some plan, and they were also sure that they even had their own king. It was that king of all skeletons who ruled the entire world of the dead, but Kevin thought that there were only a few ways to summon him, and one of them was a human sacrifice. Now it was clear that all the jerks had to sacrifice the soldiers of the kingdom, and thus summon the king of skeletons. One of them still could not believe that the young man was aware of their king, and that when they were looking for suitable victims for him, they came across this particular fortress. It was after they had invaded the kingdom and killed the king, manipulating his body, that they appointed someone else to take his place. He also added that this ceremony was supposed to take place in a month, but everything was prepared much earlier. Now they were confident that if they could deal with those bastards, everything could happen earlier and the same rite would take place. The boy kept thinking that these were difficult opponents, but not so much that he could not cope with them on his own. So if he reacted with the right magical power, everything could work out. The young man noticed in front of him that there was a barrier of darkness that simply began to press down on the entire space, and that was the skill of that monster. Kevin decided that it was just some kind of nonsense, since an ordinary lich could not use such skills, so he even thought that it was a bastard, the apostle of the king lich. Everything was so complicated that even flames did not work against that skill. The two young men were so stunned that even the barrier of darkness began to break down, and it was their enemy's skill that it could not work either, but it was not clear how it could be smashed with a sword. All the skeletons could not figure out who it was that had such a sacred sword, but the guard thought it was just an ordinary sword. The god was daring to kill them all when he heard that they had killed his king and sacrificed all his soldiers. Therefore, he was in no way ready to forgive them. He decided to attack them, as he did not care what their plan was, because he knew that he would put an end to it. But the enemy was not afraid at all, as they could just crush him with one swipe, because he was just an ordinary person. The other skeleton even ordered his assistant to go out of the fortress and call the dead to surround him and prevent him from escaping. But in an instant, a sacred flame was directed at the warrior, which was quite difficult to cope with. After a short time, everyone saw that a blue eagle began to land, which the skeletons could not cope with and did not understand where it could have come from. Kevin did not understand who this man really was, who was so shocked by the death of the king and the fact that his soldiers might soon die as well. But he did not know what the right thing to do in such a situation was. The young man believed that the guard was the commander of this battlefield, but he also wanted him to trust him a little and follow him. Kevin knew that he was indebted to him and could have repaid him by taking part in the battle together, but they were running out of time and had to make a decision whether to choose the fortress or the lives of the soldiers. At that moment, he remembered the man's words that he always had to think and be sure of what he was doing. That's why the captain was tasked with protecting the soldiers, and the boy chose what he liked best. The skeleton watched what the kid was doing and could not believe that he was capable of such a thing. All the enemies started flying in different directions and thought he was just crazy, and a second later the whole fortress just crashed to the ground. The commander went upstairs and realized that everyone had started to create problems for themselves because of their stupidity and irresponsibility. So he again ordered that all the dead be brought immediately, and the other one was ordered to go and check the altar, because the ceremony could only take place if no one harmed it. But the skeleton did not have time to cope with his task, as Kevin appeared behind him, who immediately began to attack him and cut him in half. Seeing all this, the main man just went crazy, but he could do nothing but call him stupid words or start running away from his enemy. The young man realized that he was still in the air, and so he immediately began to call his bird to come to his aid. After a moment, he realized that he had overdone it a bit, but the bird still made some sounds and did not stop shaking. In front of the boy stood the boss, who knew that the holy bird was absorbing all his mana, so if the boy decided to give up right then and there, the skeleton would kill him even painlessly. The young man completely agreed with the enemy's words that the bird was absorbing a large amount of his mana, but no one said that he would be without power when his mana ran out. He heard a familiar voice calling him, so he stopped to investigate. The guard just wanted to ask if he might still need him or if he could just leave. The young man was sure that he did not need help and therefore wanted to start a little more seriously than he had done before. The soldiers realized that there were no wounded or casualties, so they had to keep an eye on the enemy's movements because the fortress was in complete disarray. The main one noticed that they were talking about him, that he grumbled a lot, and if they didn't do what they were told, it could be very scary. The skeleton directed all his powers from his nails directly at the dead, and they all began to rise a little and come to life. There were more and more of them, and they were moving all over the people. He understood that all the dead were summoned so that the bastard would start attacking that monster, but this was not known to the fighters. One of the soldiers was very happy that the captain was safe and sound after capturing the fortress gates, but now he would have to defend himself. The captain also promised that he had evacuated all the knights, so there should be no casualties, but the priority was to get the fortress gate restored. They decided that it was necessary to block the gate by all means, as it was necessary to save the fortress. Therefore, one could look after the enemy, and the other could look after the soldiers. The captain did not even count on such a support group that was behind him and wanted to help him, as the enemy had already started to climb the walls. One even emphasized that this time he would definitely not let his captain fight alone. The man really appreciated such support, so he ordered everyone to get behind him and go wherever he said. But it was also his duty to protect all his soldiers, and Kevin could do the rest. The young man kept fighting with his weapon and still could not defeat that cursed skeleton, which constantly dodged his blows. But the chief could not understand how it was possible that in recent years he had become stronger and stronger and could now say that he was the strongest among the apostles. But he could not overcome the young man. When the enemy was already on his knees, he could not believe that he could die like that at the hands of a small boy. Kevin kept looking and realized that he could not even disappear after he cut the stones of his life, so this meant that he was not just some skeleton. The young man also realized that the enemy couldn't just give up and believe that his work was simply in vain, and that he and the other skeletons had backup plans. He also tried to convey that thousands of apostles were working day and night to raise the king, so even if the young man had 10 bodies, he still could not stop them. Therefore, he was sure that the king would still rise and be able to plunge the whole world into darkness. But the young man was still determined to do otherwise and believed that their king could only die by his hand. In one swing, he simply took off his head, and that was it. He knew that everything he said was true. The king of the Lichs who had broken into his past world and the one who had killed him was the real hero. The boy also remembered that when he was in the dungeon and here, where his enemy remembered the king, so it was possible that this awakening could have happened much earlier. But he decided that he would first deal with what was in front of his eyes, and then he would think about what could have happened next, since there was only one main man among the skeletons. The captain was also conducting an attack among the enemy, but the young man wanted to see how he was doing. The man kept watching the skeleton and thought that it was a little difficult to resist him, as all his movements were simply unpredictable, and he even began to take advantage of the man's weakness in aerial combat. But still, the first task was not to shoot down that skeleton. It was to keep the distance and also to prevent it from reaching the soldiers. When the skeleton heard that his comrade had died, he could not believe it, as this was completely unacceptable. But the captain was very pleased with what he heard. He knew that Kevin would definitely be able to cope, and he did. A little while later, something unacceptable began to happen. All the soldiers suddenly began to choke on some strange smell. The captain realized that it was the skeleton's tricks and ordered him to stop immediately. The man understood that ordinary soldiers could not withstand this level of spiritual power and could simply die. But the enemy did not care about those innocent lives. In the meantime, the man continued to actively fight with his rival, and the young man managed to hit his opponent right in the face. As soon as the guy finished beating his opponent, his partner asked if he had managed to defeat the thief. But unfortunately, the man could not say anything for sure. The ally reminded him that he had come to his friend just in time because the regular workers had quickly given up and could not help Kevin. When the man analyzed his battle, he quickly realized that the old man was telling him the truth about not killing anyone. The opponent was not going to give up either, unfortunately. Even a strong punch from the teenager did not kill the competitor. But now the thief was much angrier at the kids. The amazed boys were shocked to see a strange weapon coming out of the skeleton's mouth, and their colleagues saw it for the first time. And in a second the man was standing with the weapon in his hands and was going to fight with magic. His friends looked at each other and did not know what to say. One of the young men thought that the competitor did this to protect his magic weapon, so he could use magic to protect him. Therefore, the young man had to attack his rival, but the skeleton believed that his partner could not overcome him, so he confidently fought with the character. The battle was gaining momentum, and when the young man realized that it would not be so easy for the guy to magically pierce the ball, he decided to jump to the side. In a moment, Kevin started to panic. The man calmed him down and told him that now the boys had to follow their plan. A second later, the boy used his own power. Meanwhile, the ordinary workers had already begun to come back to normal because the kid had used a magic circle that quickly restored their strength. The surprised friend looked up at the sky and could not believe what his partner had just done. But the battle was not over. The competitor was still alive. The character knew that this was his best skill, so his friend believed that this was where he needed to use it to complete the final task. The man realized that he had to act immediately, while his competitor was weaker than ever, but the young man did not know which side to approach him from. The problem solved itself when the opponent came very close to the teenager, at which point the young man had no choice but to hit him back. The skeleton attacked his friend. He constantly repeated bad words to him and believed that his partner was not ready to fight him. The hero tried not to react to these provocations. He thought that he had a good team now, so the man had no choice but to defeat the freak, even though the competitor also had strengths. With each passing minute, the tension grew, and the young man thought that his weapon had to withstand the tension. And then his friend noticed that the opponent began to disintegrate into small pieces. The colleague thought that now was his chance to kill the character to the end, and in a moment his friend cut him into two pieces. Suddenly, when the employees saw their competitors, they suddenly became skeletons that could barely stand on their feet. The young men did not realize what was happening. But as it turned out, because the boy used his magical powers, the monsters began to simply disappear from the place. But because of this, the teenager began to lose his energy. Fortunately, he was nearby and quickly caught his friend because his partner no longer had the strength to stand on his feet, and the man thanked his colleague for such work. The man was happy that his friend was so skillful in fighting the monsters, and now the young men were to be given some kind of reward for this test. The most important thing that interested the teenager now was whether the test was finally over, and his partner immediately said that it was, so the man could breathe easy. The boy helped his friend. Kevin sat down on the floor and began to rest. The man had also suffered a lot, so the young man wanted to recuperate. Meanwhile, in another agency, a man was shouting loudly at his employees because he was dissatisfied with the results they showed him. The main problem was that his partner had not checked the dungeon that the man had ordered him to, and his colleague did not know what to say to that, so he just kept silent. The man thought that if the young man did not fulfill his request, the whole city would be in complete chaos and would not know what to do. But the boy wanted to explain his point of view. The teenager calmly said that he would not let this problem out of his sight, and his partner wanted to dive into this task even more after this conversation. The character also told his employee that if he did not do this, the people above him would simply cut off his head. Suddenly, a stranger came in and shouted loudly that the teenagers had calmed down and were discussing their business, and that the friend also had a plan. After the new partner came, the gentleman stepped aside, and he did nothing but listen to the dialogue of his colleagues. The character thought that no one listened to him here. When the men had already discussed most of their business, the young man finally asked who had given him the information he had at the moment. But when the young man rejoined the conversation and told them who had given him this information, the partners immediately turned their heads to him. The first thing the gentleman wondered was whether the colleague really knew Kevin and why he hadn't told the characters about it before, as it turned out later that the man had been with the young man at the trials. As soon as the new recruit heard this information, he was sure that the young man was telling the truth, and now the teenager had to change his mind, but his friend objected. The captain knew that he had no confirmation of this information, so he was not going to believe the words of his employees. The friend also added that he was responsible for all this, and the surprised man did not know how to prove to the young man that he was telling the truth. The angry partner simply turned to the side and said that the final decision would still be his, and his employees did not like it. Meanwhile, Kevin was sitting exhausted and still resting after a hard fight, when suddenly platforms with information began to run near the man. When the young man analyzed all his statistics, he was incredibly proud of his results because the last time he hadn't had such numbers. But when the boy realized that he was not given a reward for his efforts, his friend thought that it was not the end, so he had to prepare. In fact, the gentleman was very disappointed because he no longer wanted to fight with anyone, but he could not change the rules of the game. The other workers obeyed the order of the man who had saved their entire team last time, and the teenager actively distributed tasks to his comrades so that they would not sit idle. When a little time passed, the partner realized that all the tasks were completed. But the man knew that the test was not over. The soldiers obeyed the chief and went to prepare. The colleague saw Kevin with his own eyes. He was very happy that the man was looking for a young man to help him with his wounds. The first thing the young man did was to praise him for his work, and the teenager was incredibly pleased, but his friend was not used to being praised, so he felt a little uncomfortable. The teenager said that it was quite normal. His partner thought that when the young man grew up a little, his colleague would be able to accept praise in his direction. The hero said that it was hard for the man to bear such responsibility, and meanwhile the young man stood calmly and listened to his partner. But when the negativity became too much, the man said that he would be very glad to have met such a friend, and the boy was pleased to hear it. Now the main king's task was to protect his soldiers and still finish what he had started. Such words wrapped up his partner well. Now the young people were ready to fight. As soon as they started talking about the good things at the parade, the gentleman told what his plan of action was and what he wanted to do. His colleague listened to him and added his own adjustments. But when his friend said that he had to leave, the man did not believe what he heard and wanted the young man to stay a little longer. In the end, the man thanked the young man for everything and promised that he would protect his people and fulfill the tasks assigned. After these words, the young man went about his business and received a notification that he had now reached the maximum level he had ever achieved in this test. Meanwhile, the woman was actively training and later called her partner to help her complete some tasks. But for some reason, her partner did not come. The first thing the character did when he was free, he quickly ran to the phone and called his friend. But what he heard surprised him. As soon as the man finished all his business, he immediately left the hospital and looked to see if anyone had met him. At first, the young man was very uncomfortable walking around in jute. He sincerely did not understand why the doctors had bandaged his arm so much, if in fact he was not in pain at all. But when a close friend saw the teenager, he quickly ran to his partner and started asking him a lot of questions. His partner was worried about his friend. Later, the friends went to the park to talk quietly, and after a while the man asked if Kevin had any advice for him, which surprised the young man. The boy said that he had no choice but to come and help his friend. But when the kid added that he had failed the task, his partner was very upset because he realized that he should not have trusted him with such a difficult task. The teenager also needed to find out personal information about some of the employees so that he could analyze everything alone. The friend was well aware that the monsters were coming soon, so he had to help his colleague so that the character would be ready for the battle. But when Kevin began to be overwhelmed with work, the man began to get very angry and did not want to tell the young man everything at the moment. After some time, the man said that the young man would now fight alone. The guy could not believe what he heard. The young man decided to show everything so that the teenager was sure of what he heard. Kevin didn't want to have anyone else on his team because he had already gotten a lot of help from his partners, so now he wanted to go it alone. The kid tried to convince him to fight together because he thought his colleague was not in the best position to fight alone against the freaks. The gentleman was flattered that she was so worried about him, but the colleague did not want to change his mind because at times it was easier for the character to fight. Meanwhile, the kid who was broadcasting was telling people what dangers could be waiting for them in this place, and the man invited the outstanding young man to join him. When it was the young man's turn to talk about the organization and whether it really existed, he was a little confused at first, but then started talking. The partner answered the question clearly and thought that the organization was real, although the gentleman might not have told him this information because it was secret. As soon as the woman saw her friend on TV, she quickly dropped everything she was doing and came to see what the young man was saying. When the director saw the live broadcast, he was very angry. The manager thought that the young man had no right to use the live broadcast to spread information. The first thing the friend thought was that Kevin was behind it, but when an employee joined his partner, he began to calm his friend down and had a slightly different opinion. But the kid was left alone and drank some strange substance, after which his veins began to flow like blue blood. When the worker heard some strange noises coming from the boy's room, he quickly came and started breaking into his room, but for some reason no one would open the door. The worker did not stop breaking down the door. Once he saw what was happening, the landlord was shocked to say the least, because the young man looked very strange. As soon as his friend returned to his partner, he offered to pay him extra so that he would not hold any grudges against him. The colleague agreed, but a second later some strange fog got into his eyes, making it impossible for him to see anything. and then when he opened his eyes, he saw a pile of gold. Meanwhile, Kevin easily got out of the room and quickly went to his final task. As soon as the worker looked at his watch and saw that it was time to leave, he warned his boss that it was time to go to meet him. The man quickly got ready and suggested to his friend who was sitting next to him that he also go with the young man. The young man decided that it was a good idea. On the way, the partners discussed some kind of terror that almost every other resident of this city was talking about, but the colleague thought that it was impossible in their time. But when the characters started talking about Kevin, the friend immediately changed his face. The man who was next to the young man at the moment was afraid of the guy because he looked really scary. The young man decided that very few people knew about this, so the teenager thought that there was no reason to worry, although this information should have been verified. But before the friends could finish speaking, his partner arrived to take his colleagues to an important meeting, and the employee quickly opened the door for his friends. The man stared at the young man for a long time and thought that something was wrong with his friend, who had been behaving very strangely lately. The teenager was also very interested in why his partner was so angry with the gentleman, although the colleague also knew Kevin but could not say anything bad about him. Along the way, the young man often mentioned the guy the young people were talking about 5 minutes ago, and he wanted to understand what was wrong with the teenager. When his partner recalled how he had talked to the gentleman, his colleague seemed to him a very respectable person. He even gave the character his business card. Throughout the entire trip, the friend thought only about Kevin. The man could not get the young man out of his head and think about anything else. Meanwhile, the strange gang of boys sat around and didn't know what to do, their partners discussing that they really wanted to have fun. At one point, the teenagers were also discussing a friend who was supposed to set off a fire in the city, when suddenly one of the partners noticed a strange colleague behind his friend. The man had an interesting mask on his face, and thus no one could know who was really there. The kids immediately began to behave uncivilized and insult their friend. The leader of the gang called the young man bad names and thought that now the kids would easily beat the strange stranger. But everything turned out to be a little different. The man easily approached the young man and grabbed the boy right by his shirt. Now the young people were not so sure of victory. The teenager easily threw his friend in the other direction, so hard that his partners did not even have time to catch the gentleman. As soon as the colleague put a sword to the character's throat, he was immediately frightened and began to apologize to his friend, but the group immediately stepped aside. The men were very much afraid for their lives, especially the young man, who was facing a man who could fight back for the first time. Suddenly, Kevin made a large-scale explosion. The young men quickly began to run away, and the teenager stood there and just laughed at them. His friend was going according to plan. The reporter began to instantly show a live broadcast and tell people what was happening in their city. According to this information, there was some kind of terrorist. The director did not like what was happening very much because he realized that now they would start to quickly rescue the people he needed. The officer immediately ran this information, and the teenager told him that there was a terrorist, and his partner immediately started yelling at him because he was out of control. The friend decided to give the best worker an important task, and the man immediately agreed but did not promise anything because it was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Almost the whole city was talking about the guy, but Kevin did not stop there. The man knew that he could realize his full potential today. In the young man's opinion, it really looked like a terrorist act now. The teenager knew that someone was coming for him, but no one wanted to stop. Thanks to his magic, his partner managed to make a fire spell that scared all the inhabitants of this city, which was the first time his friend practiced this. Suddenly, a young man with his group of teenagers walked by, and the young man clearly told him to stand still and not to move. The hero was ready for this meeting, so he did not worry. His partner decided to introduce himself to the gentleman and told him that they had to stop this terrorist act, but his colleague was not going to listen to anyone. The characters standing behind his friend were discussing Kevin because almost none of the men knew who this young man was or what he was about. He didn't want to let the situation drag on for long, so he immediately told the young men to start attacking him, and the teenagers were scared but had to do their job. The comrades looked at their partner carefully and thought about which side they should approach from, and then the man approached his colleagues and told them what their plan was. A second later, the man began to attack the young man, and Kevin easily repelled all his attacks, although the guy thought it would be more difficult. The young man's opponent clearly emphasized that he really wanted to meet his friend, although the partner himself did not understand who he was fighting against. The main partner was giving constant instructions on how the gentleman should fight, but another colleague wanted to use his magic against his rival. One employee stayed by his friend's side and asked why the young man was standing in one place, even though he was the strongest of their group. While almost the entire team was talking, another partner wanted to attack Kevin from behind and show him what she was really capable of. But the man managed to easily deflect her kicks with his leg, and the lady didn't know how to react, so she used a magic trick. In this way, she managed to repel the young man, and the guy standing next to the woman thanked her for saving his life, but it did not change anything globally. The manager was standing there, watching everything. He wasted no time and began to read some magic spells, and his partner thought that this was the way he would be able to stop the gentleman. And then the colleague managed to raise the character up, and now the friend was at a loss to understand what had happened because he could not act on it. When the man was reading his notes, he asked why the guy wanted to take all the people out of this city under the guise of real terrorism, but Kevin was in no hurry to answer. The man just started laughing out loud and said that the young man had the right to ask him questions only after he defeated the boy. Such words made the young man very angry, so he decided to immediately attack the teenager with various magical attacks. His friend clearly did not expect it, but was ready to hold on. At first, the young man managed to repel all of the guy's attacks, despite the fact that some of them were of incredible power. But when his colleague landed on the floor, he thought it was the end and he had defeated the character. But as soon as he looked up, he realized he was wrong. The almost powerless young man stood there and still held his sword in his hands. There was not a scratch on the guy, which surprised the opponent. When the young man had more strength, the kid quickly analyzed his competitor. The teenager thought that his friend was an entry-level fighter. The surprised partner stood and looked at the gentleman. The colleague did not know what to say and how to continue to compete against the character, because now it was his turn to attack. Now the angry Kevin wanted to show what he was capable of because the man had attacked him before, and now he had the right to take revenge. The shocked young man did not know what to do, and meanwhile all his allies had arrived and were sure that they would easily beat the guy. When the stranger approached his colleague, he asked the character to wait a little longer because his friends were almost ready. As soon as the man turned his head, he wasn't sure he could complete the task and wanted to ask his superiors for help. The young man started shouting with all his might because he wanted to continue the fight, but the opponent could not take it anymore and left. When the young men looked at the man in front of them, they both realized that he was much stronger than they thought. There was even information that he had passed the first floor in less than 2 years. In fact, this man wielded a magic sword and fought with it alone. The young people were very impressed by this young man's sword skills and thought that he probably had not yet fully proven himself. Even in spite of his great fighting power, they did not understand why he had not yet revealed his identity. The man kept watching the kid and realized that he was doing his best to show him his worthlessness, and he was sure that his abilities were much higher. The gentleman began to order his team to start attacking quietly until help arrived, but all the attacks came from their side. The young man kept watching the team, and it seemed to him that their leader was quite attractive and urged everyone not to waste all the power, but only to use it in a serious situation. Kevin had only 2 reasons for hiding his identity, and that's why he held such a show. First, he wanted to determine the strength of those awakened, as it was necessary to find out how much of the awakened's combat power could be used during the battle. And the second reason was to attract the largest number of fighters. And if Kevin had admitted that he was not a terrorist at all, the man in the wheelchair, whom everyone thought was the director, would not have sent any help. But when the young man staged some kind of high-profile coup, it was always broadcast on TV. Now he took up his weapon and was determined to wait for help to arrive, as there were still 2 hours left before the dance. The entire team of young people could not understand what was happening and why their enemy was not attacking them. After some time, both teams of fighters saw each other and realized that the director would be shocked that a big fight could start. It was there that the organization of State Awakened, who were selected and trained by the agency to manage the Awakened, was present. But the little guy was not afraid even of the Special Forces team he had not seen for a long time, and decided that they all had to have a good time together. Everyone noticed that a rather tall man in black glasses was standing in front of them, and he was the captain of that team. Some even remembered that he was the strongest among the Awakened, but that was in a past life. The captain was told that their forces were weaker than the enemy's, and according to the countdown, they learned that the real Kevin was in front of them. The young man realized that Kevin could be stronger even than that captain, as his level was much higher. The vice captain was happy that something could start soon, but he realized that many of the team had not been on the battlefield for a long time, and it scared them a little. The captain realized that they were facing a very young man, but he still asked his team to remain vigilant. The man believed that they were not aware of how strong the enemy was, and thought that they should not have launched the attack first. But the captain did not want to waste time and decided that he and his team would be the first to start the fight. One of them believed that they would not be able to catch the kid easily. The man with the glasses thought that they had probably started the whole thing in vain because he was not sure that the people on that team could handle the enemy. The captain believed they were doing the right thing because the battles of the act were different from those of the other Awakened. When Kevin saw the captain of that team in front of him, he remembered that he had not changed at all and was exactly the same as before. He began to recall how his nose used to bleed when the captain was training him, so he thought that his methods of training had not changed. Kevin had nothing to fear, as he was confident in his abilities and did not even want to wait for it to take a long time. The young man took a rather comfortable position and waited for everyone to run at him with all their might. The whole team was very stunned when they approached him and saw what was really in front of them, and it did not meet their expectations at all. The man began to warn everyone not to get their hopes up, that it was just running in circles. After a while, the whole team began to realize that it was a real deadly circle attack that they had to watch out for. The young man realized that the scheme of different attacks was assembled in one acceleration. It was sufficient power because there was a limit to blocking. The guy tried to use a systematic attack that combined support, restraint, and strong blows. This attack was from different sides and aimed at strong people or bosses. The captain understood that, in other words, it was a perfect multi-pronged attack, and this was the peculiarity of the Awakened Act. One of the young men even started insulting Kevin and wanted him to face the music and show all his skills in battle. At that moment, he realized that if his foot left the ground naturally, the entire center point would collapse at once. Kevin didn't stop for a beat and continued to use all his skills, but at that moment his enemy tried to use the chain skill, which could tie the enemy up quite easily. When they all pulled their chains, there was no young man there, and their chain was simply torn to pieces. The whole team was shocked when they saw that their comrade was tied with the same chains, and they did not understand how this could be done. The young men realized that their attack had not worked at all, as they had all made a big mistake, but one of them simply said that Kevin had known about it from the beginning, so he was ready for it. The enemy began to recall that when he was tied up, and with one swing of his sword, the young man immediately deflected and in an instant just broke the chain. And then everyone noticed that Kevin had used all those chains in reverse order, and it was all very embarrassing for their whole team. Everyone was stunned and didn't understand how he could do that in a second, even though he had quite good training and a good sense of combat. Indeed, the young man knew everything, as he had once been in an act squad in his past life and was trained in all the smallest of such combat skills. It was the commander who said that he should have been the first to attack the young man, but if they had met in a completely different city, he would have even offered to work together. The assistant captain said that all the awakened ones were already gathering, and so he wanted him to be very careful so that nothing would fall on him. In fact, the young man knew that captain, and even in his past life, he had always thought about fighting him properly. But it was definitely not the time for that. Kevin raised his hands high to the mountain and told everyone gathered there that he was admitting defeat. This was a real surprise to everyone present. None of the people present could believe that the kid raised his hands and dared to take such a step to simply surrender directly to the commander. The man himself was also shocked and wanted to calmly figure out what the boy meant by his words. But the young man once again emphasized that he did not see any point in wasting time fighting, as a completely new battle was about to begin. It was at that moment that everyone started screaming and falling to the ground, as it was clear that a rather large earthquake was beginning. At that time, a completely new dungeon opened up above them all. The young people were all frightened when they saw that the green dungeon was open, and there was also a big green flash coming out of it. Kevin emphasized that everyone should pay attention, that the appearance of the dungeon and the speed of the flash will be unpredictable in the future. The whole team began to observe that the young man began to absorb the large flame, and it was clear that this was his usual ability to do so. He was well aware that someone might hate him, that he did not tell everything from the beginning and did not tell the truth. But since he was awakened, he had a great request for everyone. It was then that he suggested that all his enemies should unite and continue the battle together to finally defend that city. It was a real surprise for everyone, as no one expected or hoped to see the real Kevin. When he saw the green flash, he immediately realized that this was the beginning of the anomaly and what would threaten their world in the future. The boy knew that the flash occurred when the dungeon was not attacked for a certain period of time since its formation, but he knew that this would happen more and more often now. Kevin turned to the master of the entire team, as he wanted to know how many people he had for further operations. He was also grateful to him for understanding his intentions. But the man was grateful in return, because it was Kevin who had raised a stir by pretending to be a terrorist, and they were able to ask for support from other organizations. The whole team wanted to hear what Kevin and their boss were talking about, but their attention was drawn to a large monster that appeared from the green flames. The man even had sweat on his face when he saw the monsters that started to emerge from the flames and were ready to attack people. They were just huge green giants that had a lot of strength and were quite difficult to resist and defeat. This green monster just crushed all the people with one swing of its fist, as if they were some kind of nuts. It was also hard for the captain to believe what was happening around him, and that he was facing monsters at the level of the boss of the red or even orange dungeon. The man warned the whole team that they had to be very careful if they wanted to stay alive. The young man tried to summon support for all the awakened ones, but his mentor did not even think of helping them in that battle. He did not know what to do next, but he decided that in that situation, it was necessary to calm down all the awakened ones, first of all. Kevin realized that they had a rather difficult task ahead of them, and that all of their team would not be able to cope, but they had to do their best using their position. The young man was stunned when he heard exactly the same words from Kevin that he had heard from his mentor, and it surprised him even more. He started to use his sacred flame skill, but he also wanted all the people in that city to start evacuating already. He raised his head up and wanted to see what would be shown from that green flash. People couldn't believe that a big dragon monster was circling the city and had to be defeated for the safety of the city. Everyone in charge started to evacuate the residents, but it was not happening as fast as they expected. The man was glad that thanks to the timely evacuation, there were no casualties at that time, but if those monsters were not stopped, there would be much more grief. The guys knew that they could not allow the dragons to land on the ground, and they could not let anyone out of the city. They had to stay calm and follow the instructions of all the awakened ones. This man had only hope in Kevin, but he also had doubts that he could handle that dragon alone. While he stood there, a little dreamy, the commander attacked him from behind to bring him back to reality. Since time was short, the commander tried to explain everything to the man quickly and clearly. He said that it was he and his men who would evacuate the locals, and therefore the other man had to call as many awakened people as possible. The captain also wanted to make sure that he could leave that huge dragon in the hands of the boy. Of course, the boy was worried that he would have to fight the enemy on his own, but he had all the skills to do so, so there was nothing to worry about. He continued to fight the dragon, but at some point he even decided to call his own bird to help him. Although the bird helped Kevin, it was already clear that the enemy was much stronger than the two of them with their combined skills. It was clear to the young man that it would be very difficult for them to overcome this creature, but they had no choice. The boy was standing right in front of it and realized that it was flying right at him. The young man did not know that it was already possible to test him, as he had already withstood the two strongest blows. At that moment, the young man remembered that in his past life, the outbreak was recorded as a catastrophe because 150,000 people had died, and some of them died because of that dragon. At that time, it was because of unexpected anomalies that the number of awakened people was not at all sufficient, and after Kevin conquered the dungeon, he went to battle, but he was not strong enough to defeat that dragon. The kid knew that the enemy had a pretty good flame, but he decided that he could completely cut down that big monster dragon. The boy calculated everything well for the next attack, because he knew that after the flames erupted, he would not have a break for long. And that's when he decided to use the dragon spear, which was made on the basis of a mythical spear that could be bought in a store. But it had one drawback. It was only disposable. But the boy decided to use it anyway, precisely so that no one on that land could die because of it. He held on to his savior's paw with one hand and watched as the ground below was full of dust and smoke from his enemy. The boy was very pleased with himself that he had succeeded, and now he proudly looked at the body of the dragon he had defeated. It was after inflicting fatal wounds on a half-dragon that such a creature appeared, that is, a part of the soul of that demon, and he was very interested in who could have disturbed him. But the young man wanted the creature to tell him who he was first, and then Kevin could introduce himself. He sat on that dacron and could not say who it was, because he was in great pain and suffering. At some point, the dragon came to his senses and began his attack again, which the young man did not expect. The whole team that was fighting the other demons stopped their work and paid attention to what was happening to Kevin. After all, the demon could have wounded him so badly that he fell unconscious on the stones, but he did not let go of his weapon. At that very moment, a man arrived, whom the boy had once saved in the dungeon, but he noticed that it was a little too late. All the young people began to watch as the dragon slowly leaned over the boy's body and began to sniff him before eating him. Kevin's friend just started screaming loudly in mortal pain as he watched the young man's body in the mouth of the big monster, and yet he could do nothing. When the boy found himself in the dragon's mouth, he immediately activated a skill that could be activated when his health reached a certain level, and then the hero could become simply immortal. He immediately stood up to his full height and began to tear open the dragon's mouth with his hands, and his feet just rested on the teeth. The guy even managed to thank the creature that it was thanks to him that Kevin became much stronger. The man was trying his best to keep his opponent's mouth shut, because at any moment he could simply swallow Kevin, and it was also the first time in his life that the young man saw an unknown character. Subsequently, a giant dragon joined the boy and wanted to kill him, and the young man thought that this was his enemy for this test. When the teenager began to fight, he realized that it was an ordinary person who was possessed by a real demon who had red eyes and wanted to take over the world. Without thinking twice, his partner decided to jump up to get to know the gentleman's weaknesses better, but his colleague had no idea how strong his opponent was. As soon as his friend managed to make the first stroke on the dragon, the man was shocked because it turned out to be like a weak push for the competitor that did not change anything. At times, the guy couldn't even get close to the dragon because the competitor seemed to be calculating his every move. But the hero was not going to stop. The teenager was 100% sure that every competitor must have some weak point, so his partner continued to search. When the colleague managed to shake the character once again, the friend realized that he had to hit the same spot many times so that the competitor would not have time to recover. The young man also recalled the people who applauded him and hoped that Kevin would save their world, so the man did not even think of giving up. The young man knew the young man who had been possessed by this demon. He had known this story for a long time, and that is why he went to this test. When the young man managed to make a powerful charge of magic, he immediately raised his sword up and wanted to plunge it right into the body of his competitor. The teenager did not expect that the dragon would immediately fall down and his main enemy would start crawling out of it. But in a second, all his hopes were dashed. As it turned out, the opponent just pretended to die, but in fact the thief was picking a good moment to attack the master. Without thinking twice, the competitor took his stance and gradually approached his friend, and the confused Kevin did not understand why his attacks did not work. But then the dragon started to rise up, and the man was watching him closely so that he wouldn't miss any unexpected moments. And the competitor began to do some strange things. He took his two hands and began to stretch his skin to show what was inside. The teenager didn't want to waste time, so he started to collect a magic charge to use it against the competitor, but no one gave a guarantee that it would work. But after a while, the young man still managed to hit his target. The competitor screamed loudly and began to fall down at an incredible speed. The people who stood there waiting for the test to end could not believe their eyes because the main villain was still in the sky. In a matter of seconds, the dragon fell to the ground, and then there was a very big explosion. People began to close their eyes so that the dust did not get into their eyes. The bad guy realized that there was no point in staying in the dragon's body anymore, so he quickly began to crawl out of it to implement his plan in a different way. Kevin knew perfectly well that he could not leave his rival like that, so he immediately approached his opponent to end it once and for all. Suddenly, the thief asked his partner to stop because he wanted to tell him something, namely, how it all started. The kid didn't really want to listen to these stories because he realized that he was facing a lying man, so there was no point in trusting the gentleman's words. It was not so easy for the creature to get rid of the old body. It turned out to be a real test for him, although he had already done it more than once. But still, some of the phrases hurt his friend very much, and at times his partner even thought that the man could have really made a big mistake. After that, the friend looked at his opponent with a different look and did not know what decision to make because anyone could make a mistake. And then the opponent said that thanks to Kevin, he was able to finish the biggest battle of his life. So for that, he showed the teenager a magic ball. In a second, a giant cloak appeared from this ball, which was to help the teenager in the next tests, and the boy's eyes lit up. The young man was a polite person, so he thanked the young man for this act, and meanwhile the teenager began to leave the body of the person he had taken possession of. When the competitor left this world, the young man did not know how to react to it, as if it was a victory. But on the other hand, the teenager already considered his partner a normal person. After a while, the character looked up, as if he heard his friend tell him to never lose heart. The young man also said goodbye in return. And that was it. As soon as the guy saw his old friend, he immediately ran to the young man and asked if he was okay. The friend was not going to lie to anyone, so he immediately told his partners the whole truth, namely that the gentleman could have lost his life at any moment because the competitor was stronger than he thought. When a third colleague joined the dialogue, he said that thanks to the character, they were all alive and well now, but it didn't matter to his friend. The man knew that he hadn't gotten along well with the young man, but at that moment the guy apologized to him and even bowed and thanked him for his actions. Surprised, Kevin thought that there was no need to apologize to him because the young man was just doing his job for which he was sent to this world. But when the young people were talking to the teenager, they noticed that their friend was behaving strangely, and a second later his partner fell down and could not say anything. The The gentleman was very frightened. He thought that something had happened to his colleague, but the character did not tell them. But, as it turned out, his friend simply did not have the strength to stand on his feet. As soon as the man ran to the young man, he thought that the guy had just fallen asleep because he was tired, but they decided to show the young man to real doctors. Kevin had already been in the hospital for a long time. Almost the whole city was talking about the man that day. Every TV channel was telling what had happened. Later, the young man opened his eyes. He did not immediately realize where he was and why he was there. The boy carefully looked around his room and finally tried to get to his feet. Suddenly, when the teenager realized what had happened to him, his friend quickly jumped up and wanted to see someone as soon as possible to discuss everything. The first thing his partner saw was a phone, which he immediately picked up and read the news. But then he noticed a strange letter lying next to it. As soon as the man opened it, he was sure that it was his old friend who wrote him a note telling him about all the events of the past. The teenager was very grateful to his friend, although he wanted to talk to his partner in real life, or at least on the phone. But unfortunately, no one called him. A little more time passed, and the colleague heard someone very quietly approaching his door, so the character didn't think twice about asking who it was. But when the man entered his room, the young man was sure that he knew this guy a long time ago, but the young man wanted the man to come closer. His partner wanted to get a better look at the man, and then realized that he was dressed very strangely. But the character thought it didn't matter because his friend had come to visit him. Kevin started to ask a lot of questions, but the man asked him to stop because he also had something to learn from the guy. The partner didn't want to drag his feet, so he immediately suggested that his colleague join their clan, and his friend thought about it. As soon as the man saw that all his employees were gathered, he said that they would immediately get down to business, and the young men were very wary. The man went on to say that if the young people took a good look at their minds, they could multiply their wealth several times over, and the boys liked this information. Before this process, everyone had to be sure that they were taking this step, when suddenly a young man asked the teenager to come over and talk to him. As soon as his partner approached the gentleman, his colleague immediately suggested that the character have a few words with him, and his friend did not mind, so he agreed. But a second later, the man was hit in the face very hard. Blood began to flow from the young man's mouth, and he did not understand what was happening. The young man began to repeat to the kid that he had told the teenager many times not to do this, but the gentleman did not understand what his partner was talking about. Later, the kid began to say that his colleague had set him up very badly, so the character was not going to forgive the betrayal, and these words alarmed the man. In a moment, the young man grabbed the guy by the hair and started asking him why the player lied to him, but the young man refused to do so at first. The teenager kept telling his friend that he had met Kevin and had agreed to do something with him, but it never happened. Meanwhile, the guards stood calmly and heard everything perfectly well, but their partners could not oppose the gentleman because he was their superior. In the end, the man said that he had forgiven his colleague many times, but this time the character decided to do the same to him as his friend had done to him. The boss found the strength to say that he had only seen the young man with his own eyes a couple of times, and that was it. But the guy was not going to believe a word of the young man. As soon as his partner lit a cigarette, the teenager thought that his friend was really a fool and did not realize that his colleague was behind him. What he had done. Several more times, the colleague emphasized that if he had instructed the character to bring Kevin here, his friend had to do it immediately. The young man tried to listen clearly because he realized that his life was at stake, so the guy asked him one last time to bring the character to him. Later, the young man stopped threatening. He believed that if his friend really understood the importance of this task, his partner would easily bring him Kevin. When everything was finally over, the girl came to her friend and asked if he was okay. The man did not want any help, so he lied. After a moment, the beauty noticed that the young man was lying to her after all. She decided to help the guy, although she did not know who he was very well. Suddenly, the lady asked what the young man had done and why he had been beaten so badly, and the boy was very surprised because he had not expected such a question. And then the lady started crying and thought that she could have been beaten too. The young man quickly hugged her to his body and told her that it was impossible. The friend also asked the girl to take some medicine quickly because it could quickly improve the emotional state of the beauty, and the lady agreed without arguing. The friend was very familiar with such diseases. The man knew that modern medicine was not yet able to cure such serious illnesses. Therefore, when the friend left his partner, the man gave him a special medicine that could improve the person's condition at an incredible rate. But even after the medication, the friend noticed that the lady did not feel much better. The beauty was still worried and wondered what could have happened. The young man did not want to lie, so he told the lady that there could be no quick result. The lady had to wait a little for the drug to work. Later, the young man told the whole story to the teenager. He told him to think carefully before making a decision. His partner did not like being threatened. When Kevin started to feel better, he said that he was well aware that his colleague was playing a role and was not sincere with him, so he did not want to agree to it. The young man was well aware that something had happened to the guy, but the young man did not tell him, so he decided to ask him directly. In response, the young man asked if the boy really wanted to know the truth. The young man said yes, and a second later the boy pulled out a sword and pointed it at Kevin. The teenager offered favorable conditions. If his friend defeated him, his partner would tell him everything he knew, and if not, the gentleman had to agree to his terms. The opponent thought about it carefully because he knew very well how cruel his colleague was and how he had killed people before, but he did not want to give up. The colleague even recalled how he personally met with the character and discussed important matters, and the man thought the young man was not a good person, so they had no further business with him. But this guy was very different from the Kevin the young man knew before. Now the teenager had a completely different character and appearance. But when the friend met his partner in person, the gentleman pretended not to know his colleague, and because of this, the character felt very bad. He thought he was not the right person. Now, in the present tense, the teenager quickly jumped up so that the man wouldn't get him with his sharp sword, and the atmosphere grew more tense by the minute. Subsequently, the young man was unable to hit the guy, which made the kid very angry, so he began to attack even more intensely. His partner realized that he was facing a rotten person because his friend knew very well that Kevin was wounded, but he decided to fight him anyway. Meanwhile, all the doctors were very shocked because they kept hearing some strange sounds coming from the room, and one woman wanted to come and see what was going on. At the moment, the young man managed to dodge his partner's attack, but his friend could not attack his partner because he always dodged his blows. Later, when Kevin had a good position, he quickly hit the man with his foot, which caused the young man to lose his balance and feel less confident. The hero knew that he wouldn't last long, so he needed to finish this test as soon as possible. But it wasn't that easy. The man decided to turn his head. He noticed how the young man was already rushing at him with his weapon and wanted to kill Kevin. But the hero managed to change the course of the game. The young man saw an ordinary bedspread and used it to cover the boy's eyes. Now the young man had some time to escape from this place. The kid did not expect that the teenager would think of such a thing, so he had to look for his friend again. But in a moment his partner managed to achieve his goal. The gentleman wanted to take revenge, so he fired a weapon at his colleague. Fortunately, the character had already managed to leave the establishment, but the shock wave still hit him. At the moment, the friend defended himself with his hands, but unfortunately it did not change the situation in any way. The man got a little bit, but his condition was quite normal. When the colleague was thinking about where he could lure his opponent, the character realized that there were people below, so he had to climb to the very top. The surprised man did not know how the young man managed to escape from him so quickly, but the young man did not want to stop because the task was not yet completed. The young man was lucky that his bird flew to him and helped him to get to the next roof, so the teenager had a couple of minutes to rest. The young man gradually regained his strength. He was sure that even if the boy came to him again, he was ready to fight with the young man. As soon as the guy turned his head in the other direction, he saw the teenager who wanted to attack his friend from behind. The first thing the partner did was to ask what the friend wanted to fight the teenager with, when suddenly the colleague pulled out a regular knife and was going to use it to overcome the partner. The colleague did not believe that the character would be able to fight normally with such a small knife, but to his surprise, his friend calmly repelled his opponent's attacks. The man realized that he didn't want to delay this fight for a long time, so the young man activated his magic and was ready to use it against his rival. The kid did not expect such a move, and the teenager began to scream loudly because his friend had cut his body very badly, and now it was bleeding. The partner was well aware that there were no minutes to lose, so he quickly took a favorable position and struck the bad guy with additional blows. The man stood quite far away from the young man, and suddenly, the guy started laughing sharply. The young man did not quite understand what the laughter was about, and the young man finally said that he would not overcome the teenager under any circumstances. His friend was smiling because he knew from the very beginning that he would emerge victorious from this battle. The partner asked the gentleman to tell how his life was, and the colleague began to talk about his loved one who made him happy every day. With a smile on his face, the character recalled the moments when he and his girlfriend had a good time. They had known each other since childhood, so they appreciated each other. As soon as his friend saw her with his own eyes, the man's smile would go up, because the beauty was one of the most important people in his life. But unfortunately, one day everything changed. The teenager began to have terrible days with only one gray sky and nothing else. His friend's life seemed to stop. When his partner came back to the ladies' store, he saw her sitting on her knees and unable to do anything at all, and the boy started screaming out of fear. He quickly ran to his fiancée and asked her what had happened, and a second later he saw blood coming out of her mouth. The partner was very confused because he did not understand how to act in such moments. It seemed to him that he could have lost the most valuable person he had in this life. And at the same moment, an unknown man came in who wanted to buy some goods from the young couple, but noticed that the flowers were in very bad shape. As soon as the man saw his colleague with his own eyes, he was immediately afraid, but he realized who he was and what he had behind him. As soon as the young man saw what happened to the lady, he told him that he was well specialized in various poisonous substances, so he had some ways to cure the victim. When Kevin listened to his opponent to the end, everything came together for him. The character thought that his friend was fighting for his man, so he did such a bad thing. The man argued that it was the young man who had the medicine that the young lady needed, so the teenager had to do all his tasks. The man also recalled the words when the boy promised that his friend would really help him in a difficult situation, but his partner did not expect it to be so difficult. The teenager asked for help, although he realized that the gentleman would probably not help. But when the colleague turned away and left in despair, something changed inside the character. The man realized that no one wanted to help him, so he went about his business and wanted to finish everything himself. And finally, the young man thanked the guy for such pleasant memories. Meanwhile, the two friends were discussing the information they had found, and as soon as the young man saw the securities, he immediately asked if they were copies. The partner immediately started laughing and replied that the gentleman was an ignorant person because his colleague had only the originals. And then the character immediately called Kevin. The first thing the man did was ask how the young man felt after he was attacked in the hospital. But the guy interrupted the interlocutor and asked him to listen to him carefully. The young man told him for a long time how he felt about the teenager who had attacked him and what he had learned from his friend, while his partner listened in amazement. Meanwhile, the manager continued to smoke his cigarette and waited for his employees to come to bring the good news, and then the manager heard someone coming. The teenager really didn't like the fact that his friend came in without knocking, and his partner immediately pointed this out and believed that it was a serious disrespect for him. But the character did not care about these words. His friend said that he really wanted to get an answer to his question, and after hearing these words, the man was stunned. It was the first time he had ever heard someone speak to him so confidently, but he was incredibly curious about what his friend wanted to know from him. His partner was interested in how the main characters who led people died, and he really did not expect to hear such a strange question in his direction. And when the time came to tell his friend, he thought that he could safely not answer this question because he was facing an ordinary employee. All the news was reporting that the Awakened attacked the hospital, which was in the city center. But fortunately for everyone, there were no deaths, and the Department of the Awakened was investigating the situation. The girl was very nervous, so I couldn't get in touch with the guy whose photo was on the whole TV screen, and who was also suspected of attacking and committing a crime. She was very frightened when she heard that it had become known that it was the Awakened one who had been the victim of the attack. When the woman opened the door, she saw a young man she did not know at all, who had recently made a great contribution to solving the situation with the outbreaks. Drinking tea quietly, he began to apologize for coming so suddenly without warning, but was very grateful to be let in. The woman began to tell him that she had heard some information about him before, and also knew that her son really wanted to be like him, but everyone on TV reported that it was he who attacked Kevin. The young man hadn't heard about the details of the situation that the whole city was discussing, but he had heard about the circumstances that had taken place. The reason for what happened was the order of his guild. Kevin's friend was a little confused and kept thinking that if he received help from others, he would definitely not be able to stand on his own. It was strange for the girl to hear that the young man had come to discuss the condition of their mutual friend, and he even wanted to hear the woman's opinion. When they were next to each other, the woman asked him not to give up, and if he was okay, she would be okay too. She could not hold back her tears and began to beg the boy not to leave him alone and even help him cope with his problems. Kevin heard exactly what he wanted to hear, and now he was sure that he was doing the right thing. The man kept trying to beat the guy who was much smaller than him, and even that gave him great pleasure. When he wanted to rest for a while, he still emphasized that the young man had made the worst choice in his life, as he thought he could overcome a strong man like him. The young man was lying on the floor with his head bruised and covered in blood. He wanted to do something, but he felt that his body had completely stopped listening to him, as if thorns were piercing his body. The man kept wanting the poor man to feel the difference between them and recognize that he was much weaker than the one with the beard, as he could even kill the kid with one finger. The boy began to say with difficulty that all the problems came only from the man with the beard, namely because of the crime he had committed to lure the boy into his guild. But the man began to laugh out loud, saying that he didn't even remember what the boy on the floor had said. The young man started moaning and screaming, pounding his fists on the floor as he realized that he was very weak and could not do anything about it. But he gathered his last strength, picked up a weapon, and wanted to attack the man to die together. Again, the young man did not calculate his strength, because the enemy simply made one swipe with 2 fingers, and the boy just started flying backwards, and blood just spilled out of his body. The bearded man began to remember what poison he could use against people, and the one he used on this poor girl. The man began to recall that when he was raising the young man, he was sure that he would attack him someday, and so he constantly gave him a little poison. It was also very important to this bastard that everyone looked at his facial expression when he did something that was not good enough for people. The young man was feeling worse and worse, and he kept thinking that he could not kill his opponent, and could not even save the girl who was also under the poison. He remembered this sweet woman and blamed himself for knowing that if something happened to him, she would be left alone, so he considered himself a bastard for coming there recklessly. But in a moment the man saw Kevin in front of him, who came to ask about something, but there was no one else there with a beard. The confident guy stood in front of the man and said that they had met before, and now he came to inform him that he was ready to join his guild. When the 2 men began their conversation, the boss expressed his surprise as he remembered that Kevin had not really wanted to join his guild before, but now he had come to ask. The boss still couldn't help but ask the guy questions, as he was very interested in why he had changed his mind so suddenly. The man kept looking at him with a very unpleasant and sly look, and even emphasized that everyone thought he was not a good enough leader. The boy began to smile and knew that he was also disobedient, but the man did not know about all his shortcomings. The young man could also take on any task at any time. Kevin and the boss returned to the point of the conversation, as they needed to decide on the terms of joining the guild and profit sharing much earlier. The boss also informed the young man that he had to sign an application, and then he would be able to negotiate the best possible terms for him. After all the conditions were signed, the man wanted to have a serious talk about the business and their joint plans for the future. The first thing the man wanted after signing the papers was for the manager to remove the poison from his friends' bodies as soon as possible. The man was very embarrassed when he heard that the kid knew what was going on behind his back, but Kevin did not consider it good business conduct in the guild. He also reminded him that he had been on the news and therefore had personal motives to pay back the young man who had bled to death. The boss was very interested in what Kevin would do to that young man if he freed him from that poison. The boss also added that even if he could get the poison out of the boy's body, he would still be unfit for any work, as the poison leaves a large trace in the human body. But Kevin didn't care. He still considered that one young man more important than 100 middle-ranked awakened ones. Without hesitation, the man agreed to the boy's request, and he immediately approached the young man and grabbed him by the throat. As soon as the man had done his job, he wanted to continue talking about profit sharing and relationships within the guild. The boy began to open his eyes a little and tried to listen to everything Kevin was saying. While the young man was standing over his friend, the boss still stood his ground and even offered the young man a position to be the deputy head of the guild and thought he was offering good enough conditions for him. But when the young man looked into the eyes of this man with the beard, he kept thinking that he did not know how to run a business and conduct such affairs. Therefore, Kevin believed that everything the man was doing was a business that was slowly fading away. The young man went back to his boss and told him that he wanted the position of head of the guild and exactly 100% of the profits. Then everything would go right. The man immediately stood up and was now sure that he was a real scumbag if he had the audacity to ask him. Everyone knew that this boss had created just such a guild where he exploited everyone who was weaker than him and had vulnerabilities. Kevin understood that his interlocutor was not ready to accept his terms, so he said that he would take the guild from him by force. But the man was still angry enough that he didn't even consider that his guild could go to someone else. He even began to talk about unfortunate animals who were destined to be eaten, but he used them and turned them into those who could be used in society. The man believed that weak strength, weak spirit, and lack of intelligence were the worst things that could happen in the jungle world. After hearing all this, the young man thought that the man was just thinking one-sidedly and tried to explain that even a weak herbivore could sometimes bite a predator to protect itself. At that moment, the young man, who had recovered a bit, grabbed his weapon and dared to attack the boss who had ruined his life. Kevin watched as the kid cut up the boss and kept thinking that he would now feel what despair was like. Now the two young men stood watching the corpse lying on the floor in front of them, the blood leaving his body. Kevin's friend could not believe how this could happen because he was just lying there, already dying from the poison in his body. He also began to recall that even when the man detoxified him, he only stopped being poisoned, but his body was still not restored. Kevin recalled that the man was lying there unconscious. His body did not want to obey and was just numb, and his eyes were as if in a fog. But when Kevin showed his friend to be quiet, it was at that moment that he used his skill of full-body recovery, which helped the guy. The guy looked at his rescuer and did not understand why he had helped him from the very first time they met. But Kevin decided that it was not a good time for a dialogue. They noticed that something green began to evaporate from the man's body, so it probably meant that the case was not completely over. The man put his hand on his chest and admitted that he thought the boy was quite vile since he dared to kill him. The young man looked at his enemy and was now well aware that he could control not only his poisonous medicine, but also knew how to use healing skills. The young man said that he really wanted to kill the boss, but he also knew that he could not handle them both. So he asked that the boss just surrender, and then the boys would let him pay for his sins in prison. But the irritated man could not even imagine that someone could kill him, as he began to spread the green poison around him. The kid started to worry about them both because it was a deadly poison, and if it was spread, it would create a swamp all over the area. This was all a skill of great magnitude. Now the leader stood in front of the boy and began to recall their conversation, and agreed that he had indeed created a guild where he simply exploited those weaker than him. But he immediately added that exploitation was a privilege only for strong people like him. Now it was getting even more difficult for everyone, as it was clear that the swamp began to move under their feet in accordance with the boss's will. As soon as the guys started to fight, they immediately realized that the poison could only affect living things. Even the furniture that had drowned in it was perfectly fine. The guy began to think of some kind of rescue plan and bent down on the table, but the boss was sure that they could not succeed. After a while, the enemy began to use his other methods and launched the purple zone, which contained an acid that could dissolve everything. The man stood in those zones, namely the poisonous skill of the green zone, simultaneously attacked and defended with the acid skill of the purple zone and blocked sudden attacks. The boss looked at Kevin and thought that he was very predictable for the strongest hero that everyone around him was talking about, and he was also sure that no guild would take him away. At some point, the young man said that he had once made a mistake that he would not make this time, and it was in this situation that he would use a bloody spear. And just then, when the young man pointed thousands of spears at the enemy, he wanted to see how he could dodge them all. The man tried his best to dodge this fierce attack of weapons, but he was not good enough. The young man wanted to attack the boss and finish the job, but the man was strong enough and started using his poison skills again. Kevin noticed that the boss started blocking the attack again, and he and his friend could not do anything about it. Now he believed that there was nothing more the young men could do besides their loud words, since his poison's attack and defense were just perfect. As the man watched, he was sure that the enemy's ability was making things a little uncomfortable for them, so he decided to just burn everything. Now something very strange began to happen to the man, and his poison was returning to his body. Both guys realized that the man, having received a fatal wound, could no longer maintain his skills and could just slowly say goodbye to his life. The boss was so reluctant to give up that he even threatened to make an antidote, but if the culprits killed him, the poison would never disappear from the woman's body. Now the young man was faced with a rather difficult choice which he could not make, but his friend began to calm him down so that he would never succumb to the provocations of this garbage again. Without even hesitation, the young man went and stood in a puddle of green poison, which suddenly began to penetrate his body. As soon as the leader saw this, he immediately began to shout that no strong man could resist his poison. But after a fairly short time, everyone noticed that the poison on the guy's body began to look completely different and even changed color, and the guy was holding up quite well. Kevin's friend couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that he had just started to heal himself and even began to feel his mana start to recover, which is exactly what he felt when Kevin put his hand on him. The handsome man proudly said that the bastard's poison did not work on his body, and therefore the young man could not have died from it. The manager, who was covered in blood, looked at the young man and did not understand what the light around him was. The man even knew that someone in that world could be even stronger than him. Kevin could proudly point out that the poison did not affect him at all, and that is why he defeated the guild leader. He was holding the very treasure that he had received on the second floor of the trials for 100% achievement. This particular treasure could restore absolutely all ailments and injuries, but it could only be used 5 times. The boy also began to remember that he had already used the treasure once, when he was on the 10th floor of the trials, and also when he was on the 15th floor. He had also used the treasure skill to heal a friend of his, and once again when he was being treated for poison that had gotten into him. So he used it 4 times in total. When the stone fell into the hands of Kevin's friend, he realized that he could have used it only once more. They immediately remembered that pretty girl, and Kevin was sure that his friend would use this magic stone to save her from the poison that was eating her body. The young man still could not believe in the kindness of his friend, as he had never met people like him. The boy noticed that the boss was still struggling to say goodbye to his life, so he wanted to help him a lot when he grabbed him by the throat. He was infinitely angry and thought that his patience had already run out, so there was no point in continuing this business with this scumbag. The man held out to the last and even began to threaten that if he did kill the guild leader, things could turn very badly for him. The guy also heard that the boss had a lot of connections, no matter how much recognition he received as a newcomer, and therefore he could not avoid responsibility for what he did. The young man was not at all afraid that after killing the head of a mid-level guild, it would be very difficult for him to avoid responsibility. But what scared the man was that he knew that he was the one who was associated with a guild that was involved with a very well-known criminal group. The young man also added that he was the one who finished the entire investigation, and everything turned out exactly as he wanted. When he received the call, it was clear that the guild was abroad, and they had not yet shown their true colors in their country. It was that guild, led by their boss, that was using the information network and the guild's ability to destroy anyone who found out about their existence. This bastard did all the dirty deeds when he found the weaknesses of the guild members and intimidated them. He also killed innocent people and held hands with that terrible guild. Kevin was already aware that this particular guild was targeting him, and it was a pretty good chance to catch all those who dared to break in. The guy wanted to use that man as a bait for his enemy and hoped that he would succeed. The boss still could not accept his situation and wanted to kill the guy again by throwing poison at him. After a while, it was clear that the poison did not work on the guy at all, which surprised the guild leader. Kevin said that earlier he had just succumbed to the poison to put on an act, but in reality the poison could not break through his magic. He was also very curious about what would happen if the boss was exposed to his own poison. Wasting no time, Kevin began to launch all the poison right back to where it had originally come from. The man began to twist in pain and fall to the ground. He had a substance against the poison and wanted to use it quickly, but he failed. The young man relieved the man of the substance because he could not mock people like that with an antidote and wanted him to feel the same pain he was causing people. The poison simply began to devour the man's body, and he just screamed in excruciating pain and wanted to die as soon as possible. The guy was even surprised that a man who considered himself quite strong could not stand the pain and chose to die. Kevin reached out to his bird to join him and was sure that it was over. After a moment, he let it go so that it could fly away and erase all these senseless things from the world. When the woman put the magic stones around her neck, she immediately felt relieved. Her body seemed to be filled with strength and energy that she had not felt for a long time. The young people were happy to see each other, and the young man even began to tell her that he had received a lot of support from her, as well as from other people. He also said that he was going to put aside all his regrets and repay everyone who helped him in the same way. The woman promised that she would not be able to fight alongside him, but she would always be there to support him on his chosen path. The young man discussed everything that had happened earlier and had not yet taken any new actions. He also said that the boys were fine and they were all at home. There was a report on the news that the famous guild had been crushed and that the collapse had taken place in the headquarters, but nothing was known about the victims yet. It was at the bottom that the body of the guild's chief, Awakened, was found, and now the police began to investigate, because it turned out that the cause of death was a fall, but all the marks on the body pointed to signs of resistance. The man was sitting in his office with great respect, and even wanted to hear from Kevin how it could have happened. But he looked at him with a respectful look, and told him that he had already told him everything he knew, and had done exactly what he thought was necessary. The man was very angry, because not only had the kid entered the guild headquarters without permission, but he had even killed the head of the guild and smashed the entire building, and all this was considered tantamount to terrorism. The young man began to tell us that it was the head of the guild who used his abilities to intimidate and blackmail many people, and that the entire guild was not engaged in legal affairs, and everyone was watching and could do nothing. The young man even believed that everyone was benefiting from all this, and did not even cause any trouble. Although the chief knew that everything was exactly as he had said, he was sure that the young man had gone a little overboard with his actions. He also wondered if the boy really had proof of what he was talking about, as he had no right to judge anyone, even if the organization was involved in illegal activities. The man also believed that the young man should not have considered himself a hero just because everyone gave him a standing ovation. The young man was a little upset, as he had never asked anyone to consider him a hero, and even considered everyone the same. He even thought that he was tired of it, but he was a little sad. The boy said that there was only one thing that people did not even realize, because he was far from a hero, but he risked his life to help others. That's what he wanted to do, and only he could do it. At one point, he even got angry and said that if he wanted to do something, he would even kill a person. The words of the kid made the man laugh a lot, and he did not even want to be doomed just because of one such joke, and even thought that the title of hero was good enough for the kid. The main man emphasized that it would not be easy to get out of that case, but the agency could help him, but he had to accept only one condition. At that moment, the young man immediately realized that he needed to become an awakened one with this organization or something like that in this state. He immediately refused and said that this was the only way they could not get him to join the organization. The head of the agency was angry and believed that the boy should not have taken it all so lightly, as he had committed a great crime, and no matter how strong he was, he needed the support of the state. A moment later, a voice said that the lives of a large number of people were in danger, and this surprised the man. Kevin turned on the voice recorder and heard the voice of the leader, who said that he did not want to be responsible for people who might have to die. The man was well aware that it was the awakened one who had committed the crime of killing the head of the guild, and he was also a criminal who had taken the safety of people lightly. The boy was sure that the director of the organization, who was unable to fulfill his duties, would definitely not be able to help the young man cope with such problems. The director was very angry when he heard that the boy had also threatened him, but then decided that he was just joking. Kevin realized that he had provoked the boss, but he also knew that he wanted to take a bigger bite than he needed to, and he even started talking a lot and making threats. The guy was glad that everything ended well, but he didn't want to cause any more problems, so he decided that he could even hide in the tower for a while. All the time he was thinking that at one time he was even annoyed by the title of hero, that he even wanted to run away from it. But then he immediately remembered his mother's words. And then he remembered a girl from the village who also thought he was their hero, and a friend whom he also saved in the dungeon. And in his head he began to remember many others, and they all also considered him a hero. Everyone in the room was happy that the guild leader was dead, as no one in the room wanted to see him. But the man didn't really think it was good enough, as now all the ways to Korea were blocked. The man was holding Kevin's photo in his hands, and everyone knew that he was a bit annoying, and so they had to take appropriate measures. Everyone present knew that the kid had gone to the tower, and that was where his last location was recorded. Immediately after the guild leader was found dead, no one really knew whether the boy could be considered a hero. 3. The entire commission began to consider Kevin's case as a hero for saving so many residents and for his ability to deal with people's difficulties. But one of them even started shouting because he did not consider him a hero, but thought that he was a high-minded guy who was trying to show off his strength to everyone. Another member of the team believed that the guild was one of the most respected guilds that controlled the entire dungeon, and the young man just destroyed everything because he didn't like it. Even after he disappeared, there were still street debates, but the young man didn't care about those conversations. He was constantly fighting and wanted to continue to bring justice and also save the lives of the city's residents. The friends met in a cafe to discuss some important matters, but also to just talk, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. One of them began to laugh out loud and said that he had to go to the agency to manage the awakened, as well as head to the Tower of Trials and defend the dungeon. The redhead still couldn't believe that his friend was still chasing Kevin, but he also thanked him for avoiding the charges and now being with the woman he loved. The man calmly drank his coffee and was sure that the boy owed him a favor, so next time he would treat him to something. The young man also continued to say that his wife felt great, even asking him to go to the tower. After a while, they were joined by Kevin, who was always late, but explained that he would not be long as he had a lot of work to do. Olin and his friends began to shout loudly when they noticed that their friend had not yet been served coffee. But it didn't matter when the young man placed a large mythical egg on the table, which he had received just after he had cleared the 10th floor. The guy was stunned and told everyone he knew about this object, that it was very valuable and also had magical powers. Kevin kept thinking that from the moment he received it, there was no reaction. But as soon as he started to clean the 20th floor, it immediately began to react, and then the reaction disappeared again. It immediately became clear to everyone that it was a living object, and they even wanted to consult an expert on the matter. Only this middle-ranking awakened one knew everything about mythical beasts, so they needed to go to him. The redhead tried to convey that this strange man was very uncooperative, so he did not belong to any guild or agency. But the guy tried to reassure them all that he would solve this issue, as he knew that the man was a special fan of mythical beasts. He was also sure that they had to be patient and that he would come to them soon. While the young man and his dragon were sitting and enjoying the silence, they were disturbed by an assistant who brought him some papers to check. The assistant immediately began to tell them that he had all the information about the young man they needed to find. The young man and the dragon continued to listen, saying that Kevin was the one who was awakened and had a sword and even magic, but only of an average rank. The man also added that he was the one who had upgraded his ranking to the 29th floor of the trial tower and was also the main participant in the outbreak in the city. He put his hand on his dragon and was sure that all the different rumors hid some truth and decided that the young man was just bluffing. But he was the one who had the magic egg and, according to all the notifications, he visited the agency to reach the highest level. The young men began to discuss that they were aware that there was going to be a re-examination for a higher rank, and so everyone tried to keep their mouths shut. The guy tried to keep his cool and began to remind them again that the enemy had to come to them. When the journalists saw Kevin, they immediately ran to him and started asking questions, and also wanted him to say a few words to the camera. Everyone was also interested in which guild the young man wanted to join. There were so many people there that the redhead couldn't even get through, and the journalists were curious about the egg the boy was holding in his hands. He lifted it up to the mountain and told everyone that they were right, and he was holding the magic egg of the mythical beast. He also said on camera that he would like to meet the person who knew something about it. This was the guy's plan. He had to tell everything on camera, and then his enemy would definitely make himself known first. Now all he had to do was wait. One journalist started jumping out and asking the young man to answer at least one question about the terrorist actions against the guild, because everyone thought he was a terrorist. When the young man heard that he was considered a terrorist, he immediately thought what they would do if it turned out to be true, because they were very brave. His friends tried to support Kevin, but he wasn't really worried, so he suggested that they just relax, as there was no point in being nervous anyway. The team was sure that the bait had been thrown, and that was enough. Now they just had to wait for the enemy to make himself known. All the guys stood in front of the examination hall for the exam for the highest rank, and were informed that the presence of observers could be waived at the request of the examiner. Therefore, the most important person from the commission suddenly warned everyone to disperse immediately, and so everyone who wanted to get there was now unable to do so. The man said that everyone had been denied the right to be present, but he did not lose hope and decided that he would stay there and observe anyway. The head of the commission began to explain all the conditions of consent when passing the exam, namely, the awakened one received a certain amount of money every month, and in return periodically changed with other awakened ones to perform their duties. But before the main man could finish talking about all the rules, the man Kevin was waiting for appeared in the room and offered to continue on his own. The man said that he was an awakened member of that institution and had the right to freely observe all the exams. He also definitely did not want to miss the opportunity to learn about Kevin's true power. The gentleman continued and immediately announced to the young man that he was starting the exam process, so he needed to get to the appropriate platform. The guy even noticed that the average rank score was different from the basic rank score. He understood that it was the grade that determined the coefficient of physical and magical abilities, as well as the ability to control magic. It was also clear to him that the system of this exam was invented to measure the ability of one awakened person, regardless of place and time, and to create a field where several awakened people could reveal their abilities. When the young man found himself in the capsule for the test, he heard that it was on the device that he did not need to push away the magic he felt, but simply let it pass through him. The guy was lying on the ground and thought that it had been a long time since he had felt anything like what was happening to him, but he also thought it was an illusion. When it all started, he was also very curious if there was any time to do the research. But after a moment, he picked up his weapon and decided with a smile on his face that it was time to complete his task and also to stretch his body a little. The exam was based on combat abilities using general statistics, as well as testing survival in a situation where a large number of monsters attacked. In this exam, physical strength, as well as the ability to use weapons and psychological abilities, were very important for survival. Endurance and prudence were also important, and the most important thing in this battle was simply courage, but it was also necessary to keep in mind that one should not get drunk with one's own strength and not lose heart in the fear created. He knew very well that he himself had to realize his present, as well as survive the unrivaled future and prove to everyone that he was truly a hero. His comrades watched through the glass as their Kevin completed the task and were very proud of him. And the main one, who kept his eyes on the guy, knew that the goal of the first stage, which looked like a big wave, was to test the ability to survive, and he also knew that there were not many who had passed at least the first stage. The man was very pleased when he saw that the boy was passing the test as easily as he was playing with toys, and was already looking forward to the second stage. The young man noticed that someone was approaching him and realized that the second stage was beginning, so he had no time to rest. The second stage consisted of testing the control of magic using experience and talent. He knew very well that even if he attacked these monsters, they had the ability to recover very quickly because they had a core. The key to passing the exam was to find the hidden core and destroy it in one blow. Kevin realized that he had to maintain his magical power, attack speed, accuracy, and concentration, and therefore he definitely had no room for error. The young man saw a very large number of monsters in front of him and realized that he had to finish the job. Everyone who was waiting for the results was very surprised that the young man coped with all the stages of the clearing so quickly. His comrades could not even imagine that Kevin was capable of such a thing, but they also realized that he could not be compared to his past. When the man watched the chief examiner at that exam, it was clear to him that he was very surprised to see what Kevin was capable of. Also, the friends were sure that the principal had sent the examiner to find some weakness in the boy. The man in the white coat said that it would take some time to assess the first stage abilities, but he also realized that the test was completed in just 1 minute, not even counting the time it took to create the monsters. The commissioner was very scared when he noticed that the young man had broken the record for the shortest time to clear, so he already saw with his own eyes that there would be a mid-rank explosion. Everyone was watching the main character and was sure that he would definitely be able to become the best in the world. At some point, everyone was worried, as it became known that the connection was broken and no one could see anything else. Kevin saw a huge monster with big horns and steam coming out of its mouth. He thought it was all a cruel joke, as he did not know what to do with it. He knew that he had to fight and not waste time, but he also realized that something had gone completely wrong. The boss began to order everyone to check the power and immediately contact the technical department. Also, at that moment, it was necessary to get in touch with the agency, and then it was clear that it could take a little time. The supervisor looked at Kevin and couldn't understand why this happened, because the previous participant had never had anything like this happen during the exam, and if there was a problem with the system, he would have just bounced back and gone back. The guy was stunned, as he knew for sure that the mid-level test was supposed to end at the second stage, but he had never seen such a phenomenon in his past life. Kevin kept looking at the monster and did not understand where it could have come from, but he was confident in his abilities, so he decided that he had simply met the wrong opponent. But something definitely went wrong there too, because the young man found himself right in the grip of that big monster, and it was stepping right on him. The young man needed to use a device to increase magical energy, which allowed him to instantly concentrate his power outside his body. So he decided to use all his magic at once. When the boy was on the ground, he could not understand whether it was really over, and then he could exhale a little. His comrades were scared to death. They were beating on the window with all their might and wanted their friend to leave the capsule as soon as possible. They began shaking him with all their might and shouted that they were very worried about him and wanted him to return to reality as soon as possible. The whole commission came to apologize to the boy for the fact that there was just some kind of malfunction in their system, but the young man was only interested in his exam results. He heard that of course he had passed, and in fact the chief had issued the awakened certificate even before Kevin had started the test. The leader also said that the young man would have priority access to registered land and would also receive a bank loan secured by the income he earned. The young man understood that with his certificate of awakening he could get many advantages, but he had only one reason why he wanted to get the middle rank, and that was to participate in raids underground around the world. But he was not sure whether it was over or not, and whether he could consider himself a hero or whether he still had something to prove to someone. Everyone present did not understand what was happening, as it looked like an earthquake, and a little later people even began to feel some incredible magical power. When Kevin raised his head to the mountain, he immediately realized that it was the one who had arrived on his dragon, the one who he needed at that time. The blond man stood before Kevin in all his glory and even began to order him to start coming out to him. A moment later, the main character finally appeared, but the kid stood there and did not show that he was scared. The teenager believed that his friend was not his competitor. Later, the partner began to tell him that the gentleman had appeared in this place very effectively. His colleague really did not expect to see the character again in his life. After some time, the friend offered the man to reveal his identity and delivered a magic egg. The guy believed that the young man had come for it. The surprised kid could not believe his eyes. The teenager thought that this could not happen in reality, but still his friend convinced him that it was the real world. Kevin, in turn, said that he could not believe that the egg would make any movements so quickly, and as soon as the player heard it, he did not believe it. His friend thought that it was impossible for the egg to develop so quickly, and then his partner changed his face and asked the gentleman to give him the egg. A second later, when the man opened his eyes again, he noticed that a giant dragon with an incredible number of teeth was standing in front of his face. His colleague was quite frightened and did not know what to do, and his colleague just stood back and laughed at the character who could not do anything at that moment. Before Kevin could turn his head in another direction, the monster had already started looking for new places to attack the man in the future. The young man thought it was low of the guy to attack him from behind, but the young man didn't care about these words. He wanted to get his own. The friend realized that his partner did not want to give in to him, so the man stood upright and was ready to fight even with such a giant dragon. The man was so focused on his opponent that he forgot about the competitor who had already started attacking him from behind, but the guy managed to bounce back with the egg. The guy believed that the most important task was to protect his friend, but the kid seized the moment and asked the teenager to give the thing back in a good way. But before the partners could agree on anything, the gentleman saw with his own eyes that something had started to hatch for the eggs, and the two competitors held their breath. When the young man was able to see his dragon properly, he was shocked because he had not expected such a miracle to hatch from an egg. The surprised opponent could not do anything. He did not believe that a real dragon could hatch from that egg, but in a moment the player changed his mind. The first thing the kid did was to jump on his friend's face and refuse to slide off, and the big rival could do nothing. The giant monster quickly flew to his mentor and began to hug him as hard as possible. The character had never seen his animal behave like that. The friend wanted to talk calmly with the giant dragon and why it started to behave so strangely, but the young man did not take his eyes off Kevin. The young man offered the kid a truce for a while and also wanted the teenager to talk to him calmly, so his friend agreed and they went home. The partner said that when he passed the test, he was offered a dragon as a reward, and his colleague agreed without hesitation and thus received such an animal. The character wondered if his friend wanted to take this nice young man for himself, to which the guy said that he had changed his mind, so the young man did not have to worry. The kid was very interested in how the teenager specialized so well in dragons and how he knew how many years they could live. His friend did not have an answer to this question because he had specialized in dragons since childhood, and his partner added that the monster was supposed to become a giant in 3 years. At that moment, the gentleman was upset because he realized that there were many bad people who wanted to use them as a way to wage war. That's why his friend was still collecting these eggs. Kevin was very surprised by what he heard. He thought that the man was cruel and disliked animals. But when the young man saw how the guy treated his friend, he was sure that his friend was in good hands. When his partner suddenly remembered that the gentleman was well versed in such strange animals, his colleague decided to ask him how old his dragon was. Kevin could not give an exact answer to this question, but he thought that the animal was between 5 and 7 years old, and meanwhile his child continued to jump from chair to chair. But as it turned out, the character also had some interesting information for his friend. Namely, the man was sure that no one emerged from an egg if the creature did not like its owner. The young man also rudely said that if the boy treated the dragon badly, the young man had every right to take it away from the kid. The teenager had nothing against it because he understood that the hero would take good care of his friend, and meanwhile his partner wanted to come up with a name for it. When the young people's conversation was over, the partner went home, and after this conversation the character realized that his friend was not such a strange person. Before that, the man remembered the guy as a bad person because he was a real egoist, but now the young man has changed his mind dramatically. On the way home, the young man often looked at the kid who was sleeping soundly in his clothes, a sight that seemed very cute to the teenager. Meanwhile, the partners were being watched by some unknown gentleman. As it turned out, the colleague was on a mission given to him by his commander. As soon as the friend saw that Kevin was almost home, he immediately reported this information to his captain, but did not hear back. Later, the woman loudly told the young man to keep watching the kid, and the teenager was scared but quickly ran to fulfill the task. For quite a while, the young man stood behind the wall and watched Kevin's every move, when suddenly he heard strange movements heading in his direction. Before the friend could turn his head, an unknown partner did so and simply wrenched the man's neck, and the colleague did not even have time to say anything. The man also noticed that someone was watching the young man, but he did not dare to go and check who it was, so the young man continued to walk home. After that, the boy was a little scared, but the young man thought it was nothing. As soon as he got home, he noticed that one thing was out of place. The teenager became quite alert, and suddenly his friend noticed a stranger who had already swung his leg at him and wanted to hit the character. Luckily, the character managed to quickly rebound from this blow. The man did not expect that someone could really get into his house. The young man was in the most disadvantageous position, and besides, the young man did not want the fight to take place in his home. But at that moment, the teenager had no choice but to start fighting with the stranger, and his friend wasted no time in starting to beat Kevin from the back. When his partner managed to deflect all the blows, the man noticed that his opponent was quite fast and had good speed skills. The man wanted to calmly talk to the young man and agree on something, but this did not stop the young man. He began to beat his competitor. Most of all, his partner was outraged that the gentleman wanted to take his dragon away from him, so his colleague bravely decided that there would be a loud battle. When his friend checked his magic reserves, the young man realized that his energy was slowly returning to him, so there would be no problem in the battle. The young man was still standing in front of the kid, and the teenager seemed to be full of energy and strength, and his friend was watching him closely. The partner thought that the gentleman was fighting with his bare hands because he wanted to compete with his colleague in this way, but the character was not very good at it. As soon as the man put his young man down, he was able to fight the guy normally. The young man asked a couple of questions to his opponent, but did not hear the answers. The competitor was shocked when the young man fought in full force. The kid just physically could not keep up with the attacks of the teenager that were from all sides. At times, the bad guy managed to hit the gentleman well. The character hit him directly in uncomfortable places where the pain was unbearable. But the angry Kevin immediately wanted to respond to the man, and he hit him right in the neck, which caused him to have problems with coordination. Both players did not think that the battle would be so long. The kid was already running out of energy, just like his competitor. And in a moment, the friend took off his hat and showed who he really was. The shocked partner could not believe his eyes. There was a girl standing in front of him who had very long hair. The woman didn't want to waste her precious time, so she invited Kevin to join her club. More than 5 minutes had passed since the girl had asked the question, but the beauty had not heard an answer, so the lady decided to repeat it. The kid wanted to answer the question with his own question. He was very interested in why the girl decided to ask him after he had a battle. The tone in which the partner spoke was not very suitable for the beauty, the lady said so immediately, but the colleague believed that the woman herself had started talking like that. The man was sure that the stranger who came to the young man was an experienced warrior and worked on the lady's orders. The boy knew the young man from ancient times. When the young man recalled all this, the teenager did not remember the girl at all, although the beauty was also considered a good player, and then his friend began to think about the lady's proposal. After a moment, the memories finally left his partner, and the gentleman wondered why the lady came to him, because he had never seen a lady before. The kid answered the question very strangely. His colleague decided to stick to his guns and wanted to know the information he was very interested in. Kevin said rather rudely that if the lady did not answer his questions and tell him the whole truth, he would have to ask her to leave his house. A moment later, the woman said again that she wanted the young man to join her team, but the young man said that he had no intention of fighting for the lady at all. But when the guy asked the next question, the lady immediately started to be silent. The character thought that he had hit the nail on the head at that moment. At that time, his friend was incredibly angry at the girl who was just silent and did not want to say anything. Kevin sincerely did not understand why she came to him then. Later, the beauty added that she wanted to discuss the details of the events that had just happened with her friend. At that moment, the lady's gaze changed greatly. It was filled with cruelty. The man invited the woman to come to his main room and discuss everything the lady wanted there, and the young man's eyes changed. First of all, the lady asked why the young man was committing a terrorist act and hiding his face, and the teenager said that it was part of his plan to kidnap people later. The girl thought that her partner knew how she felt at that moment, but still destroyed the whole city, and she wondered how her friend would answer this time. The man was a little ashamed of his actions, so he looked away and just agreed with the girl because there was no point in lying to her. And besides, the teenager was 100% sure that if his partner hadn't destroyed the city, there would have been people who would have done it much faster. After that, the lady didn't want to talk too much, because she realized that she was the same at times and had also killed a lot of people. Later, the guy remembered the woman a little. He realized that she was just as cruel now as she was in those old days. The young man did not want to deny it because his friend had magic. Suddenly, the hero was stunned when he realized that the woman could use all her energy at any moment and destroy him. The girl's story didn't end there. The young woman with great potential told how she killed a lot of people in Korea. The beauty knew that she had to get rid of those tales. When the partner recalled those events, he calculated that he had arrived 5 minutes after the lady had finished her task, and the friend was stunned. The lady thought that it was because of those events that the city leaders started to move and do something, and the woman had a good chance to repeat the future. The man thought that the woman was using him at that moment, so he asked why she needed him, and she assumed that the young man could be a good ally for her. Surprisingly, the teenager agreed, but asked him to ask only one question. His partner was interested in why the lady wanted to take over the city so badly. As it turned out, the beauty had a big grudge against the leaders who had treated her very unfairly in the past, which is why the lady wanted revenge. And in a moment, the girl changed her face a lot. Her eyes were filled with anger. She wanted to get the heads of all the leaders of that people. The shocked partner didn't even have anything to add. He realized that his colleague was furious now, so his friend decided not to touch the woman. The beautiful woman politely said goodbye and thought that this was not the last time they would meet, while the guy continued to sit quietly and finally said goodbye too. The partner thought for a long time about what the lady had said to him, but his eyes caught the phone, and without thinking twice, the teenager picked it up and read what was written there. The next day, a group of friends came to visit Kevin. They were surprised to see the place where their friend lived, and the gentleman was pleased to hear that. The boy also added that he had not been able to invite his friends before because he was constantly at various tests, and he wondered why his relatives wanted to come at this time. The friend said that the woman really wanted to thank Kevin for saving her life one day, and the teenager was shocked to hear that. As soon as she handed her gift to her partner, she asked him to accept it and tell him what he thought of it, and he immediately agreed and began to study the gift. The man was a little shy because he was in this situation for the first time in his life, and he had never received anything from anyone. As soon as the young man leaned over to the luxurious bouquet of flowers, he was incredibly happy. He thanked very much because he really liked the scent. After the woman's gift was appreciated by her partner, the lady wondered if the kid had any pets at home. Before the character could tell her that he had a real little dragon at home, his partner was already on his head and exploring new friends. The young people were shocked to see a real dragon for the first time in their lives at their friend's house, but the child was shy at first. When the animal got a little used to the people around it, it nicely lay down on the lady's shoulder and sometimes even made some strange sounds, and the girl tried to behave quietly so as not to scare the little one. As soon as the character saw how cute the dragon was sleeping on the kid's shoulders, his partner suggested that he come to him because the man had much bigger shoulders. The lady started touching the dragon too much. He was nervous at times and showed that it was unpleasant for him, and meanwhile the young man's phone rang. As soon as the friend wanted to ask his friend something, the man got up and said that he would answer all his questions later because he had important things to do. The young man and the girl had a little discussion because they had different opinions, but the boy was all worried because he did not know how to solve his problem. The boy had an idea that a new dungeon was about to open in the area where the girl was now, and that she could use it to pass the test. But unfortunately, the girl said that the area would not open as quickly as the boy thought, so this plan could not be realized. While the lady had the opportunity, she asked her friend a lot of questions and was interested in how her partner behaved in rather difficult moments when he was passing the final test. The colleague heard how nervous the woman was, so the friend suggested that he could help her somehow, namely, take on such responsibility. But she didn't like the character's words. She thought she could handle some of the problems that were not important to her. After some time, having analyzed the whole situation, the young man realized that the beauty could be entrusted with such a task, so the teenager was not worried about anything. When his colleague said the last words, he asked the lady to be very careful because this test was special. As soon as the woman hung up, she thought that the teenager was talking nonsense. At that moment, the man wondered if the lady had listened to his advice at all, but the young man thought that she would do as she pleased. Meanwhile, the other players were discussing Kevin. The guy couldn't imagine how all the people trusted such a friend with difficult tasks. The young man thought that his friend was not capable of anything. The gentleman's partner thought that his colleague was a beginner but already had a fairly high level, so the character should not be underestimated. The man didn't like these words very much. He asked the young man to bring him a few more people with a similar level of strength so that he could send them on a mission. After these words, the young man began to laugh very hard, which made the teenager even more angry. He did not understand why his friend was behaving so frivolously. The gentleman sincerely did not understand why his colleague reacted so sharply to all his antics. So after a while, his friend shed his last tear and began to obey the manager. Later, the man told all the information and considered the people who spread this information to be uneducated fools. After a while, the teenagers really began to realize how strong Kevin was and why everyone was recommending the young man so strongly. The man wondered why his friend went with him, and the young man said that he did not want to leave the boy alone in such a difficult ordeal. After hearing that, the boy said that he could have done it alone, and that the teenager was also good at leading his friends, and his partner started laughing a lot. Kevin was thinking that he and his partner had to train every day and get stronger, because later they would have to go on to newer challenges and fight stronger monsters. As soon as the teenager heard this information, his colleague realized that he had to support his character because his friend was quite worried. When the men finally reached their destination, the young man counted about 50 people who came to compete with them, which was a good result for the first raid for young men. At first, the young men were a little scared because when the young people returned, they looked at the teenagers strangely, as if their comrades had something wrong with their faces. Suddenly, a stranger came up to them and asked if it was really Kevin, and the partner nodded his head, and the gentleman was very happy. The colleague decided to shake hands with the man he had wanted to see all his life, thinking that he was a real warrior with a lot of experience. Without hesitation, the young man stretched out his hand in response, and he was very pleased that even in a city where there were other challenges, he was also recognized. But the young man didn't really like the way the kid talked to the teenager. His partner asked him to talk a little more calmly because his colleagues might leave them. Kevin was absolutely normal to everyone. He asked the teenager to slow down and talk calmly. The kid thought that all the normal people were there. The young man was very grateful for such words, and it was enough for him that the teenagers obeyed him, because his partner had a lot of experience in ordinary battles. As soon as the regular workers approached the teenagers, one of their comrades asked if the partners had already met each other. Before the colleague could answer the question, the character quickly approached Kevin and extended his hand. His friend also wanted to meet the man. Later, the young man wanted to bring his girlfriend to the guy and have them meet him, too. It was the first time the young man had seen such a strange girl because she had red eyes. As soon as the boy saw the lady, he immediately suspected something, and the teenager thought that she was hiding a strong magic that could be used at any moment. The first question the beauty asked was whether she had anything strange on her face. The character immediately averted his eyes and said that everything was fine. The young man did not want to look at the kid's face. Later, the employee told his friend that they were about to leave, and his partner smiled and said that he did not need to voice such information in person. As soon as the soldiers arrived at the mission, the Allies had been fighting for a long time and had already managed to kill a couple dozen pagans. When the gentleman began to observe everything, his colleague was very surprised how skilled his characters were as warriors, and his friend also wanted to be, but had not yet reached that level. Suddenly, the man saw a young man who was cutting a monster for a very long time, and the guy told him to calm down a bit. The ordinary worker was not quite used to such situations. He did not realize why the team did not stick together, and everyone was doing their own thing. Also, the teenager's eyes caught a friend who was looking at the ground for a very long time. His partner thought that there was something buried there. After a moment, the colleague told the characters that it was most likely a trap, so they had to behave calmly, and the men were a little scared. When the guys calmed down, the little one was eager to find out if his friend had already received a rank, but his partner did not quite understand why the gentleman needed such information. The worker began to get personal, thinking that the kid was here only because he had a strong friend, Kevin, who had a high rank. A second later, the teenager said that his comrades had to step aside and not stay in their seats, and his partners were scared. The comrades stepped aside and thought that there was going to be a powerful explosion, and one of the partners started shouting loudly and distracting everyone. And other people were carefully examining the area. The men thought they were in some kind of seaside town, but it was just a guess. The whole team was in a rather strange place that looked like Atlantis. It was impossible to think that a dungeon could be so luxurious. It was quite strange for the boys that they had no breathing problems at all, although they did not feel that they were directly underwater. But still, the dungeon was a dungeon. The man believed that it was very quiet in that particular place, and that instead of a magnificent Atlantis, it seemed like a creepy ghost, not a city. One young man suddenly started shouting that something had started moving in front of them, and that it was a ship that looked quite strange. The woman began to address the head of the guild and said that it was getting quite cold where they were, but that everyone on their team was already feeling it. The head thought for a moment, and it seemed to him that something rather strange had recently begun to happen there. The man started shouting and ordering his team to get ready for battle quickly, as the ship was heading faster and faster towards their side. The main man on that ship was a skeleton pirate who was laughing loudly and ordering all the guys to pull themselves together and start waking up, because it was time for a big hunt. The young man could not believe that this was happening and tried to gather all his thoughts and prepare for the attack. Kevin realized that these were ghost-type monsters, and so he decided that only sacred-type fire could work. It reassured him that they could only be dealt with by magical power. The man was also determined to start attacking and informed his team to all start using magic powers, and also reassured that all those monsters were nothing special. The boy didn't like the fact that the man reacted in such a cold-blooded manner, even in such a situation, and therefore didn't expect this team to be able to successfully cope with such a problem. But the young man still believed in the outstanding organizational power of each guild, with the leader of that guild at its center. That's why he decided to put all the guys on that play. Kevin, as usual, called his bird and decided to go to the more difficult positions and left his faithful friend there, as he knew he would definitely do well there. As the guy was approaching the ship, he noticed that a large object with explosives was aimed at them, so he quickly changed direction. However, once on the ship, a skeleton that looked like a pirate immediately stood in front of the boy and pointed its weapon at him. Kevin immediately realized that it was their boss. Without wasting any time, the young man immediately attacked him, and a minute later he even just took his head off his shoulders, which confused all the other skeletons on the ship. But the young man found it quite strange that the body of that skeleton began to suddenly absorb all the souls that were around it. Something quite strange began to happen to the captain of the ship, and he even managed to shout out that he would definitely be able to take the soul of the bastard who had beheaded him. It was clear that the skeleton could safely recover and become stronger, only because there were many souls around that it could safely absorb. Therefore, this meant that the battle would be very long. When the boy was in front of the captain, he even began to hear all the voices of those souls, each begging him for something, but the skeleton kept absorbing them. It was at that moment that the boy realized that the skeleton possessed the very body that had been making him so angry. The boy found himself face to face with that bastard and knew that he had to defeat him for sure. It was a rather unequal battle, as the skeleton recovered quickly and gained a lot of strength. The young man kept using all his skills, but nothing changed at all, and so he didn't even know what he could think of to destroy it. He was sure that the enemy's strength did not pose any threat to him, but the ability to recover was a particular problem, and a long battle and the use of magic were still not very effective. It was also clear that if things continued like this, it would only get more and more dangerous. The captain kept watching the young man and hoped that he still possessed the sacred power of fire, which was the fire, and therefore his attacks could not pass him by. The skeleton was trying to create something again, as he thought he was bored enough and decided that he would just swallow everyone around him. He started screaming with all his might, kneeling down and spreading his arms, as the souls simply overwhelmed him, and his strength grew much stronger. The young man kept watching this rather strange spectacle, and realized that the magical power would soon come to an end, and it could all just end very horribly. Kevin's friend kept watching the ship and was very worried that he would be okay, as everyone realized that the young man was just alone there, and there were many skeletons around. The young man continued his fight, but he could not defeat him, and he also realized that his strength was running out. Now, incomprehensible things began to happen to the skeleton. Looking at it, it was clear that the flames simply began to cover it from head to toe. The guy looked at his body and immediately realized that the magic began to increase, and his physical properties also increased. When he looked at his animal, he immediately realized that it was definitely him. That is, it was the animal that saved him, gave him so much strength and energy. The skeleton was fading away and could not understand who the young man was, how he managed to do this to him, even though he had very little magical power. Kevin kept watching his enemy and saw that he was still alive, but he decided that now he could kill him until he was dead. As Kevin's friend kept looking up at the spaceship, he realized that everything must have been fine, and that he didn't need to worry about it at all, because it would definitely make it. The captain was getting hotter and hotter from the young man's blows, and he even began to spend all the souls that were his strength. The enemy realized that if things went on like this, he would definitely die. The skeleton asked him to wait a little longer and told him that all this was invented by the king, who stood over him and even ordered everyone to kill whoever approached his ship, as there was a pet he was raising. The captain decided that he had scared the young man, so he added that he was just a servant feeding his king and did not attack him because he wanted to. But it was thanks to that story that the young man realized where the clue was, and now it was clear that he could have been killed and everything cleared up around him. The man tried his best to shout for everyone to go to the ship, because there was no need to wait for Kevin to do it on his own. But everyone else understood that they had many wounded who were still being treated, and therefore believed that there was no need to join the attack without a signal. The leader was convinced that everyone was just a coward, not daring to attack and walking around him. One of the team members understood that the leader wanted to accomplish a feat, but at the beginning of their mission he even put the entire team in danger, and therefore it was not at all clear why such a person held such a position as the head of the guild. As the men began to turn around, they noticed that all the members of the guild were no longer visible, and it was possible that they had run to the ship to win. But Kevin's friend kept thinking that he needed to remember when the trail of the entire team had disappeared, and it was possible that they were on the ship and were accomplishing a feat for themselves. When the young man found himself in the center of the ship, he noticed that he was facing the child of the monster who had raised him. It was now clear to the young man that it was in that city that a kraken was raised, which was still very weak, but it had the evil spirit of a king. But the young man was sure that because he had holy powers and resistance to magic, he could not be affected by it. But most of the awakened could definitely die without being able to resist. This particular ship they were on was considered by everyone to be the ship of the Lich King, so that a kraken could be raised on it. The young man knew for sure that Captain Ghost and his crew killed people and sent them to the ship, where their spirit and faith became food for the monster. And thanks to it, he grew. He had to be very careful because if he went inside the ship to kill the monster, but because of the king's dark powers, he could not escape death. The two men who dared to attack the young man did not understand why their weapons could not pierce the armor that was on the boy's back. However, they did not count on the fact that the boy could easily deal with both of them, even without any effort. Kevin was a little bit mistaken that it was so easy, but this particular moment was definitely not the right time. But he was very pleased that he was able to prepare the Iron Turtle attribute, which he received on the 21st floor. He immediately realized that he had to tell that young lady to come out to him, as she smelled like bloodlust. One of them was very glad that he was worthy of being identified as a partner in the higher circles, and even with a middle rank it was not so easy to consider the ability to hide. The guy still didn't understand how they were not tired of hiding, setting traps and killing the awakened underground, as well as causing flashes. The man was surprised to hear that they had to kill Kevin, and then disguise themselves and cause the blue dungeon to flash, and then put all the blame on him. He told everyone exactly what they were going to do to him, because that was their plan. But no one knew that the kid already knew all this. Each country had its own bloody holiday, which was recognized as an outbreak, and so it was even scary to imagine that after that, how many people could have died. The boy began to rejoice again, thinking that it was definitely a good plan, and that the one who would kill all the awakened underground could be a real winner. But Kevin began to rejoice at once, because he knew that all this could only be realized when there was someone who could simply kill him. The man decided to take on this responsibility and wanted to kill the boy. But he did not even realize that he did not have the strength to do so. Kevin realized that everyone would now attack him, and it was already clear that this was why they had come to this country, and it was also possible that their leadership was with them. The bald man was in charge of that operation and told someone on the phone that they were already there, and that the first squad had gone underground to deal with the guy. He was also sure that all the preparations were complete for the assassination, so it was necessary to wait a little bit. The young lady was a little surprised to see such a tall and handsome man there, and she also thought that he was much stronger than the scum she had already killed, and they were all lying around her. The bald man thought that everyone was weak if they could lose to some woman, so he started to take off his clothes to avoid getting dirty and started attacking her. The woman was not afraid at all and knew that everyone who came there said the same thing, even without knowing what they could expect in front of them. He believed that there were annoying insects in Korea that simply prevented him from doing his job, so he was going to crush them. They both rushed to attack each other to prove that each of them was the strongest. The young man also did not stop his fight against the young men who were on the ship with him. The main young man from that team of bandits started shouting to his comrades to start aiming at Kevin's back to hurt him somehow. It was clear to the boy that a sudden attack from the killers was much more dangerous than a head-on collision. He was also happy to have such a cute animal and to some extent to feel some danger thanks to it. He also began to use his skills to repel sudden attacks. The boy also kept thinking that it was the spirit of the king that could have concealed all the crimes of those people and their presence on that ship for a long time. So he had no choice but to rely on his little friend. He put her on his head and was sure that she would definitely warn him about those guys who were somewhere there. After a while, those bastards started to appear again, and the young man kept fighting them. As expected, the animals still felt their presence much better than he did. The whole team began to realize that their covert technique was not working either, and so they even thought that they should retreat and try to repeat the covert attack disguised as someone else. But she even remembered Kevin's fight and realized that if such a trap had worked, the captain's ghost would have disappeared long ago. When the whole team looked at the young man, they realized that he was quite strong and even exceeded all their expectations. From the very beginning, he was definitely not someone they could defeat. The man also did not know when it would happen that they would all go crazy from the evil spiritual energy. The whole team was already standing in front of the young man and was ready not to use hidden attacks, but to start doing everything in the open in a direct battle. But he was sure that they could not defeat him anyway, so he had to make the greatest effort to win. A few seconds later, the young man was surprised to notice that the target of these idiots was not him at all, but the monster that was on that ship. When the boy realized this, he could not let it happen, because the monster would wake up and everyone would die in a second, because that team would definitely not be able to deal with it on their own. At once there was a powerful explosion on the ship, which scattered everyone who was there, but the main enemy believed that he was still the winner. This could not be avoided, and the young man again found himself facing his enemy, namely the huge monster he had been raising for so long. The boy decided to use his skills, and when he was in front of the giant's eye, he immediately wanted to stab him with his weapon. Now he realized that after he struck it, the monster would not be able to gather itself for some time, and so he had time to start attacking it again until it died. The young man realized that the world was in a position where all abilities were just being revealed and everything was unstable, and his animal could not use its abilities forever either. He knew that he had used all his magic to make the explosion on the ship, which had just happened when the seal was broken, and now they both had no powers at all. The kid knew that he had no choice but to regain all his strength and start fighting with his immortality. This man really knew that he was very worried about Kevin and didn't even have an extra minute to think about it. He held him tightly and even wanted to explain to him that he didn't even realize how important his life was to him, but he also wanted him to leave his habit of deciding everything himself. The comrade tried to explain that the guild had disappeared and that they had no choice but to go up to the ship because there was nothing to do below. But it was because of the explosion that happened on the ship that everyone evacuated to a safe place, and he was so worried about Kevin that he came to his aid. They tried to escape with all their might, but they knew that now the monster would definitely not leave it alone and would constantly pursue them. But since he had lost his sight, it took some time to restore it. Everyone stood and looked at the monster and did not even understand whether they could really catch it and how to do it. The men realized that in such a situation they could definitely go crazy, and besides, one of their team members and Kevin had just disappeared. But the young man was there and even wanted to explain everything that happened while they were all fighting alone, and he was in a completely different place. After hearing all this, the boss realized that their enemy was from another guild, but he did not understand why Kevin went to act on his own and just aggravated the situation, and now they had to come up with a plan. The guy said that the Kraken's disadvantage was obvious, and if they got along well with each other, they could easily hunt him down without any harm to the team. The men knew that if they continued to demonstrate their skills and strengths individually, they would definitely fail with their plan. But the young man emphasized that they all had to follow his plan and began to announce it, and everyone began to listen. When they were all ready, one of them started shouting commands, and then each squad started attacking their great enemy one by one. The young man knew very well that the monster's weakness was speed, so he needed to have great strength to use it. Also, if you attack a monster with magic, you can get rid of it without even letting it get close to you. The man was confident that the enemy would not be able to reach them, but he still had great endurance because he thought that they would not be able to kill it with their own strength. But in fact, the main task of the whole team was to hold out until Kevin regained all his strength. Therefore, the men had to simply block the Kraken's attacks and approach for now. The assistant was pleased that all the boys had done a great job and needed to continue in the same spirit because everyone noticed the result immediately. But it was at that moment that the team noticed a bunch of people who began to do something rather unreasonable as everyone rushed to run straight at the monster, thereby simply provoking it. The men quickly ran away from the monster, which was almost catching up with them, and as the young men were running, the guy asked if it was normal that they had to compete against such a giant. Later, the young man grabbed the kid and told him that their leader had asked them not to go to the Kraken in any case, but the newcomer disobeyed the order. The teenager began to argue that his friends had also come, but his partner was not satisfied with this answer, as he thought that his colleague did not have to repeat everything after everyone. The character continued to behave badly and openly respond rudely to his allies, and the man asked the young man to follow him or he would have to leave the team. A group of young men decided to help the leader fight such a giant monster. The guy did not stop giving commands to his subordinates. Some of the team members thought that the teenager was behaving very badly because he was risking the lives of his comrades. But in a moment, the next attack was coming. The commander continued to feel confident, and his partner thought that their group could easily defeat the giant Kraken despite its size. Suddenly, the monster began to make very strange sounds from its body, and the gentleman immediately twisted around and could not believe that he had heard it with his own ears. In a moment, his colleague said that they had to retreat, But the situation changed again. Now there was no sound from the monster, so they could continue the battle. Unexpectedly, a friend arrived to join the allies, thinking that he could now compete with such a giant, although Kevin had no such experience before. When the kid wanted to approach the teenager and ask him to calm down, his partner just hit him in the head, and the gentleman flew away. His colleagues saw how harsh the character was, and one of his friends decided to approach the man and ask what they should do next. The man told them to leave the raid zone quickly, because now the young man wanted to use his magical skills so he could hurt his allies. Without thinking twice, the young man decided to call his best colleague, namely the Blue Phoenix, who had every chance of overcoming the competitor. The young man, in turn, wasted no time in jumping up to the competitor's eye and wanted to hit him directly so that the Kraken could not see. But in a moment, the whole plan of his friend failed. The man was very disappointed when he failed to hit the enemy. After a while, Kevin noticed that the monster was becoming more aggressive by the second, and he thought it was because they had disturbed him. After analyzing the whole situation, the guy quickly realized that there was no other way out but to try to chop off the limbs of the big giant. One of the workers could not believe his eyes. His friend recalled how he and his team could not scratch the competitor for a very long time, and the main one managed to chop off a limb. When the young men got together, each of them asked their partners if they were okay, because the sounds the monster made had a strong impact on their heads. Now the allies thought that nothing had to be done but to watch Kevin easily kill his rival. But for the young man it was not so easy. Some characters were openly jealous of his friend because he had reached one of the best levels in the game in 2 years. One of the friends thought that he had nothing to do here, so the man politely asked the young man to come to his team if there was no other choice. In the meantime, the group leader continued to chop off the Kraken's limbs piece by piece, and at times it seemed to the teenager that the opponent did not care. Finally, the young man had a good moment to finally overcome the giant enemy, and his friend got closer to the competitor to deliver the final blow. Finally, when it was all over, the teenager was incredibly happy that he had saved his team once again. But unfortunately, now his partner had no energy because he had used it all against the Kraken. Ordinary people who had been waiting for this moment for a long time could not believe that the giant enemy was cut into 2 parts and was lying right in front of them. Later, the character regained his strength and decided to approach his close friend to discuss today's events with him. At first, the man did not realize that a young man was standing with him. But after turning his head, he could not believe that he had once again seen a young man who had just done the impossible. The first thing the teenager did was to ask what his friends were talking about for so long and why he was not invited. And a second later, the partners began to hug and celebrate the victory. The surprised gentleman looked at his colleague who had just left their team. The character wondered why his friend had made such a decision. But a second later, the character's eyes were drawn to the young man who was lying there, unable to do anything, and the man wanted to approach him and talk to him. As soon as the young man opened his eyes, he looked very strange. The commander thought that something had just happened to the young man and asked him how long he had been lying there. The teenager did not answer anything because he did not have such information. The comrade decided to see who was standing in front of him and was incredibly impressed when he saw Kevin with his own eyes. And the partner was even more surprised when he learned that the Kraken had already been killed by the hero, who couldn't really believe it because he thought the character wouldn't be able to do it. Later, all the men regained their strength. The young man suggested counting how many points each of their team had earned, which surprised Kevin. The list also included the people who had suffered the most from the work, because they needed to recover more difficult. The boy was even more surprised that when he was fighting, it was not on the list. Angry Kevin didn't want to deal with the scores right now, and his partner asked if the boy really didn't want to tell his colleagues. The young man stood there for a long time and did nothing, which alerted the guys, and a second later the young man wanted to hit the kid with his sword, but fortunately the teenager deflected it. In response, the friend hit his partner hard because the gentleman did not realize that his selfishness could have caused someone to suffer greatly. The fight between the characters did not end there. The friend believed that he gave the man a second chance, but the young man did not use the chance that the young man gave him. In a second, the young man grabbed the teenager's fingers hard and twisted them in the other direction, and because of the absolute pain, the friend began to scream loudly and ask for help. As soon as the colleague let go of the character's hand, the friend did not change his mind at all. The man thought that it was because of the boy that they almost died. After a while, when the teenager was not going to apologize to his friends, Kevin swung his sword and wanted to kill the young man in front of everyone. The friend held his breath. He could not believe that the guy was such a cold-blooded warrior who was willing to kill someone. The character decided to approach his friend and ask if Kevin had already released his anger. The friend said that he needed to release his emotions so that people would know in the future what was going to happen. After a while, the guy turned to his allies and told the young people that they had to get ready and leave the place immediately. But a few hours before this ordeal, a man who had a huge anger attacked a lady who did not expect his attacks, and there was a big battle because of it. The girl did not give up and did not care who fought against her. She realized that the warrior had good skills, but she could easily defeat him. The beauty wanted to outsmart the warrior and go around him from behind to launch several attacks, a course of action his colleague did not expect. The lady was very surprised that after her blows the young man was still standing, and as it turned out, the guy had magic with which he had excellent protection from attacks. Subsequently, the character returned to the lady. The man did not want to lie, so he told everything as it was. The young man was really surprised by how skillfully the girl fought. He thought she had a good level. The hero even wondered who would be the winner of this battle, but the girl asked the young man to talk less. Now the lady was even more determined. A second later, the girl bent down on her friend and had a desire to kill her partner, while the colleague would behave calmly because he was confident in his abilities. The friend was surprised when the lady wanted to attack him directly in the face. The comrade quickly put his metal arsenal and thought that now he would be able to overcome his rival. As it turned out, the man had a lot of skills, almost all of which were aimed at repelling the attacks of opponents and extracting energy from them. The young man thought that even if the lady hadn't attacked him, he would have easily deflected all the blows, but the woman had a radically different opinion. Later, the lady made a lot of attacks. His friend was not surprised when he did not see a single scratch on his body. His partner thought that now was a good time to make a counterattack. The beauty didn't stop there. She really didn't like the fact that after so many blows, she couldn't hit her partner with a single normal attack. The young man waited for a long time for a good moment to launch his attack, and when the girl got closer, the teenager did not hesitate to hit her right in the head with his hand. A minute later, the teenager wanted to make the same blow, but the girl thought it through and quickly dodged this attack. Her partner did not understand what went wrong. The beauty now realized that there was no point in attacking the gentleman with her attacks because her colleague was only getting stronger, and there was no use at all. When the lady had a good moment, the girl once again dodged the attack and managed to hit her friend's arm with her sword, causing the man to scream in pain. Later, the friend turned his head and realized that the woman had a knife hidden that the guy did not see at all, and that's why he got a severe cut on his arm. After a second of standing there, thinking that this would not help the girl win the fight, the teenager decided to make another powerful attack. His friend swung with all his might and hit the ground. The lady was not expecting this, so she quickly flew to the other side, but his partner did not stop there. The friend perceived it as a game. The man was interested in fighting a woman who could do nothing to him at all. The young man thought that he would have more fun now. But the little girl was not an easy character. She did not want to give up, so when she had the opportunity to get up, he asked the guy what they would do next with this battle. Such words made his partner very angry. He thought that he would make a final attack and end the test, but the lady just laughed at these words. The woman shrugged her shoulders and felt confident, and her colleague perceived such a frivolous attitude as an insult, so he did not hesitate to launch the next attack. The angry man did not restrain his emotions. He thought that the lady specifically wanted to make him angry. and he also did not like that the lady did not obey his instructions. In a rude tone, the man said that if the beautiful woman did not want to compete with the young man, the guy would force the woman to do it himself. The lady did not take such words seriously. She continued to stand calmly in place and watch the teenager try to hit her. When the gentleman's hand was really close to the girl, she simply turned her head to the other side, and the character realized that the woman was up to something. Suddenly, when the man wanted to make another attack, the guy realized that he was standing still and could not do anything with his body at all. This was the first time the hero had experienced such a feeling, but the woman just watched her friend suffer and could not do anything to help him. It was part of the lady's plan. When the lady decided to approach the young man, he did not even know what to expect. The teenager no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning of the fight. His partner was trembling with fear, and the beautiful woman touched his face with her hand and decided to repeat and explain who she was. The lady rudely emphasized that they had already finished this battle, and a second later the girl struck a powerful blow with her sword, which her friend did not count on. The guy was incredibly shocked when he realized that his skills didn't work at all. The girl hit his friend hard and he was lying on the floor a second later. The heroine wanted to ask the teenager if he was interested in finding out why his body suddenly stopped repelling all the attacks of his opponent, but the guy didn't even have the strength to give a response. The girl decided to tell him how she overcame her friend anyway. As it turned out, the lady had a special blade that could move into the body of her opponents. It was the first time her partner had heard that someone had such skills, and a second later the lady asked the gentleman to answer all her questions. The woman asked who was the young man's boss, but the young man was not going to answer, so the lady continued to beat her partner to get her answer. After some time, the colleague's face changed a lot, but the character did not give an answer. The beauty was not satisfied, so she continued to beat her friend. Later, the woman let the man go a little so that the young man could rest and give an answer, but the guy clearly emphasized that he was not going to tell anything. This made the lady even more angry, so she decided to take out her knife and stab him right in the heart of the character, when suddenly someone stopped the girl's hand. When a guy she knew came over, he asked the beauty to slow down a bit, because they needed their partner to be alive. The character thought that they would still have many chances to get an answer out of their friend, but this time the man wanted to talk to the lady. First of all, the woman asked if the young man was really confident in his actions, because she thought she could get the answer out of his friend. When the lady analyzed everything, she felt ashamed of her behavior, and the first thing she did was apologize to the teenager and promised to obey him in the future. The teammate immediately informed them that the team didn't have much time left, so they had to start the next task. As the partner was suddenly back to his senses and asked why, the gentleman interrupted their conversation if his colleagues were having such a good time. As soon as the lady saw that her friend wanted to get up, she quickly hit the man, which caused the young man to fly away again and have a badly bruised face. The lady and the boy decided to continue the conversation. The lady was very interested in how things were with Kevin and what he was doing at the moment. The teenager told the kid that his friend was fully aware of their plans, so it scared his partner very much. And meanwhile, the gentleman came to his senses again and began to listen to the young people. The beauty was also well aware that this was a rather big problem, but she did not know how to overcome her friend. The lady was also interested in how the young man could find out about their plans, but unfortunately the friend had no answer because the information was secret. The man continued to listen to the conversation of his competitors. He thought that the group of people would never know where Kevin was because he was a quiet warrior. And then, unexpectedly, the woman and the young man were interested in why their friend started laughing so loudly. The lady thought he had big problems with his head. The girl asked him if she had beaten the teenager's brains out when she was competing with him, but his partner did not stop laughing and thought that his colleagues were real fools. The character really liked watching two competitors who knew nothing about their main enemy, which is why his friend was laughing. After a while, when the man calmed down, he asked if the beauty worked in the same place in order to destroy it. After such words, the main character was also interested. He just did not understand why his friend said such words and what he wanted to say with them. The guy told the young people that there was a warrior in their team who told Kevin everything, so his friend could easily find out about the plans of his partners. At that moment, the lady was filled with anger. She wanted to meet the teenager as soon as possible and kill him as soon as she had the opportunity. The partner didn't stop talking. The gentleman even offered the lady a good deal, or the man would never tell the lady the information she really needed. The girl was thinking about such a proposal because otherwise the friend would not have wanted to tell her who he was working for. While the girl was calmly considering this offer, her partner quickly took out his sword and wanted to start the character. Before the man wanted to kill the young man, the guy finally asked where were the guarantees that Kevin would not leave them again and go to fight in another group. The girl continued to think things through, but the guy trusted his emotions and continued to threaten the young man, and thus wanted to know the truth. After a while, the beauty asked her uncle to calm down and bring her some more warriors, whom her partner might know well, and her colleague was surprised to hear what he had heard. The beauty understood perfectly well what her relative was thinking at that moment, but she still asked him to trust her and fulfill her request. After hearing this news, the teenager jumped up and down and was very happy that finally someone started to listen to his friend and even fulfill his words. As soon as the lady saw how happy the young man was, she asked him to slow down a bit and not to count on big mountains. After a while, Kevin calmly arrived in his new car and greeted the people who had invited him to the meeting. The young man wondered if something had happened because his friend had received a call at a rather late hour, and his partner suggested that the gentleman see everything with his own eyes. As soon as the colleague entered the building to which his character had led him, he saw many people who immediately pointed their knives at Kevin's neck. The man was well aware of the awkward position he was in, and wondered if he could ask the boys to explain the situation to him. Only when the young man saw the woman did he realize that she had a very good ability to disguise herself in the dark. The teenager had heard about this skill but had never seen it in real life. The other officers continued to hold the teenager and keep him in their sights, and the comrade did not know what to do, and no one gave him an answer to his questions. Another partner, whose hands were still bandaged, asked if his colleague remembered his old friend, and Kevin looked at the man in surprise. The young man switched to the lady, so he did not have time to answer the question. He was very interested in why the girl had arranged such a strange spectacle. The lady told him why she had done it and added that she needed to know how Kevin had all the information, but the young man was not going to tell him anything. The young man watched with interest, eager to find out how the teenager would act in such a situation and what he would do with his friends around him. The young girl continued to ask her friend to tell her how he knew this information, and his partner said that he could not give his man away in any case. At times, the character wanted to just lie, but he was well aware that the situation would repeat itself after a while, so there was no point. After some time, the girl asked her friend to stop breaking down and propose to her, but the man continued to stand still and say nothing. Meanwhile, the man had a pretty good plan in his head, and he wanted to take the initiative and show that the woman could trust him. Later, the boy suggested that the lady go with him, and only there could the teenager tell this information, but his partner said that the woman would not fall for it. Other workers also said that the lady could not go with the young man because they were well aware of what the boy was going to do. The lady seemed to really believe that the young man wanted to share this information with her, so she asked him to keep an eye on her. The girl who worked for the beauty could not believe what she heard. She turned to the woman and asked her not to do this under any circumstances. The lady said that if her friend lied to her, she would easily kill him with a single blow. A second later, the young people found themselves in a strange city, and the teenager immediately approached his mother and began to talk to her. As soon as the boy's mother saw the girl, she immediately asked who it was, and his partner told her that it was his good friend. But the lady perceived that the girl was her friend's girlfriend, so she immediately approached the beauty and began to hug her, thinking that she was her loved one. When the lady's emotions subsided a bit, the woman apologized for her behavior and offered the young people a good snack. The surprised lady was in a place like this for the first time. She had never seen a mother treat her son like this, so it was something new for her. Mala thanked the stranger for such a delicious lunch, and meanwhile the man continued to talk to his relative and tell her about his life. After a while, the newlyweds decided to go to Kevin's room and discuss all their events there, and the first thing the girl did was to emphasize the teenager's relationship with his mother. The hero, in turn, asked if he still looked like an ally of the other group, and the girl understood perfectly well what her partner wanted to tell her with such words. The boy continued to make arguments and thought that people from that group did not treat their loved ones so well. The beautiful woman thought that if the character had a close friend and treated him so well, it didn't mean anything because the friend could still be a spy. A second later, the man began to take off his shirt with incredible speed, and the lady screamed and asked why he was doing it. The young man emphasized that the lady did not trust him, so he wanted to prove to the lady that he was not wearing anything under his clothes, and the girl was shocked by what she saw. The lady could not believe that her colleague would do such things, so she asked him to get dressed as soon as possible and not to do stupid things anymore. Now the lady began to realize that the teenager was not really a member of this group, because those people did not think about anyone but themselves. In the end, the kid said that he really wanted the girl to trust her partner completely and that their relationship would gradually improve. The kid smiled sweetly. It was in her childhood that everyone praised that sweet girl for her beauty and for being so calm, and so she thought that the whole problem was in her image. All the people around her had quite high expectations for the girl, but when they got to know her character a little better, their attitude towards her quickly changed. And those people who were around her simply became disappointed in her and began to leave her alone. Even her parents did this without realizing that she just wanted to be a sable. It was then that the little lady decided that she would not be able to fit in anywhere, but after some time she became awakened. The young man really liked the girl and decided to say hello to her or even meet her. He also simply suggested that they join a team. It was there that a large number of awakened people gathered because it was free to participate and there was no leadership system, so everyone was on their own. The young man began to smile cheerfully and was sure that going together was still much better than going alone, but the girl did not want to be in his company at all. Leaving the lady alone, he went straight back to his team as they needed his help. Once underground, they all fought monsters, but each was definitely on his own, and even some of them were much more difficult than he thought. The girl coped very well with all the monsters that were around her, which even surprised many of those people. The young man's partner even heard that the girl was offered to join their team, but she simply refused the offer. Therefore, looking at her, everyone realized that she was fine on her own, as she had quite a lot of strength. The girl kept looking at her competitor and couldn't even resist calling all her teammates names because she really wanted to participate with her, not with them. He kept looking after her and could not understand why she looked so sad even from the back. But there was no time to think about it, as the monsters were attacking them from all sides, and the whole team barely had time to fight off the enemy. The young lady suddenly began to scream when she saw a large, bald green monster approaching her friend. Since the young man was a little bit dreamy about that girl, he was unable to deal with that monster and got a little scratch on his face. The man did not understand what was happening to the young man, as he was fine until that moment, but in 1 second everything changed. The boss started to send him away, as he realized that the young man had all his thoughts only about that girl, and he was in the mood to talk to others. The girl was constantly fighting, but she had completely different thoughts in her head, but she definitely did not want to die there. There was a green giant in front of her, who was hundreds of times bigger than she was, and she had to overcome him, because she wanted to live. The woman fought with him without laying down her weapon, but she also began to feel that her strength was slowly leaving her body and fatigue was accumulating. So at some point she was even afraid. When the enemy stood over her and swung a big sword, it was then that she knelt down and realized that everything she had been doing was over. She tried to look into the eyes of death and not regret everything she had to live through. But she suddenly heard a voice she had heard once before, and when she turned her head, she noticed the young man who had offered to be on the team with her earlier. The man had really helped the lady and had taken up his offer of cooperation again, and he didn't want to leave her alone with so many monsters around. She was very embarrassed and impressed at the same time, as she had met the very person who gave her the desire to live on. The woman, as usual, did not answer, turned around and walked away, but he continued to run after her and ask her to join his team. After they all went through the dungeon together, they met the girl again, and the young man began to offer her to join their guild again, but his girlfriend, as always, began to refuse. She really didn't like the fact that he was constantly pestering her with his proposals, and she even started running away from him to stop those meaningless conversations. She had even decided to take up arms and explain things to him in a completely different way if he didn't understand normal human language. At some point, when she was sitting by the river and thinking about the young man's words, it seemed to her that his proposal to join the guild was even white noise to her. But looking at how he did not give up and constantly pursued her, in the end the girl had already extended her hand of consent to him. After all, she joined his guild, and now the woman was constantly by Kim's side and was on his team. The friend was even curious how Kim had solved everything, since it was because of the girl that he had a lot of problems and could not concentrate on work at all. The girl could not get used to the new team members, as she always worked independently, but he tried to always be there for her and support her. Over time, she still did not regret making the right choice, and at some points it even seemed to her that she had found her place in that world. They constantly found new dungeons and tried to be near each other, because it was quite easy to go through them together, and then even their connection grew into something more. The young people were eating ice cream in peace and heard a report that the authorities had said that a new dungeon had reopened. But the boy noticed that the number of missing people awakened in dungeons had increased very quickly recently. The girl again felt very nervous, and every time her heart started to beat very fast when she was near that guy. He was also constantly secretly looking at her and feeling the same way she was. The guy even tried to get closer to her every time to touch her hand for a moment. The man even suggested that they go out together when they finish the next task to relax a little. When the young people were sitting on the bench, they did not know that, according to the evidence, it was not monsters, but rather awakened people like them who were involved in the murder of the awakened underground. It was also clear from the news that all of this was simply suggestive of mass murder, which no one had paid attention to. After the next task was completed, everyone was overjoyed that they had done it, and now it was time to rest. She started to get a little nervous again, as she knew that after this task, only the two of them were supposed to go on a date, and she was a little scared. The team's joyful moment was interrupted by a man who was from the association, and he was the one who was investigating the murder of an awakened that had been committed in the dungeon they had just left, so everyone had to follow him for questioning. The young man began to recall that this was exactly what they had been talking about on the news, so it was indeed true. He knew that he had to go on a date, but first they had to resolve the issue with the investigator. But at some point, the guy started to defend his girlfriend, as he noticed that a strange man was approaching them from the outside. This blond man was very surprised when he noticed that the guy could easily block all his attacks and even protect the girl at the same time. The man immediately switched to the girl, as he thought she was less strong, and immediately began to tell her that he was the misfortune that they all had to meet. The whole team watched the lady fight the stranger, and they were just impressed that she was quite good at dealing with all his quick attacks, so they decided that she was quite strong. It might have seemed to the team that their levels were the same, but in fact the blonde was a pretty strong opponent in all respects, and even started to press her more and more. She tried her best to defeat him, but realized that if he continued to attack her like this, she might not be able to stand it and die. But the stranger stopped everything in an instant, started laughing, and even offered her to join the guild that he had created. The man touched the girl and told her that he wanted to do something, but it would be very difficult for him to do it on his own, so he created a guild. It was in his guild that he wanted to gather all the best awakened ones. He even thought that the girl looked quite interesting, so he decided to join her and did not want to hear a negative answer at all. The young lady really wanted to refuse, but in this case, only death awaited her and no continuation. Hearing such terrible words from that blonde man, Kim, not even expecting what would happen next, rushed at him with his weapon to stop him. The man did not expect such a turn of events, so he began to use all his skills to defend himself. The girl said that she felt completely fine, but realized that the stranger was very dangerous, so she felt that they had to leave that place to buy some time. But the guy was not even going to leave her alone, as he believed that they were friends and he was responsible for her. The whole team was instructed that they could not allow the enemy to start using their skills and direct them at people. When the young people watched this man, they realized that objectively their strength would not be enough to cope with him, but they began to distract his attention with all their might. Kim kept trying to fight him, but he was also very interested in why he needed to kill the awakened ones. But he heard that there was no reason for him to do so. The boy held the man's hand with all his might, so that his companion, who was hiding in the darkness, could stop him with just one blow. But with all her desire, as well as her strength, she failed to do what they had planned, as she simply stabbed him a little. Before their plan, she was still nervous that she would not be able to fulfill her task, but the young man kept reassuring her and told her that she was not alone. The whole team was so angry with the man that he said that all the jokes were over, and now he would definitely do everything possible to kill them all. The girl still did not understand what was happening to her, as she remembered that they all tried to fight with this blonde man. But then everything was as if in a fog, but she was very worried that the others would be okay. Her friend held him tightly in her arms and realized that he was very badly injured, but she didn't know how she could help him. The girl looked around and noticed that the whole team was dead, and it was all quite horrible. She also knew that it was all done by that white bastard, whom she had decided to kill for what he had done. The guy gathered his last strength, grabbed her hand and asked her not to start a battle, but to just drop everything and run away to save at least her life. The young man did not know for sure whether he could defeat him, but he was sure that he could delay him at least a little, giving the girl time to escape. Still, she managed to get out of that terrible place alone and began to chase the bastard, but in the end she could not find any traces. She remembered her friend, and if everything was as he said, it was clear who the guild boss was. The guild boss turned out to be a first-generation awakened, who considered himself to be the most unrivaled and powerful man in the world. He didn't want to sign autographs for his fans, but he did allow them to take a few photos as a souvenir. All the reporters asked to know how much this actor had donated to the charity when he received his last fee, but it was not convenient to talk about it yet. The girl cried non-stop, even though she already understood who was the guild boss and killed the people she cared about. Now she knew for sure that she could take revenge. The woman realized that there were reasons why her comrade did not accept, to some extent, even though he knew who the real killer was. The lady kept thinking about what the right thing to do was, but she also didn't want to destroy everything because of her emotions. Looking at her, her friend realized that the woman was holding on with her last bit of strength, even though she was trying to say everything that was in her heart. The young man said that the boss was a very boring person, and even hid the fact that he was actually an awakened one and used the skill of disguise in the guild itself. The actor Henry raised his hand and hoped that all his viewers would be able to appreciate his new movie, and then everyone would be able to get home safely. But when all of his fans left, he kept thinking about how those people had annoyed him terribly. The guy kept thinking that even knowing the actor's identity, provoking him was not a good idea at all. But in the worst-case scenario, he could just start hiding in the test tower. But she still decided that she had to go ahead with the plan, since their goal was to completely destroy his guild while Kevin was still fighting in the blue dungeon. When the girl returned, she was told that the young man had not yet returned, and that it was likely that he had already been attacked. But that was not the problem. He could simply tell all the information. It was this woman, who was the head of the Star Guild and also a member of its leadership, who kept thinking that they could not lose the great battle with their enemy. This person, who was wearing a mask and fixing her hair, only regretted that she hadn't managed to kill Kevin in time. But they were going to fix it, and they would soon be able to watch the whole city collapse. The young people on the plane did not even know what to talk about, as the atmosphere was quite tense, and the man looked very scared, even when he was just standing and silently looking out the window. The redhead thought that it would be very difficult to start a conversation with everyone present, as everyone was silently thinking about their own things or just looking at something. The young man noticed that even after checking the association's information about the dungeons, that the green dungeon was the only thing that had changed from his past life. But he was only happy that the future hadn't changed much, but he would have to keep an eye on it all the time, and he also needed to explain to his friend why they were flying to America. The young man was very surprised when he heard that the whole team was flying to the place where a brand new blue dungeon had opened. The boy was a little confused after the flight because it was the first time he had ever flown on an airplane and the first time he had ever been abroad. He kept asking about the blue dungeon and didn't understand why he hadn't heard about it before, since everyone already knew about it. The chief explained that this was normal, since the U.S. was guided by its own goals in the cleansing, and therefore controlled all the information. It was in the United States that there was the largest number of awakened people, but most of them had only a low level, so they were all assessed as simply not promising. The boy was also sure that that country wanted to show its awakened people to other countries that they could win, not only in quantity but also in quality. But after this information, the boy felt very sorry for all the people who could have suffered just because of the pride of the countries that wanted to compete with each other. Kevin was also convinced that pride was the most useless thing that any person could have. The young lady immediately made a phone call and warned him that she was in the United States and wanted to meet to talk about the Blue Dungeon, about which she already had a lot of information that she was not supposed to tell anyone. The man wanted to gather the entire team and talk to them personally, and the young man believed that each member of the group had come a long way. The first thing the young man did was to notice the kid because he had wanted to meet him for a long time, and the teenager did not know what to say in such situations, so he just listened to his friend. The girl said that the kid did not know English, so she could translate everything her friend said, but to her surprise, her partner started talking. The boy wanted to ask the gentleman to give him permission for his colleague to participate in the test, and the character was surprised because he did not understand how his friend knew. The man began to argue in every possible way that he did not have such authority, and the young man quickly offered the guy a very favorable condition, namely, he wanted to give half of his rewards to his partner. The kid noticed how interested the teenager was in his offer, so his partner was 100% sure that the character would agree to such terms. Later, the partner added that he was very much interested in such a case, but his colleague did not know how other people would react to it, so he could not give guarantees. Kevin was well aware that there were only 2 characters with his level of experience for this task, so his friend was sure that they needed more people like him. The young man also thought that his partner could easily become the main person in their group, and after that, his partner became even more interested in the offer. The man realized that he could not give guarantees, because unfortunately not everything depended on him, which is why the young man did not like it. Finally, the young man asked whether the teenager really thought his friend's offer was frivolous, and so his partner stood up and decided to leave the establishment. When the character suddenly stood up and asked his colleague to stay a little longer, his friend told him that Kevin had misunderstood everything and the man had agreed to the offer. But now the young man thought that it would not be fair to divide the reward between 2 people, so he did not want to do it anymore, and his partner began to panic and wonder what went wrong. Now the friend proposed a completely different condition. The partner wanted to give only a small part of his reward, but if the plan did not work, the colleague had to give his part. The man agreed, but thought that the young man was a bit stupid. But the guy didn't tell the young man this, so he just applauded and thought the risk was worth it. A second later, the teenager walked away from his partners and asked them to wait until his friend wrote down his contacts, and his friend wanted them to have another partner. When the young people finally signed everything on the pieces of paper, the partner was over the moon because his plan had worked out perfectly. The gentleman was calm and thought that his colleague was very smart because there were only 3 days left before the trial began. After a while, the friend was incredibly angry because he did not understand why none of the team was going to the next test. The young man wanted to discuss it with another person. He believed that Kevin was educated and did not realize what he had done. But his partner listened with interest and thought that there was something strange. Meanwhile, the man was actively fighting his opponents. He did not want to postpone his plans for later, even if he had some agreements with other people. The young man who came to the meeting looked at his watch a moment later and realized that he was early as usual, and he was also a high-level player. When his partner approached the young man and asked if Kevin was there, the teenager replied that he hadn't seen anyone else today. But the friends didn't have to wait long. As soon as his partner turned his head, he saw a gentleman and a girl who was also a skillful warrior. As soon as the newlyweds started a dialogue, they immediately began to give each other ugly answers. The colleague thought that the lady did not look good enough to go to the test. But the girl thought that it didn't matter, and moreover, she had sent strong people to this test, so she believed that she would win. The character thought that the girl's friend was not a strong warrior, so the man wanted to know more about the young man. The boy thought that the lady just made the boy come. After a while, the boy called the girl an old woman, which made the girl immediately angry and clearly stated that if her partner said that again, she would kill him. The angry gentleman thought that the lady herself had started saying bad things to him, which is why the character was not going to apologize and even wanted to hit the lady. The people who gathered around the newlyweds asked for someone to calm them down, and then Kevin came to meet them. He asked for a moment of conversation with the young people. But unfortunately, no one heard his partner. Now the woman was only focused on tearing her competitor into small pieces. After such words, the character started laughing a lot and thought that the lady would never be able to do it. His friend thought that the woman was weak. The child who accompanied the beauty was unable to pacify the two individuals who were accelerating at an alarming rate, and neither of them could hear anyone. And then someone said very loudly that everyone should calm down. It turned out to be a teenager, and to his surprise, his partners stopped misbehaving and started listening to the gentleman. The first thing the friend did was to address the lady and her friend because they had caused such a big mess, and the surprised newlyweds could not believe that someone would dare to say such a thing. The man decided to listen to the young man's parade and raised his hands in the air, asking the lady to calm down as well, but the lady didn't want to give up so quickly. After the girl's partner came up to her and added that the competitor was right at that moment, she began to calm down a little. When everything fell into place, the young man analyzed the area he was in, thinking that he had been here many times in his past life. But his partner didn't have much experience in such raids, so he didn't feel very confident at that moment. Meanwhile, the woman was very angry because she felt that when the young man interfered in their fight, the girl began to lose her magic quickly. The partner believed that he and the lady needed to change their tactics because they would not be able to defeat the young man behind them. In the meantime, the two young men decided to say hello. The guy didn't notice the young man at first, so he decided to get to know him better. The young man asked if he could help them through the raid, and his friend thought that his partner was a really good warrior, so he could easily help the man. But the colleague thought that it was not that simple, so the character needed to tune in to other results, and the friend, in turn, asked if the man had always been so cautious. Kevin thought that the young man did not realize what kind of test he was going to face, so he was not going to stop him. As soon as the teenager ran to his friend, his partner told him that the gentleman he had just talked to was considered one of the strongest players. The character also thought that with such a friend, the men were not in danger at all, so the young man was calm for his life and the life of his friend. A couple of seconds later, the man told the young man that the raid was about to begin, so the boy had to get ready for the test. At that moment, the boy wondered if his friend remembered everything his partner had told him, and the surprised colleague looked at the character with a confused look on his face. Later on, the player clearly said that he remembered everything and was ready for even the worst-case scenario, and his colleague liked those words. As soon as the young people arrived at their assignment, the young one immediately started to panic. The teenager thought that it would not be easy to escape from this assignment, so his friend had to fight. As soon as the teenager saw his friend, he immediately approached him and asked if his partner had come with Kevin, and the man did not know what to say because he did not understand English. The man was so worried because as soon as the young men entered the task, two of their teammates disappeared. As soon as the kid looked in the direction of the lady, the teenager noticed that the girl was also alarmed by the news, so the woman was thinking about everything. His partner, in turn, went to explore the area, and later he noticed that someone was following him, and he was sure that it was not his friends. Kevin ran very fast after the man. The young man could not believe that the guy had such a well-developed running skill. The first thing the character did was to ask his friend why the man decided to follow him, and the young man said that he also wanted to explore the territory, so he decided to move not alone. The guy also wanted to compete with the young man a bit, so he knew the boss who trained the teenager, and what surprised the friend the most was that his partner knew the name of his coach. When the young man began to use his skills, the kid was really surprised. The hero did not expect his friend to be able to do that. But his partner was angry. He did not like the fact that the gentleman was constantly talking to him in riddles, so the young man decided to teach his partner a lesson. The kid felt confident, and in a moment he told the teenager that his plan would not work at all. But the gentleman did not pay attention to these words. But when everything came true as his colleague said it would, the character could not believe his eyes at how strong his friend was. Kevin easily managed to cut the man, and in the end, the guy told the young man that the kid had miscalculated a bit and paid for it with his life. Meanwhile, the people were fighting against the big gorillas that were attacking the young people every second. No one could have expected it to be so hard before the test. The strong players used their magic, and the man saw this with his own eyes for the first time, so the young man was surprised and wanted to reach the same level. For the girl, this test did not seem difficult. She easily put up a shield that in a moment was covered with real ice that no one could break through. And the other partner, in turn, acted as an attacking character. In his hands was a fire that he easily burned opponents. But for the newcomer, everything turned out to be very difficult. He could not kill the opponents who attacked him almost every second. After a few minutes, the teenager waved his hand and noticed that all the competitors were killed, and his partner thought it would be much harder. The lady thought that the test was not so difficult and was a better option for them, and the woman offered to restore their strength. To the lady's surprise, the young man completely agreed with her, but his friend was sure that the next challenge would not be as easy, although the girl herself was of a different opinion. At times, the colleague wanted to go for such a test so that their team would have to go through it for a very long time and hard to find out the true potential of the group. After a while, people started screaming loudly, and one of the characters could not realize where his hand had gone. Because the man had stuck a giant sword into the ground, everything began to tremble, and the young men could not understand where their limbs were and why they could not feel them. But later it turned out that the guy had nothing to do with it. The young men began to compete again, and a huge explosion occurred. The hero, who was holding his friend in his arms, asked the girl and other teammates to help the boy who was losing a lot of blood. To the character's surprise, the friends agreed to help. But a moment later, a man who came close to the young man hit him in the stomach with all his might. Later, another character said that their plan was about to be realized, and because of these words, the men began to fight for their men. As soon as the young man saw this with his own eyes, the young man asked the men to stop, because they were supposed to go through this test together, not kill each other. But unfortunately, no one listened to the man at that moment, so the teenager decided to fight. and after a while his comrades noticed that his partner was really a good warrior. Sometimes the gentleman recalled the words that his colleague said to him. The character clearly knew that as soon as they entered a new test, there would be rivals, so his friend was ready. After the man told him that the young men could attack him, the guy didn't think twice about using his magic to win. A second later, all the young people began to see very poorly. Only the teenager noticed the silhouette of a woman shining through the large amount of smoke. Later, it turned out to be a girl who also started using her magic, and it made his friend very angry, and his partner thought that a lady would not attack like that. The newlyweds wanted to kill each other more than anything else in their lives, and the partner thought that he would leave this battle only as a winner, so he did not want to give up. The beautiful woman was of the same opinion, so she wanted to strike back with her magic, although the gentleman had counted on it from the very beginning. The partner tried to keep a cool head and not react to the woman's words. The young man was sure that he had stronger magic skills than his rival. The guy said once again that the woman could not even try to stop him with her magic, because the teenager could easily break even a wall of ice. At first, everything went according to plan, but after a while the man began to turn into a mountain of ice at an incredible speed. In the end, the young man said that now he and the woman were in a very difficult test, so if the lady killed him, the lady would have no chance of winning. The beautiful woman started laughing out loud because she realized that the young man did not understand anything. As it turned out, the woman wanted to disrupt the operation on purpose. The man asked that the beauty not joke with him like that because the lady did not realize how much her actions could change the fate of the game. The young man gave many examples of how many people in America nowadays just run away because someone broke the rules of the game again, but the woman did not care about these words. In the end, the guy added that if the lady really needed a reward, he could easily give her his half. But the lady just laughed and started applauding the teenager. She thought he was very good at speaking, but she did not like the actions of her partner. As she looked at the teenager, she could not understand how her friend was still holding on and not giving up. But in a moment, the partner froze completely. The lady began to rejoice as if she had defeated everyone who was on her way. The woman was pleased to look at the gentleman who could not do anything against her at all. Still, the lady decided not to kill the character yet. She wanted her friend to suffer for a long time and never get in her way again. Meanwhile, Kevin moved quickly through the forest in the hope of finding someone. The young man knew perfectly well what he would have to go through in a few minutes. The lady could hear some of her friends still asking for someone to come and stop the lady, but she was very much interested in who she would have to fight in the final battle. Meanwhile, people fought hard against the opponents who stood in front of them. Some of their comrades were seriously injured and gave up. The young one, in turn, felt confident and was ready to fight to the very end. The teenager believed that now the strongest competitors were opposite him. The lady just stood aside and watched her men skillfully fight against the competitors. The girl was very interested in when the last boss would come. Henry liked to watch it all. The man thought that now there would be a very interesting battle for which everyone had been waiting for so long, and especially the lady. What the beauty didn't like the most was that the man didn't show his personality while the competitor was gone. The woman was thinking and imagining him and their battle. At times, the lady thought that the young man was simply afraid of her and therefore did not want to fight, when suddenly an ally came up and asked if the woman was okay. The girl was about to leave the place when, unexpectedly, the boy apologized for being late and was ready to compete against the young woman. As soon as the teenager came to this test, he immediately analyzed the whole situation that was before his eyes. The character realized that he was very late. At that moment, the beauty was very angry. She was eager to activate her magic spell and fight against the man. But the hero continued to feel confident. His friend thought that no beauty could do anything to him, so Kevin did not want to worry. The beauty did not like the fact that the man gave her normal resistance, because of which the lady could not hit her competitor properly. But the young man felt confident in this battle. Without hesitation, the woman asked her allies to start doing something, not just standing there, and the lady ordered them to kill the boy first. The group of kids wanted to leave the ordeal, but the main teenager asked who gave his comrades the right to leave the battle. The partner, in turn, continued to actively attack the lady. At times, even his colleague had good blows against the beauty, but the lady also kept up. The lady wanted to activate her magic and, as usual, overcome the competitor with her ice, but her friend was ready for such a turn. The girl did not understand what her boss was doing if their team was in such a difficult situation, and she wanted to find out as soon as possible. Now the girl was 100% sure that Kevin would not be able to overcome her alone. She did not expect the man to be so strong. The lady decided that if her boss was not around, then she needed to create a real robot that was made only of ice. The young man was shocked when he saw the ice robot. The woman thought that now the kid would not be able to defeat her so easily, but after a few minutes the teenager calmed down and knew exactly what he had to do. The kid was incredibly happy when her robot managed to catch her friend. Now her partner could not make any movements, so he just stood still. The woman thought that now was a good time to call her boss. The lady thought that he could have killed Kevin. The beautiful woman had been begging for a long time for the boss to come, but no one was there, and now the lady knew that even she and her giant robot would not be able to overcome the young man. The woman repeated several times to the boss that now was a great opportunity to overcome the young man, because later there might not be such an opportunity. After a while, the girl started to cry, only now she realized that her boss had just left her alone in this place, and meanwhile the boy was actively getting out of the giant's hands. In a moment, the young man managed to break his opponent into two parts, and now his partner could confidently fight against the beauty. As soon as the teenager landed on the ground, his partner immediately began to look for the lady with his eyes, because his colleague wanted to take revenge for everything the woman had done. Meanwhile, the young people were talking about their lives, and the employee came to the manager and wanted to ask him something, namely, why they did not follow their plan. Henry began to tell him that when they first arrived at the test, he noticed how strong the woman was against the young man. And after a while, they were joined by another character who had nothing special about him, which is why his friend thought they would not be able to overcome the enemy. The biggest friend was afraid of Kevin because the man was well aware that he was a super high-level fighter, so the guy ran away. The young man stayed with his partner for a short time, but during this time he felt the incredible strong magic that was constantly coming from the gentleman. The hero listened to all this, but did not understand why his colleague still did this to his characters. His friend thought that this was wrong. But Henry did not react to these words. The man just sat down and smoked a cigarette. The young man did not care about those people who were no longer needed. Suddenly, an employee came and told him that they had huge problems, and the young man added that the terrorist actions were already outside of America. As soon as the young man came back, he didn't want to believe it. The kid said that the teenager was talking nonsense, and his friend wanted more proof. The colleague had a rather strange reaction. The character was constantly laughing and could not understand why his friends were so scared after hearing this information. The man thought that now was not the best time to laugh, but the young man took it all in stride. The guy still could not understand his friend's behavior. As soon as the character stood up, he quickly wounded his partner and decided to approach the teenager to discuss everything carefully with him. As soon as the employee saw this, he was very afraid for his life. The worker was not just afraid. As soon as his partner approached the gentleman, he quickly stabbed his colleague in the neck, and in a few minutes the character was dead. Meanwhile, during the test, the guys who were with the young man asked him to come to his senses as soon as possible, and after a few seconds, the teenager finally began to open his eyes. The first thing his friend did was to ask where the woman was and what had happened to the test, and his partner asked him to calm down a bit, because everything was fine. As soon as the colleagues got closer, they saw all the competitors Kevin was fighting with, sitting with their hands tied and unable to do anything. The woman was reacting very strangely to all this, and meanwhile the characters were discussing how Kevin managed to defeat all the criminals who were on the trial so quickly. The guy said that when he came to the raid, he saw how young people could not fight such competitors, so his partner decided to help them. The guy was confident in talking to his young friend when suddenly his partner asked the gentleman to come over to him. First of all, the colleague asked how the character felt after such a long sleep, and the man thanked him and added that everything was fine. But before the guy could open his mouth, the young man said that he felt very strange. He thought that there was some kind of strange atmosphere in the place. When the teenager had the opportunity to talk to his partner said that the gentleman had saved them all and even the people in America. And in a moment, the colleague extended his hand to the character and wanted to personally shake hands with the man who had saved almost the whole world. The friend understood perfectly well who this man was, and the kid thought that it was hard for him to turn away all his pride and say such words to the kid. The teenager sincerely thanked him for his words and added that it was uncomfortable for his friend to hear so many nice words in his direction. Later, Kevin said that he had not yet fully saved America, so the man had to help those people who needed it. The young man again began to warn the man, who did not understand what was happening to him, that he had to take care of whether he would be able to return alive from that place. Kevin was also referring to the guild that was mating over people, as well as the Blue Dungeon, where a lot of people could die. The men began to defend themselves with all their might against the monsters that began to attack them and looked exactly like wolves. One black man saw that there was no end in sight for those animals and realized that very often monsters in dungeons and forests take their prey by sheer numbers. Therefore, the two men decided that they had to burn the entire pack of wolves at once, and that this could save their lives or distract them a bit. When the young man noticed that his friend had started using fire, he decided that it was a good enough idea for them to use the moment to stand up and start killing everyone. Many different monsters began to join the wolves, but the team still had hope that they would be able to deal with them. The man noticed that they were getting closer, so he began to shout mercilessly and decided that it was time to attack them again. But all these beasts they were preparing to attack passed right by them and surprised everyone with this, as their target was not just human fighters, but those who were wounded. The monsters began to ruthlessly attack the wounded, who could not cope, let alone attack them in return. Everyone was screaming frantically to be saved. One man just knelt down in front of the giant. He knew that there was no turning back and no one could save his life, but he definitely did not want to die. The demon bird understood that the young man was the biggest threat to everyone, so they received an order to start with him. The boy stood in front of the faces of those big, ruthless beasts and knew that he had to save everyone, so he held his weapon as tightly as possible and dared to attack them. After a moment, he realized that the kraken had undergone a transmutation and the young man had survived thanks to his protection. But it would definitely not be safe if he continued to attack with the same strength. The friend ran to meet Kevin and was very worried that he would be okay, and he was also interested in what had happened there and why everything had suddenly gone wrong. Kevin tried to explain that it was necessary and that everything that was happening was typical for the boss, but his friend probably had no idea what he was talking about. This particular monster troll was a boss who could control all monsters in animal form. He had intelligence and magical power, so he could use many different abilities. The boy watched the situation and realized that his group was not in the best position at all, as they constantly had to fight with the monsters that arrived, and also guard the wounded to hand them over to the authorities. So the young man decided that he would deal with the boss first, since if he killed him, the monsters would disappear. But the black man did not like the boy's plan at all, as he decided that he just wanted to hatch himself. The man put his hand on the young man's shoulder and told him that the boss could definitely direct all his forces to kill the kid and believed that Kevin would definitely not be able to handle him on his own. Kevin reminded his friend that it was he who had recently called him a hero, so he decided to prove it. In fact, he really didn't like being called a hero because he thought it was just too much for him, and it took his breath away. But there were also moments when he was delighted to be called that. So he decided for himself that he was really going to become a real hero for the whole world. The man was a little worried when the young man left, because he believed that he and all the others would not be able to stay alone for so long. At some point, the black man was even upset because he had once been called a hero, but he had not been able to prove and keep that title, although he had a real hero by his side all this time. He put his hand on the panel, thus summoning his animal, which had always helped him, and now he had all hope in it. The young man felt that he had received the blessing of the divine dragon. His speed was also increased. A small increase in physical strength also occurred, and his magic was also increased, and now he could start. The boss of all the monsters was also prepared and realized that a big battle was now about to take place, so from that moment on, the big hunt began. Kevin's entire team was also ready, although they realized that the Kraken had ordered his monsters to attack people, and his other army was hunting for the little guy. The boy was holding a seemingly innocent animal that was helping him, and thanks to it, they had already gone halfway. Of course, he realized that all the monsters were concentrating their attention on him, but he definitely did not expect to see 200 or even 300 of them in front of him. Kevin realized that to deal with all of them, he would have to spend a lot of energy, but at that moment he suddenly realized that he could just distract them a little. He had bought himself a bunch of doppelgangers for just such a case, who could do distractions, and so he decided not to waste any time. His pet also thought it was a good idea that its owner became 4 times bigger. The boy understood that the Kraken was not stupid and knew what he was blowing. But during the battle, the enemy would not understand exactly where our protagonist was. The young man immediately realized that his trick did not work, as the enemy again ordered to increase his army and destroy all the kid's doubles, which he did not count on. Kevin immediately ordered his assistant to start making fire because they could definitely lose that battle. The enemy also did not stop and had a solution for every attack of the young man, and since he did not run out of monsters, he did not worry at all. He watched everything that was in front of his eyes, and now he knew for sure that the boss would not be able to give up as easily as he had decided. The man could not believe that even bigger and stronger red monsters appeared in front of him, which were many times stronger than the others. Kevin began to worry about the kid, so he sent him into the system so that nothing would happen to him, and decided that he could handle the rest on his own. The handsome boy found himself facing a whole flock of different monsters with red eyes, and was ready to check who was capable of what during the battle they could arrange at that moment. It was then that he discovered the difficulty level of the blue dungeon was 5 out of 7. Namely, the peculiarity was that as the area increased, the difficulty increased, but this dungeon was one of the most difficult. As he ran, he immediately recalled that in his past life, it was because of the failure of a raid that an outbreak had begun, and all the high-ranking awakened ones from around the world had gathered together to destroy it. Therefore, he was well aware that completing this task on his own was exactly 0. But he knew that he couldn't exactly die at that moment, but that was his past life in which he couldn't protect anyone. Even after they stopped the outbreak underground in the blue dungeon, he still couldn't protect anyone, and all this tormented him until that moment. But after what happened then, he was constantly worried about the question. If he could not protect anyone, why did everyone start calling him a hero, since he was the only one who could survive? The guy saw many souls and the death of people in front of him, but all this did not bother him at all. Kevin was well aware that he only had a duty to save the whole world, since he failed to become a hero, but it was then that he became a completely different Kevin, who was simply immortal. Kevin understood that he had to defeat that monster with all his might, and the system gave him a gift, as he gained stamina and the rate of vitality recovery increased significantly. He also stood in front of his enemy and wanted to ask him what he was talking about hunting, but he really wanted all his monsters that he had sent away to return to him quickly. The boy did not want to waste time, so he tried to pounce on the enemy, as he felt his physical strength was rapidly increasing. The young man felt that the Kraken's hunt was already over, so he warned him. and he also believed that the time had come for Kevin himself to open the hunt. All the Kraken's assistants were already dead thanks to the young man's team. They were also exhausted, but thanks to them, everyone survived. The black man wanted the enemy not to look down on them, as there was no one to protect him. Terrible things began to happen to the demon. He was engulfed in green flames and simply began to fall to the ground, unable to control his body. But he did not want to die at all. But the boy knew that he had to finish the job, because the people the demon had killed did not want to die either. But he had taken their lives. The young man believed that this was his chance to make up for all his mistakes, as he felt lighter than ever at that moment, and he also knew that it was thanks to him that he had saved his life. He looked at the Kraken and knew that he would always remember the chance it gave him when it left him looking at all the bodies of the people around him. The whole team did not understand why they were just standing there and not attacking, and they also knew that they could not just watch what was happening there. The enemy was right in front of their noses. At some point, Kevin asked his girlfriend for a favor, as he said that he was going underground, and she was supposed to go to the guild start. He was sure that only one of them would face the Kraken, and so he wanted the Reaper Guild to attack the other guild after he left the dungeon. But the lady was angry, as she had completely different motives for that situation. She believed that it was the enemy she was supposed to kill, and even added that if he stood in her way and interfered with her, she would never forgive him. He understood that she was strong enough, but she would still not be able to defeat the demon on her own. The guy tried to explain that it was one of the generation of the Awakened who had been trying to build up their strength for a long time, and she could very likely just lose. He saw a rather beautiful face in front of him and did not want her to lose the most valuable thing she had left because of revenge. It was her life. Recalling this conversation, the girl thought that her life itself was not that valuable to her, but something in his words was still important to her. Everyone was quite agitated and even began to quarrel with each other at the very moment when the head of the guild was thinking about what could be done. She saw a big explosion in the building and realized that an attack was coming, but she also thought about whether anyone could have guessed that the guild's launch was just a cover. The man who was lying on the ground began to beg the woman who was approaching him for salvation, but he did not know that the end had already come to him. He also tried to promise that he would not tell anyone about the identity of the woman. But it was not a woman at all, but the actor with long white hair, the one Kevin's friend was hunting for. He believed that he could not leave the man alive, as those whom he had already killed would consider his actions to be unjust. It was after the next crime he committed that he thought he had finished the job, and from that moment on, the guild was disbanded. When the man turned around, he saw a pretty girl in front of him, but he did not know what she wanted from him and why she immediately started a fight. It was during the attack that she kept repeating that she was looking forward to the day when they would meet, and she could finally take revenge for what he had done. She had a very fierce look in her eyes as she was determined to kill the damned bastard. When the young man sat by the bastard's body, he was holding a gem in his hands and could not even think what he was hiding. Something like he had. While the young man was thinking about who to give this stone to, his animal quickly swallowed it without even thinking. The whole team stood and watched what was happening in front of their eyes, and could not believe that their leader had managed to win. At that moment, the guy was still tending to his animal, as he could not quite get what she had swallowed out of her mouth. The men were very surprised that Kevin had such an animal, but could not understand what he wanted to do with it. The Negro was very glad that his friend was alive and unharmed, because when the fight started, everyone was not very sure that the kid would win. All the boys realized that they had to find a way out, and Kevin also learned that the black man was also considered a hero, so there was no need to lose that status. They recalled that when they noticed the monsters quickly running away, they decided to follow them because they knew exactly where the exit from that dungeon was. There was also a woman with blue hair standing in front of him, who, along with her partner, should have been handed over to the association, but some thought they should have been killed immediately, even without protecting them from the monsters. He started to smile a little bit even and offered to be paid a portion of the medical guild. The man was actually very angry when he got the information about what the young man had done, as no one had expected such a turn of events. When the black man put his hand on the young man's shoulder, he immediately realized that he could give him all his merits, because he believed that the boy had definitely cleansed this world of such scum that were on that earth on his own. It was at that time that his friend continued to fight for her life, and her enemy did not understand how the killer could not hide her emotions during the battle. But the enemy still considered her a strong lady, because not everyone would have the courage to come there and attack such a strong man. He even began to use his most skillful skill, which allowed him to move very quickly in the dark, but he realized that the lady's strength was also growing and she was definitely not getting weaker. The man began to joke with her a little, trying to distract her a little, or to make her calm down a little. The young man was sure that she knew exactly who he was, and that's why she attacked him. But he also wanted to know the reason for her attack on him, but he could not find out. Now the enemy was cunning and began to change his face to another one, and that is how he could find out who she was involved with by the girl's reaction. The woman realized that he was already mocking her and began to beat him even harder, trying to make him stop breathing. The enemy saw that she was very angry and used all her skills, but at that moment he began to remember all the bad things he had done, but most of them did not come to his mind. He gave her a rather sly look and still tried to ask her if she really wanted to kill him. The girl wanted him to realize that he was running out of time and it could end at any moment. She was very surprised that he did tell her that he remembered her, even though it had happened quite a while ago. In front of her face, she saw exactly who she wanted to take revenge for, even without sparing her life. When the man saw that she fell to her knees and was speechless, he knew for sure from her reaction that she cared about the young man. She could not hold back her tears, and the enemy kept reminding her of the events of that time, and that there were 3 other young men whom he had also killed. The girl began to scream with all her might, as she believed that this man was just an inhuman who had no right to abuse people like that. The lady saw the young man's face in front of her, but she also realized that he was not real and was screaming for her to kill him. The guy started laughing a lot when he saw the expression on the girl's face, because he liked to mock people and make them feel that way. When he bent down to her, he told her that he had no choice but to kill her because she already knew everything about his personality and acting skills. But she was very surprised by the fact that he really wanted Kevin to know everything about him, and then he would create a completely new guild again. The actor also added that if she chose his guild, she would save her life and be able to see her beloved every day. She was already tired of listening to all this empty talk and was ready to end it with him, as he had missed something very important. As soon as he leaned towards her again to get an answer, she immediately took the weapon that was behind her back and started attacking. She could also clearly control her emotions, even when her blood was boiling in her veins. The man knew that it was her trump card that she was holding, and she had deliberately played it all out. But he also had one hidden thing. He knew how to control his face as he was an actor. But when she saw her lover's eyes, she immediately forgot that it was not him, but only an enemy in a mask. All the men stood there and did not understand what was happening in that building, as they believed that someone had probably even committed an accident, but they still had to evacuate civilians from the building. Kevin's entire team was exactly where he asked them to be, although the guild chief was not at all happy when he saw the men in front of him. The Negro said that they were ordered to simply help evacuate all the residents. The guild chief wanted to see Kevin, but he had an emergency and entered the building first. The enemy simply began to strangle the girl, but he considered her a strong opponent, and she was the only one who could withstand him for so long. The young man was sitting over the girl's body and did not know what to do, because he began to punish her for not being able to save her. He simply promised that he would keep his word. He was immediately followed by the man who really wanted to meet Kevin and resolve everything in private. But the young man also had a lot of questions for him. The actor was very surprised when he heard all the things that the kid was telling him, because he didn't think he had so much information about him. He did not understand why he was behaving like that, and why he was having so much fun when it came to the lives of the people he had lost. He finally decided that the time for talking was over, as it would not lead to anything good, and began to attack. The guy wanted to play a much more fun game for him than he played for everyone else. But suddenly, a rather large demon with horns appeared in front of him, ready to tear the young man to pieces. He was a human demon who could easily change from human to human, which was even considered the strongest skill that could be possessed in the history of the Awakened. But the kid was not too upset and decided to call his magic bird and continue the fight for survival. The demon was also serious and decided that they were just playing with fire with that bird and was sure that he would win. The enemy was determined to show the boy what fire really was and what it could do. But the young man was not really afraid because he also had a trump card and wanted to use the help of his red animal to show the enemy what real fire could be. The demon still could not believe that such a small creature could open that little mouth and release any flame. But the boy was still positive and knew that his boy was doing his best. They continued their fight, and that huge dragon could not even imagine that he, being a strong man who could turn into a dragon, could lose to some young man. But at some point they felt some incompatibility in the battle, which made the demon laugh very much, and he could not even calm down. The young man pulled himself together and wanted to tell the enemy just one thing: that he knew his identity, and that he could disappear into the Tower of Trials exactly when he wanted to. The men looked at the building and did not understand what was happening there, and they could not help either. But they understood well that the whole building was simply collapsing, and it was necessary to evacuate everyone as soon as possible. The actor was already in a bit of a serious condition, but he still couldn't understand why Kevin had done all this to him. He even thought that he had some great anger towards him. The kid just looked at his helplessness and only said that he just didn't like him and was ready for the final performance. The poor girl he thought he had killed appeared in front of the actor, and Kevin gave her this opportunity to get even with him, as she had been dreaming about it for quite some time. Kevin was now calm for her and realized that now he could not lift a finger, as she could already handle it. He was determined that the actor could have run away, but the guy was not going to take any more measures. The actor gathered all his strength again, put his face mask back on, and went to meet the girl to finish the job this time. The man thought she was a stupid woman and was sure that she would never attack him or even kill him when she looked at his face and saw his beloved. But he was very impressed that this time she did not hesitate at all and immediately began to attack and even wound him. The woman was very happy that this long-awaited day had come, and she could take revenge for what he had done. She didn't even feel any pain in her body, even though she was also wounded. The man was also aggressive and said that she did not even realize that he could still beat her quite badly. Each of them fought for their lives, even though they were both starting to run out of energy. They both watched the fight and could do nothing, since he had promised that she was the one who would finish the job with him. The enemy was actually running out of strength and realized that blood was flowing out of his body. But when he turned his attention to Kevin, even he thought that he was helping his friend. The young man and his animal just watched and smiled sweetly, which began to annoy the actor. The enemy wanted to provide a little space between him and his opponent to be able to use his skills, but he was failing a little bit. The girl couldn't wait for the battle to end either, and decided to give him the last fatal blow. At that very moment, she remembered everyone who was really very dear to her, and that it was this bastard who took them away from her, so she had no pity for him. The young lady swung and did what she was waiting for. She just killed.